Live from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, this is the 2021 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network. It's time to start the show. The Westmoreland Sports Network now takes you live to the 18th hole at Manor Valley Golf Course. Here's Jonathan Whaley and Dan Flickinger.
It is a beautiful day from Manor Valley Golf Course for the 2021 Westmoreland Sports Network High School Football Kickoff Show. I'm Dan Flickinger, joined by Jonathan Whaley. Just two of the many staff members we'll have here today, interviewing 17, our most ever, 17 high school football coaches. And as you see the 18th green behind us, this should be a lot of fun. And Jonathan, let's start out by talking about how exciting it is. Hopefully we've gotten past COVID. I know it's rearing its ugly head a little bit again, but if you remember last year, we had this show a couple of weeks later because the high school football season started later. This week, we got week 0 coming up, and it's a good feeling, isn't it? Well,
it is in comparison to last year. It was much more unsettled about whether the season would happen. Like you mentioned, some teams played fewer games. Some teams played even fewer games because they got hit with COVID and didn't have enough healthy players to be able to do that. But, yeah, you get excited when you get this close to the start of the high school football season. We're very optimistic that we'll get an opportunity to have a lot of games to talk about in the broadcast. And, again, this is the second year, Dan, you brought the venue, come to this venue here to host the Manor Valley Golf Course, and what a beautiful locale. And I think all the staff was impressed last year, and we came out here and here for this one today. I know coming up here, a lot of golfers out on the course. Yeah. You'll probably get some shots of them, and it's just a great atmosphere. And I'm excited to talk not just to the coaches that I'll be chatting with, but hearing some of the other coaches, because there's a lot of new faces wearing the head coach's whistle, and we'll have a chance to talk to several of them today.
Well, there is a golf outing right now, Jonathan, and can you channel your inner Jim Nance? Maybe we can get some putting shots behind us or something. So right. We'll just have, maybe later on in the broadcast, we can turn around and see what we can do. But you look at last year, Jonathan, as we usually start the show with talking about the big stories from last year, and of course the Jeannette Jayhawks, a WPIL championship, and not only winning a WPIAL title, but how they did it. Mercy rolling Clairton was amazing, and they came maybe one drive away from winning another state championship. And of course, there's a lot of changes going on right now at Jeannette. We're going to talk with Roy Hall coming up a little bit later. But what a tremendous season by the Jayhawks last year.
It was, and Clairton had been their kryptonite through most of the postseason years when they had to face Clairton to win a title or to get into the state tournament, and they really did a number up on them last year. This year, wow, Coach Hall has already announced that he will not be coaching after this year, and I'm aware, you are of some of the situation in terms of the player defections and that whole situation. And, boy, you hear about a Jeannette program, maybe not having enough players to make it through the season. And, again, they've never had 60 kids on their roster like some school, but they would have 30, 35, and those guys were good and good enough to compete. But when you're talking about having to go and reach out to have guys play football, in many cases haven't played football before, but they're just trying to help the team out, that's really a shocking development there. And I'd like to see Jeannette be competitive this year because Coach Hall has done so many wonderful things. He's been there a long time. I think he deserves to go out with some level of success.
Yeah, Brent Wiggum, we'll talk with him a little bit later on. Of course, the Penn Trafford Warriors just reloading. They're bringing back a very healthy offensive line this year, an experienced offensive line. But last year they make it all the way to the WPIAL semifinals, and they go up against a juggernaut in Pine Richland, which ends up winning the state championship and the WPIAL championship. But again, when you talk about the top teams in this county, those two, Jeannette and Penn Trafford always seem like they're at the top.
Well, John Ruane has reached a level of the terminology I like to use, Dan, about the old great Oklahoma, Nebraska football teams that were under Barry Switzer and Dr. Tom Osborne back in the 70s. And the thing that was said about a powerhouse team that always is competing for championships and conference titles, they never rebuild. They just reload. And here in Westmoreland County, on the high school level, what Coach Ruane has established at Penn Trafford High School is really been terrific. And when you reach the status, you can have a lot of losses. Coach, come on, well, I've lost 15 players or starters, from my team. not that they're on here poor-mouthing it, but that's kind of, well, so if maybe we don't do as well this year, we've laid that out there for people to know. You lose players. It's like he's lost a lot of talented players going on to college and so forth, but here they come out, another football season, and yes, Penn Trafford will be right near the top competing for the conference championship, and Cole Spencer's graduated.
Yeah, right.
Pine Richland.
But they just reload too, don't they? With a new coaching staff this year.
Right, and that's going to be an interesting story. Not Westmoreland County based, but
absolutely.
That coach Steve Campos coming in from Seneca
Everybody
Valley.
will be watching that story. Yeah. That's for sure, Jonathan. And, you know, when you talk about the big stories from last year, it's not only the teams that did really well. We're going to be talking with Roger Beitel first from Ligonier Valley. Shawn Myers will be talking with him in just a matter of moments. And the first year for the Rams in the WPIAL, winning record, did pretty well last year.
Well, as Coach Beitel was walking in to our venue here today, I was over there with Roger. We were chatting for a little bit, and I said, "You ready for year number 2 in the WPIL?" And he goes, "Hey, it's football. You know, wherever you play it, it's football." And for them to come in, and there were some concerns about, you know, they had great success when they were playing in the other district, coming into the WPIL, which is the largest district in the state in terms of athletic teams, in one district. They came in and made a positive impression. Be interesting to see in year 2 if they've adjusted to the competition in the league, if they could take another step forward for the Ligonier Valley Rams.
And, of course, you can't forget about Belle Vernon. This is the first year that Matt Humbert is going to join us. We'll be talking with him on the show. And, man, every single year they just compete for WPIAL championships. Haven't been able to quite get there yet in terms of recently because of Thomas Jefferson, now Aliquippa. But when you look at their team, Jonathan, they always have a huge amount of kids that come out. And this year with Whitlock and Martin, they are absolutely loaded.
They are loaded, and that quarterback, Devin Whitlock, is tremendous. And he plays both sides of the ball, but as a quarterback, he beats you not just with his legs, but with his arm. He's a touchdown maker on offense. He's a touchdown producer on the defensive side. They've got a young man that I think going into the season, Dan, Devin Whitlock will be among the top 5 quarterbacks in the entire WPIAL.
Yeah, there's absolutely no doubt about that. We also have some new faces on the show this year. Mike Brown taking over for Rich Bowen at Hempfield. Coach Bowen is now an assistant coach for Dave Brozeski at Norwin, so we'll see what Coach Brown has in store for us this year and what he has to talk about. Marco Thomas taking over at Greensburg Central Catholic. Previously was at Connellsville, but he's a Westmoreland County guy. He went to Penn Trafford. He's coached in the area for a number of years. He takes over for Brett Colbert there. And then, of course, a guy that you're going to get to know very well. I'm sure you know him already. Coach Getsy from Franklin Regional taking over for longtime head coach Greg Botta.
Well, I haven't had a chance to talk to Lance briefly back during the summer, but I am looking forward to talking to him. He replaces the Dean of Westmoreland County Coaches, Coach Greg Botta, who stepped down after a distinguished career at Franklin Regional, the all-time winningest coach there. And he's got big shoes to fill. Again, a lot of graduation losses there, but we'll see what type of talent they're going to bring back on the lines. I know Josh Pelusi's been a monster on the line for the last couple years, but when you lose so many skilled players, and by my count, Dan, 10 seniors that graduated from last year's Panther squad that were big-time performers, and I'll talk about them when I interview the coach, they're gone, and including the starting quarterback is going to be brand new. So it'll be interesting. But Lance comes in with a reputation that his offenses, when he's been a head coach, score points. He was the head coach for 2 years at Charleroi before coming back to Franklin Regional as the offensive coordinator 2 years ago, and his offense was averaging almost 30-plus points a game. So his reputation is they're going to score points. The Panthers, I think, on offense need to be able to do more of that this season. Yeah,
maybe mature quickly if they want to compete in a very, very tough conference. Well, we have so many things to get into, so many storylines, and the one thing that you can look forward to before we bring every coach up here, we went to almost every training camp during training camp this upcoming fall here now, and Shawn Myers was able to talk with so many different players, and you're going to see that before each coach comes up here and we interview them. So that's going to be really cool. It's a nice addition. We did it a couple of years ago, and we got to more camps this year. But we have 17 coaches to talk to, so we're kind of up against it. So we should send it to break and I guess bring Roger Beitel up here, right?
Yeah, I think so. And again, for the coaches that are here and those that will be coming during the show, we are trying to get everybody in, and we don't want to have to be here until midnight. So we do
have a light. We have one light.
And we all, including myself, going to have to be economical. We try to stay within that 10-minute limit. So if coaches have been there in the past and they thought, wow, why is it so short? Jonathan, you're done with me already. Well, we got a lot of people to get through, but we're all excited. Some first-timers here on our show, and we're happy to have different schools finally get a chance to be part of our
Absolutely. I have a feeling if Coach Botta was here, he would go over that time, though, and then you'd have no
choice.
Make
it difficult. That's
you'd have no choice. Hey, we want to thank, as Jonathan mentioned, Manor Valley Golf Course. Vince DeAugustine's a huge supporter of the Westmoreland Sports Network. Of course, the head coach of the Hempfield Wrestling Program, one of the best in the state. So thank you so much to everybody at Manor Valley. We have so many of our staff that are working behind the scenes here as well, and that you're going to be seeing and hearing from throughout the day as well. So thank you so much. And Jonathan, I also want to mention that we have a very big announcement coming up later on this week. We don't want to make the announcement yet, but stay tuned to our social media and our website. We have a big announcement coming up this week before the start of high school football season on Friday.
Well, I think I may have a little bit of a clue about that.
I think you do.
And it sounds like it's
very exciting.
Yeah,
very
something
exciting.
that the viewers and the listeners of our broadcast and who read the articles and stuff that are written there should be very excited about. Yep. So again, we're growing just like some other people in terms of how we cover high school and college sports in Westmoreland County. All
right, let's take that first break. That's Jonathan Whaley. I'm Dan Flickinger. Sean Myers and Roger Beitel, the head coach of Ligonier Valley Rams, will be up here in just a moment on the Kickoff show here from Manor Valley.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
This is how far we'll go to treat heart, lung, and vascular disease. 15 millimeters. At Excella Health, we believe less can be more. That's why we use minimally invasive surgery in the treatment of coronary artery disease, heart valve repair and replacement, lung cancer, and conditions of the peripheral arteries. For our patients, that means less blood loss, less post-operative pain, and a faster recovery. It means that a disease process that took decades to develop can, in a few hours, be reversed. And for us, it means providing the most advanced and sophisticated care for patients in our region. The Heart, Lung, and Vascular Institute at Excella Health. Expert care here.
Ligonier Valley's return to the WPIAL went pretty well, all things considered. The Rams, despite having just one senior on their roster, finished with a winning record. Now with just about everyone back, they'll hope to take the next step and qualify for the playoffs this season. For the prior half-decade, Ligonier Valley dominated the District 6 Heritage Conference. Just about everyone from those juggernaut teams graduated, though, leaving almost entirely newcomers to handle the shift to the new district, tasked with proving they belonged. They showed that with the 4-3 mark, with all the losses coming to playoff teams in 2A, as senior Miles Higgins explained.
It kind of helped us keep that chip on our shoulder, that kept us motivating ourselves and stuff like that, because coming in to the Whitfield from the Heritage, a lot of people didn't think that we had it, and only having one senior, no freshman, all the odds were against us, and to still succeed and come out winning season, there's still a lot of games I wish we could go back and replay, but it was a very positive season. I'm happy with how it ended. This year, I think we're coming in very prepared, very ready, and I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be great.
And to that point, how much better can the team be this year with just about everybody back and now knowing what to expect?
Well, it's just a whole nother year of experience, a whole nother year of maturity. It's just, you're just building that bond with your brothers, and you can't make that time up.
The development of QB Hayden Siraki will be notable, as he's refined his passing and has already shown his running ability. His top receiving options include Matthew Marinchek and Corder Drury. Nice. Another big threat is running back Nick Beitel, who has added considerable muscle to his frame after rushing for nearly 650 yards last season. Up front, 5 starters are back, with four-year contributor Jude Shavinsky leading the way at center. The Rams' continuity has Beitel very optimistic. Talking about everyone coming back, where do you see the team being ahead of last year in particular?
Well, everyone's gotten bigger, faster, and stronger. Everyone's learned the playbook better. Everyone's just progressed the way they're supposed to. I mean, it's just everyone's shaping up to have a great year this year.
Ligonier Valley should also get a boost from a pair of newcomers, as accomplished wrestler Ryan Humbert will start in the secondary, while George Golden, previously just a kicker, has added tight end and defensive end to his duties. While Coach Roger Beitel knows Sarah Catholic returns a loaded squad, he thinks his team can compete with anyone in the Allegheny Conference, and making the postseason is among the team goals. The Rams will begin their season with 5 consecutive non-conference tilts, opening at Indiana. They'll also have Elizabeth Forward on the road before their home opener against the Jeannette Jayhawks. Back to the high school football kickoff show here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, coming to you from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. I'm Sean Myers, joined by our first of 17 coaches we'll be talking to this afternoon and evening. He is Roger Beitel, entering year number 18, guiding Ligonier Valley. The Rams now in their second season in the WPIAL. Roger, thank you so much for doing this. And the first question I want to ask is regarding the transition to the WPIAL. I know it is a very interesting topic when your team was really great in the District 6 Heritage Conference, how you would do. You had a little bit of a taste last year. What did you make of that transition that first season?
Well, first off, thanks for having me. It's really exciting to be back and have football and a sense of normalcy as we look around. The transition, I mean, like I said, told Jonathan, football's football. And really for us, it's an opportunity to, see new teams and what we had last year with COVID and cancellations and open dates and things like that. We actually got what we would call like the tour of the WPIL. We played 6 games or 7 games last year, and 6 of them were in different counties. So we were all over the place. The one thing that basically stood out to us is basically everywhere you go, there's just a great excitement in the WPIL to play football. You have great kids, you have great coaches, and really the big thing for us was as we transition into the WPIL is just finding our way and finding our niche. And for our kids, it was a great experience. We got to see new places, and we're excited for year 2, especially having a lot of kids returning. We had 1 senior on the roster last season, graduated 18 the year before. So we went through a really great 5-year run. And then we come to the WPIL with a team that was really young and inexperienced. So I think the kids handled themselves well, and to finish 4-3 was a great job by all kids involved.
And you mentioned you have just 1 player who moved on due to graduation, which means that you have 20-plus starters back. Pretty much you know what you have, and you're going to see probably even some growth this year. So how do you think your team will be better this year compared to a year ago?
Well, I mean, first off is that we have 12 seniors, and they're nicknamed the Dirty Dozen, and those kids are tight, they're best friends, and just the fact that a lot of those guys have just grown up a year is going to be very important for us. The juniors that we have that are in the mix, they have 7 games under their belts, and they're all bigger, they're stronger, they're faster, they're much more athletic, and we just see the fact that having that experience back is going to be something that's going to help us down the road. But we do have some newcomers with that senior class. Ryan Humbert, who's a standout wrestler at Ligonier Valley, has joined the football team, and he's been lights out on both sides of the ball, and along with George Golden, who's a 2-way kid for us, who was just a kicker for us last year. So we added to that senior class. Again, those are going to be the kids that we're going to rely on. And last year we had 1 senior, and it wasn't really fair to rely on just 1 kid. So that's really the big thing for us, is just getting a level playing field whenever we went into every game. And in terms of upperclassmen versus lowerclassmen, we were a huge disadvantage.
I want to focus a little bit on the players that you added. You mentioned Ryan Humbert, a terrific wrestler. Looks like he's going to play a real role in your secondary and maybe on offense as well. George Golden, who was on the team last year but was just a specialist after being a soccer player, he's now an all-around football player, you mentioned. How good of a feeling is it to get kids to come out when numbers both at Ligonier Valley and across all of high school football are trending in the opposite direction?
Well, and that's the thing we're focusing on, Sean, are the kids that we do have. I would be lying if I didn't say that, we lost kids as well. We have 0 sophomores on our roster. It's a very alarming trend across the state. It's a very alarming trend, really in our area as well, to see how many kids are choosing not to play this great game. Did COVID have something to do with it? Did the way schools were being run and those types of things, did that have something to do with it? I don't know. But we're just going to focus on the ones that we do have, but it is alarming. And to see a kid like George Golden and Ryan Harbert come out for football and the job that they're doing, it still gives us great faith in the game for sure.
You have a quarterback who I thought was pretty impressive and got better from the start of last year to the end of last year in Hayden Siraki. We know he's a terrific runner. I think he had a game where he rushed for more than 200 yards alone. He's also taken strides as a passer. What do you expect for his season?
Well, we just expect to see the growth to continue. We saw a tremendous amount of growth in the summer at 7-on-7s and camps. And one of the things that, Hayden's a great kid. He's a heck of an athlete. He's a real good leader for us. And some of the things when you look at his passing numbers, they're a little bit misleading because, football is the greatest team sport that exists. In order for us to be able to throw the football, you have to protect the quarterback. You have to get open. And then you have to catch the ball. So sometimes, whenever you're talking about the passing game, sometimes one of those things breaks down, and then the quarterback, who's your leader, and it's the toughest position to play in all of football, he has to own that statistic. He doesn't say much, but again, he's an explosive kid, and it was an area in which we worked on a lot in the offseason. We've seen tremendous growth, and I think that it's going to make him a faceted quarterback, and it's also going to give us another added dimension offensively.
Talking to Roger Beitel, the head coach for the Ligonier Valley Rams here on the high school football kickoff show. And from one Beitel to another, your son Nick looks like he's going to be a key piece to this team. He was very good as a running back and playing in the secondary a year ago. I know you told me that he's bulked up and gotten faster since that time. What do you expect for him in terms of his on-field performance, and what's it like coaching your son?
Well, he's the second son that I've coached. And like I told him and I told our team, I made some mistakes with Zach, who was my oldest son, who's at Washington Jefferson. And I wasn't going to repeat those same mistakes with Nick. But, he's a great competitor. And one of the things that makes me happy is that he's one of the best players on the field. So he doesn't put me in a position where, someone's in the stand saying that, he only gets to play because he's the coach's son. But he's spent a lot of time in the weight room. He's a tremendous weight room kid and works really hard at his craft. And he's going to be someone that we have to get the ball to. And being a senior, we expect a lot out of him. And, unfortunately for him, he gets coached whenever he gets home as well as at the field as well. So he gets breakfast table, he gets dinner table. It's not easy to be a coach's kid. I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of people think that it's nice, but it's tough because anytime he gets an accolade, it's because he's a coach's kid. Even my wife this morning said, can't anyone ever write an article that just says his name, Nick Beitel? Why does it always have to be coach of or son of the coach? The coach and. It's tough to be him, but he's handled the pressure well. He's a competitor. He kind of joked with me because he's a leadoff hitter for the high school team, and he's been a leadoff hitter his whole life. And he said, "Don't screw this up, Dad. I usually don't." So give him some credit for that.
You mentioned before the travel schedule was crazy last year. There were some reasons for that. You had to fill an open week, and you had a road game there. This year, I think it's going to work a lot more in your favor. You have 10 games scheduled. 6 will be at home. And for those unaware, it's not at the high school. It's at Weller Field, which is a unique little venue, kind of an old school feel to it. How much of a home field advantage do you think the Rams have?
Well, I think the big advantage we have is that we have grass. And a lot of the teams that we play aren't accustomed to being on grass. So we have that advantage. We have a great student section. And last year they couldn't come out to the games, and this year I think they're going to be out in full force. We already saw that, they've already announced what the themes are going to be for all the games, and they travel well. And just being in town and having that town atmosphere, and a lot of people just walking down. And again, I think with having lost something last year, you realize how precious it is. And we're going to have a lot of people coming out to see our football players this year. And, Weller Field's a historic field, and we're very proud to play there.
Roger, I know you've told me that one of the big goals this year would be to make the WPIAL playoffs. You had a winning record last year. If it was a bigger field, you probably would have been in. That wasn't the case. Now in 2021, that is one of the objectives. What will it take to get there?
Well, honestly, I think the big thing for us is that we have to use our first 5 weeks, which are all quote-unquote exhibition games, which is something, Shawn, I had to get used to moving from District 6 to District 7, is that in District 6, week 1, you have to win every game. Now we have to use weeks 1 through 5 to have the best team ready so that when we hit that conference that we're ready to roll. And the conference is loaded. Sarah Catholic is a phenomenal football team. They're just loaded with talent. Apollo Ridge last year had a great team. I know they lost some guys, but, tradition doesn't graduate. It just reloads. Shadyside, another great team. Steel Valley, loaded with athletes. They have a lot of guys back. I think they were very similar to us in terms of being a very young team. We don't know much about Summit. That's a team, they didn't play last year. At our preseason meeting, they had 19 players ready to come out for football. So, again, that's something we'll have to wait and see. We didn't have that experience. But, we have to finish in the top 3 in our section. And then once you get to that tournament, anything can happen. So my part is I have to manage us accordingly to get ourselves ready so that when we start to hit that week 6 and they count, that we're the best football team that we have.
Roger, thank you so much for doing this. I always enjoy talking to you.
Thank you, Shawn. My pleasure.
That's Roger Beitel, the head coach for the Ligonier Valley Rams. We'll take a break, but when we continue here on the High School Football Kickoff Show, we will learn about the Southmoreland Scotties, and I'll have head coach Dave Keefer, the first of 2 Dave Keefers that we'll have here tonight. That's upcoming as we continue the High School Football Kickoff Show right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Hi, I'm Anthony D'Annunzio from D'Annunzio's Restaurants. Come visit us at one of our 3 locations, Jeannette, Monroeville, or Latrobe. We're open 7 days a week, so we've always got something cooking at D'Annunzio's. For our dine-in specials, Monday it's spaghetti. It's raviolis on Tuesday, lasagna on Wednesday, and on Thursday it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Visit us online at D'Annunzio'sRestaurant.com. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. D'Annunzio's Restaurants. It's a family tradition.
Score big with the Bowser family of dealerships featuring GMC, Buick, Cadillac, Subaru, Hyundai, and Nissan. Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? Visit powerofbowser.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to find your perfect vehicle. Get the absolute best price and the best car buying experience anywhere. It's the power of the Bowser family of dealerships. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
After a magical run in 2019 that snapped a nearly 40-year playoff drought, Southmoreland moved up to Class 3A a year ago and narrowly missed the playoffs. However, the Scotties were competitive in several of those setbacks, and they will look to turn those narrow losses into victories now in 2021. Southmoreland finished 3-3 with all of its losses against playoff teams. Perhaps the biggest challenge will be replacing record-setting QB Zach Cernuto, who eclipsed 1,000 yards again last year. Taking his spot will be senior Anthony Govern, who was the leading receiver and 3rd leading rusher last year. The other top receivers, Isaac Trout and J.J. Bloom, return, as does Noah Phillips, who's expected to anchor the ground game. Josh Bass will also be an offensive threat, as he's one of several newcomers via a co-op with Geibel Catholic, boosting the Scotties' roster size.
We've never had that before. I mean, freshman year in middle school, we might have only had 21 kids, and not even enough to run a full scrimmage against each other. And to have 30-plus kids is really good to help.
Ansel will be a big part of the offensive and defensive lines, as the Scotties will try to continue to win in the trenches. That identity would match that of head coach Dave Keefer, who is known for his intensity. How has that mentality sort of played into what you guys want to do?
I mean, before the games, he makes you want to run through a wall. I mean, just the physicality of how he coaches and everything just hypes you up, really. So
the team will play this season in honor of Brandon Peterson, a 2020 grad who was tragically killed in December.
You can't beat him, so you do everything for him, and you'll never be able to replace him. But I know when I stepped in as a freshman, he played a big part in getting me on the starting line. I've been encouraging me to do better and be a better person, not only on the football field, but in the classroom. Like, I had classes with him. He's just a great kid.
Peterson was a key member of the historic 2019 team, but the Scotties now have their sights set on taking the next step after that team laid the foundation.
Oh, it was awesome, but we went 5-0 to start the season. We lost the next 6, so it's kind of bittersweet. Yeah, we made the playoffs, but it wasn't the season we were looking for. We want to do better than that. We want to win a playoff game. We want to go far into the playoffs. We're not done yet. We're not done.
The Scotties will open their 2021 campaign in Week 0 right here at Russ Grimm Field as they will host the McGuffey Highlanders. Another big showdown will be a rivalry matchup against Mount Pleasant area. That's a conference tilt on September 24th. Back as we continue here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. One coach down, 16 more to go. We'll now transition to the head coach of the Southmoreland Scotties, Dave Keefer. And we always have to clarify which Dave Keefer, since we'll have 2 of them here tonight. But you're the better looking one, right?
I am the better looking Dave Keefer, that's for sure. I think the county area knows that by now.
Yeah, that's an accepted fact at this point. You've also been pretty successful in your time at Southmoreland, and I know that when you took that job over, you brought a lot of energy because it was a program that needed that. It was a really long time since they had made the playoffs, going back to the 70s. Everyone's going to remember that 2019 season when your team returned to the playoffs. How difficult was it last year that there was maybe some higher expectations after that playoff appearance?
I think we would have possibly had a better chance if we didn't have the shortened season. You know, there were a lot of things going on last year. Everybody had to deal with it. You know, there was a limited number of playoff spots available. And I really think if things were different, not knowing that we're even going to have play a season in the summertime, but hey, didn't make it. Start a new year this year, and let's see what we can get done.
You didn't make it last year, but I think it was a very competitive team. You actually moved up from 2A to 3A. And you were in pretty much every single game. I think from top to bottom, the Interstate might have been one of the most competitive conferences in all of the WPIAL. How did that transition go? What did you learn about competing in 3A?
I thought there's a much more parity, at least in our conference. We had, I think, from top to bottom, a lot of teams that could have beaten each other at any given week. I think the lower divisions, at least, when I was coaching, and then I've been coaching in AA football for a while, it seems like you have, pretty top heavy, and then you had, some of the bottom dwellers, and I don't think, our conference is like that at all. I think, it's pretty heated, and, week in, week out, it means a lot. You got to come in ready to play because you never know what's going to happen.
You graduated a terrific player in Zach Cernuto. He was instrumental in the great run that you had in 2019, a record-setting quarterback for the Scotties. And I think more than that, he was a great all-around player and a leader. So how do you try to fill that void?
Well, that's a big gap that we have to fill, but if you ask any high school coach, this is something that happens every year in, year out. We have to do this. I mean, Zach's going to be sorely missed. It's hard to replace somebody like that, but you have to move on. It'd been nice to have him for another year. And I'm sure, as I mentioned, just about every other coach, in high school football is going to say the same thing. Hey, we got to replace this kid, but we move on, and hopefully, the transition goes smoothly.
And your new quarterback is going to be a player who's been a familiar name, but playing a number of different positions. It's Anthony Govern. He was your leading receiver a year ago. He's also rushed the football with some regularity. He's so versatile that what do you envision in terms of his role now as the quarterback?
After the season, we talked as a staff and we said, hey, what are we going to do about quarterback this year? We have some young kids in the system that are working, but unanimously we came up with the idea, hey, let's put our best athlete there. And Anthony is the best athlete. He had best hands. He has a cannon for an arm, and he runs like John Riggins when he does have the ball. He's a big kid. He's probably a 210-pound kid, 6'1" to 6'2", and that adds a little bit more versatility, to our offense. I think we're going to run the quarterback probably more this year. So defenses not knowing, I think that gives us a little bit of advantage, as far as what we're going to do.
Now, you have a couple of years on me, so I'll defer to your expertise on this. If I'm correct, John Riggins ran behind Russ Grimm.
Yes.
So that's a nice little tie-in to Southmoreland, the legendary Russ Grimm.
He was with the Hogs. That's who blocked for him.
Yep, absolutely. So I know that you like to run the football, but you're going to have some really talented wide receivers this year. You lose Govern, but you have J.J. Bloom, you have Isaac Trout. Do you think that you can still throw the ball with a high degree of efficiency, even with a new quarterback?
Definitely, yeah. Anthony's shown this summer in 7-on-7 that he has the capability to spread the ball around. Not just focus on any one receiver. We have some threats in the slot. We have a senior, Josh Bass. We have a senior at tight end, Trayvell Clayton. All these are kind of big targets. I think we have a very good stable of running backs, which that's going to take some pressure off of Anthony. The capability of running the ball is going to loosen the defenses up a little bit, and so therefore I think that's going to help our passing game out.
Talking to Southmoreland's Dave Keefer here on the High School Football Kickoff Show. Mentioned in the video package that we just saw that you have a co-op with Geibel Catholic, second year that's been the case. That's really helped the numbers, and you have some contributors potentially out of that group. How has that benefited the program?
One thing, you mentioned with the numbers, we have a lot more depth now. We have 40 kids on the roster this year. That's the most that we've had since I've been here. This is my fourth year. But they're also we got some quality kids, and also we have some quality athletes who I think are going to contribute on Friday nights.
When you look at the defense for this team, I thought you battled pretty well last year, even against some of the better teams. Where do you need to improve to take that next step?
I think we were young last year. We were turning 8 of 11 starters on defense this year, and I think that the kids know their role, and I just like the aggressiveness that our team has this year, the overall mentality of all 11 getting to the ball. So I've seen that throughout the summer. I saw it in the scrimmage yesterday. So I believe that we got a defense we can hang our hats on, and I trust them. I really do. We all three in the secondary return. We have Corey Ansel anchoring at the nose. He's going to command a double team, which the linebackers behind him should take him out to dinner every week because he's going to keep them clean. You keep the linebackers clean.
Might be an expensive tab with the way he would.
Oh yeah, he can slam it. That's for sure. He doesn't look like somebody that doesn't slam the food. So as Coach Fred would say, he likes to scrub.
Coach, we mentioned you brought a lot of energy. I know some of your assistant coaches are very active on Twitter, trying to, fire everyone up as well and create just an interest in football in Southmoreland that probably wasn't there a decade ago. From the time you took over, now entering your fourth year, where have you seen the changes in terms of what football means?
You know what? From the top to the bottom. I mean, I look at the community. The community, has embraced, our boys. And the school district, and it's not, they're not the jokes in the school anymore. It's the O for Scotties. They see what's happening, and they're getting the excitement. If you ever come to a football game to Elverton, you'll see it. We pack the stands, and it's not only just student body and parents; it's the community embracing it, and The midget football program, they're thriving. Their numbers are way up. And I'm very happy about that. Those guys do a great job down there. And they support the program. And so if we can keep that going, have a very easy transition from each of Division I, Division II, Division III to the junior high to the varsity. I think that the excitement for football will be contagious, and just our whole area is excited about it.
And that whole area gets even more excited when you go against Mount Pleasant. And it was a great Week 0 game, but I think it means even more now that you're in the same conference, the Interstate Conference. How much do you and your players look forward to that?
We look forward to it tremendously. I mean, that's just fun, and by fun, I mean, it's, the adrenaline. That's what I think is fun, getting pumped up for that game. I'm a lifelong, resident of Mount Pleasant. I coached at Mount Pleasant for years. These kids, have, going to school, going to the Y, played, different sports activities, recreational sports with these kids that are neighbors, and when you go against them, the same was when I went, when I played, I played against Mount Pleasant also, and that was the game that you looked forward to, so with it having a lot of meeting in the conference, that makes it even more exciting.
Final thing for you, Coach, what are the biggest objectives that your team has this year?
Biggest objectives, I want to compete for the section championship. I want to make a playoffs. I want to win a playoff game, and then we'll take it from there. So and I think those three things are all attainable. We just have to make sure, once we get into the conference play, which I believe is our fourth game of the season this year, South Allegheny, we get into that first section game, we got to start concentrating and trying to hammer that part into the heads of our kids that, hey, this counts now. We got to really amp it up, once we get to conference play, because I think there's a log jam at the top. Top dog's going to be EF, but South Allegheny, heard they got 3 D1 players. I mean, might as well not even show up for that one, then, right? So. Mount Pleasant's always tough.
South Park was a good team last
South
year.
Park's right there. So I think there's, at the top of our conference, I think there's 5. Okay, and those are the games that we have to really make sure that we don't stub our toe.
Coach, thank you so much for doing this. Always enjoy talking to you.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's Dave Keefer of the Southmoreland Scotties. We'll take a break, but when we continue here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, we'll hear from the new head coach of Hempfield area, Mike Brown, and take a look at the Spartans. That's all to come as we continue here on the Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show.
For over 35 years, Stevenson Insurance Associates in Greensburg has been saving their customers money on their auto insurance. If you are a safe driver and dissatisfied with the cost of your auto insurance, call Stevenson Insurance Associates at 724-832-9889. Lock in your great rate that won't change year to year unless you move, add a new driver, or buy a new vehicle. Call Stevenson Insurance Associates today for your free quote on auto, home, business, or life insurance at 724-832-9889.
Dr. Scott Learn and his dental team have been caring for the community for over 20 years. Dr. Learn offers a wide variety of dental services, including oral exams, gingivitis treatments, crowns, veneers, and more. He even makes custom sports mouth guards. Call 724-537-3314 or visit scottellearndmd.com. Dr. Scott Learn General and Cosmetic Dentistry in Latrobe, giving you the confidence to enjoy your smile.
The 2020 season started well for Hempfield area. The Spartans defeated the rival Norwin Knights in the opener. However, from that point forward, they lost 4 straight games and had their final 2 canceled as a result of COVID concerns. During the offseason, Rich Bowen was replaced by new head coach Mike Brown, previously an assistant at Greensburg Central Catholic. Brown will be tasked with replacing the vast majority of starters, and he has a young roster here in 2021 as the Spartans look to be competitive in 6A. With the graduations of Christian Zilli, Mario Perkins, and Roman Pellis, the Spartans must find new contributors on offense. Junior quarterback Jake Phillips is a likely choice after he saw playing time a year ago, but sophomore Kieran Lipman is also in contention. Geno Caesar and Ian Tufts are expected to play big roles at running back and receiver. Meanwhile, senior D1 prospect Daniel Sirk is shifting from tight end to tackle and will anchor the line. How has that transition gone for you?
It's gone well. I'm comfortable there. It's what the team needs, and I have no problems. That's what I played growing up, coming through the Hempfield football system, so I've had a great time so far.
What stands out about your defensive attributes?
I just think just my physicality. I've been blessed with being 6'5", which obviously helps, and I've gotten a lot stronger in the weight room this offseason. Been working on my explosiveness, so I'm looking to drive some guys off the ball.
For Brown to wash away the disappointment of the one-win season and a playoff drought dating to 2016, he's focused on the present and the process needed to improve. So what's been the approach to bounce back this offseason?
I think just working hard every day, just making sure we have a lot of confidence in the team, a lot of confidence in each individual player, just to work hard every day, win the day, take it one step at a time, and then just really focus on the little things. I think that's will make us bounce back a lot better.
Villano, who is the top returning tackler as a linebacker, will be a big part of the Spartans' defense that will try to slow down teams like Central Catholic, North Allegheny, and Mount Lebanon. But with 5 of 8 teams making the playoffs, Villano believes Brown is the right man to guide the Spartans back to the postseason.
I think there's just a lot of more energy, like a lot younger staff. We really want to push for that conference championship, the state championship, what will get us to the next level. And I think we've had that lacking in the past years. Respect the staff, but we want to be the best this year. We don't just want to win a couple games. We want to be the best.
The Spartans will open the 2021 season at home against rival Greensburg Salem. They'll also have non-conference games against fellow Westmoreland County foes, Penn Trafford and Franklin Regional, before getting started in the challenging 6A slate.
Okay, we are back at the 10th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course on a beautiful Sunday afternoon in western Pennsylvania. Jonathan Whaley back with you, and to my left is the first-year head coach of the Hempfield area Spartans. That is Coach Mike Brown. He's replacing 9-year head coach Rich Bowen. Last season, the Spartans finished 1-4 in Class 6A, and they did not qualify for the WPIAL playoffs. They have qualified for the playoffs once, and that was back in 2017. And they have not had a winning season since 2013, and they have not won a playoff game in 23 years. But still, unafraid, unassailed, Coach Mike Brown has come in. And, Coach, thanks for joining us here on our preview show, and welcome to the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Yeah, thank you for having me. You guys do a great job here, and, from Hempfield School District and all Westmoreland County student athletes, thank you for all you guys do.
Okay. Coach, share with our viewers a little bit about yourself. I know you were an assistant last season at Greensburg Central Catholic, and you was an assistant coach at Robert Morris University. And when you and I were chatting earlier during the last interview that Shawn was doing with the Coach Keefer from Southmoreland, you're a Penn Trafford High School graduate. Tell us a little bit about yourself in addition to that.
Yeah, so I went to Penn Trafford. I was actually the last graduating class with Art Tregeser, Coach Tregeser. He was one of the best. After that, I went to Mercyhurst and played football. Okay. But after, my playing career, I got to go to RMU. Coach Scott Farrison was there as a defensive coordinator, also a Mercyhurst grad. Mm-hmm. He helped me, kind of get my foot in the door, which was awesome. After my stints at RMU with Coach Banaszak and Coach Farrison, I decided to kind of take the other route, and I went back and got my teaching degree. Okay. As I was doing that, Coach Colbert at the time was at GCC, gave me the opportunity, to be their defensive coordinator. So it was a little bit of a transition going from, the college ranks down, to high school, but, I have no regrets with it. I'm happy, he gave me the opportunity with that, and I'm forever grateful for it.
Okay. Coach, what drew your interest in applying for the head coaching position at Hempfield Area High School?
So actually, even before anything started, I actually student taught at Hempfield under Bo Ruffner. And I got to see, the people, the kids there, before I even had the opportunity to even, look at the job, or the job wasn't even open. So I think the people there, and then also through the interview process, the administration, the school board, Brandon Rapp, he's one of the best ADs around. I think everybody kind of knows that, and I think, the people there is what made me, draw interest to it.
I mentioned how difficult it's been for the Spartans to make it into the postseason. I want to ask you this. What are your thoughts on how challenging it is to make the playoffs in 6A, which is only one conference, and a lot of big schools you're competing against?
Right, and, 6A, we kind of call it the gauntlet. You have to go up against some of the big guys, and now some of the teams that weren't so successful in the past, they're starting to, up their game, also. So I think, every year, any team by that conference, can make a run for at the state championship, honestly. And, having, just a less teams than usual with 5A, 4A, 3A. I think, every game literally counts, and it's, kind of do or die with it.
There are no easy games, and like you say, you got to win as many of them as you can.
Right.
That's for sure. Changing gears here, Coach Brown, you've talked about wanting to be a different football team at Hempfield area. That sounds like you need to change the culture there. Is that an accurate interpretation?
Yeah, and I've been quoted before saying we need to change the culture. I think the biggest thing is people kind of get it misconstrued that the kids are hard workers. From the previous staff all the way till Hempfield existed. It's not the kids. I think it's the culture around the community and getting some of the kids that not even thought about playing football and trying to get them and draw interest in them where, they might be going to school and paying for free, and are enjoying their time as a student athlete and as a baseball player, a football player, and a basketball player, and not just, just a basketball player or just a baseball player. So, we're going to do, a job trying to actually recruit kids, see, the bigger kids, the faster kids are on the baseball team, the bigger kids on the basketball team, try to draw interest, maybe to try out, for football.
And I think that the potential at Hempfield is great.
Yeah.
And I think in the right situation, coaching-wise, and putting some of the other off-the-field elements into play, Hempfield's got all the potential to become a regular playoff contender.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're the biggest school in Westmoreland County, so we have the boys, we have the kids here. It's just I think we need to draw their interest that, football is fun. I think we always talk about, especially in the summer, you're working out and just pretty much lifting and running in football where you could go just play a basketball game or a baseball game. So I think we just got to try to get over that hump, with those Hempfield student athletes.
We're talking with first-year Hempfield area Spartans head football coach Mike Brown. Coach, how about sharing with our viewers who are some of your returning players who you and your staff are counting on to do some real good things?
Yeah, so our senior leader, he's going to be a captain for us, Dan Sirk. He's a 3-year letterman. He's going to play DN for us on defense, but he's also going to make a transition from tight end to left tackle for us. As a senior, he had no problem doing it. I think hats off to him. Whatever's best for the team, he's going to do. And I think he's going to be our team leader. He's kind of our voice on the team. We have a couple other seniors. Jane Talbert playing corner for us. J.R. Miller, he's a safety for us. But we have a lot of young guys that are going to contribute and going to be first-time starters and playing for the first time, which we're excited about. Guys like Gino Caesar is going to be running the ball for us. Tyson Gregory out wide, and almost pretty much our defensive line other than Sirk, offense and defensively, they're going to be juniors or sophomores. So we're excited about that. And then we also have a quarterback competition with Kieran Littman and Jake Phillips, which is really good to see.
Now, graduation removed the Spartans' leading passer from a year ago, leading rusher, and leading receiver from last season. So, wow, your top performers, graduation took them away. How has the competition been shaping up in filling those roles?
Yeah, just like we said about our quarterback position, Jake Phillips has done a great job. He'll probably be our day one starter. But Kieran Littman, as a sophomore, he battled with him, which was nice to see. And I think at some schools you don't really see that too often. We got two guys really battling, and again, something were to happen, we have a quality backup too, which is awesome. But everywhere we had, from offensive line to kicker to snapper, there was some type of competition, which was really nice. So I was excited to see it. The kids really bought into it, and they competed, all summer, which was nice.
And one of the good things is when a new coach comes in and you're trying to sell, nobody's got a job.
Right.
And even Dan Shirk, you mentioned, I like his odds based on how you describe his talent, but nobody's got a job, and you're competing for that. And I think that's kind of get some fresh viewpoint by the young players on your team.
Yeah, and we even, we did a thing. We put evenly white and blue because we're white and blue, and we battled every practice, and we're still doing it right now. We're evenly matched, and we're just going up against each other for all practice, which is good.
From a distance, Mike, I watched the Hempfield program over the last 10, 11 years, and one of the things I've always seemed to notice, and I preface this because Mike, as the head coach, will be in charge of the defense, so I think Mike knew this question was going to be coming, is that Hempfield would be giving up, and I'm not saying every year, but it seemed like it was about 39 points a game. I don't think the St. Louis Rams offense back in the day that could score maybe 40 or 50 points a game could expect to win every game. you think that you have some talent in place and you can develop some talent that can be a little stronger on the defensive side of the ball?
I do, and I think the biggest thing with our team is our depth. Okay. I think there was a lot of two-way players where at the end of the third quarter, fourth quarter, kind of, wearing down, where we can get a fresh safety, we can get a fresh nose tackle in. I think that's going to be a huge addition for us where we can play 20, 27 kids a game, which will be good.
Well, Coach, Friday, you'll be here soon, and you will make your debut as the man with the headset on the sidelines, but on the sidelines as the head man against your local rival, the Greensburg Salem Golden Lions. And I'll be talking with Coach Keefer here a little later on in the program. But what emotions are you going to feel like when you step out on that field at Hempfield Spartan Stadium as the head man in charge of the program?
I just, happy and proud, of how far we came. It's not going to be about me. It's going to be about the program. I'm no bigger than any other person in the program, and I think it's going to be good for the Greensburg community, the Hempfield Township community, where through all this stuff, the past couple years or the past year, what's all been going on, we can come celebrate, a great game between, two great schools.
A good way to begin. Coach, I want to thank you, Mike Brown, for coming and being on our show. It's been a pleasure for us to have you. We look forward to you being with us for a number of years. We talk about high school football in Westmoreland County. And good luck to you and your staff, and more importantly, those young men that you say are buying in to what you're trying to develop at Hempfield Area High School football.
Absolutely. I appreciate it and can't wait to come back next year.
All right. That is Coach Brown, and he will be in action. And, of course, that'll be one of the games you'll be able to enjoy on the Westmoreland Sports Network on Friday. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with more of the 10th Annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show coming at you from Manor Valley Golf Course, as some of the golfers on the links back there are listening to the broadcast as we speak. We'll be back right after we take this time out.
Norwin Teachers Federal Credit Union provides full banking services to all Norwin School District employees, area businesses, Norwin students, and their families. There's a branch conveniently located inside the high school, so Norwin students can access many of these banking services. For more information, visit them online at norwinteachersfcu.org or download their mobile app. Norwin Teachers Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the National Credit Union Administration, equal housing lender.
When you're in pain or suffering from an injury, all you want is to get back on your feet, back to living your life. At East Suburban Sports Medicine Center, that's what we've done for 35 years. Our staff is skilled, experienced, and compassionate. Our facilities are modern and welcoming, and our focus is on you. So if you want to feel better, play better, and live better, call us today or visit one of our 6 offices.
East Suburban Sports Medicine. Take it from me, Bill Hillgrove. It's the best care, hands down.
Here at Norwin, it's been more than a decade since the Knights have finished the season with a winning record, including last year when they went just 1-6. However, Norwin was competitive against some of the top teams in 6A, including the eventual champion Pittsburgh Central Catholic. Now with a key player returning to the district, the Knights hope to be much better. Receiver Jackson Pons is back after suiting up for Pittsburgh Central Catholic last year, and he should be an immediate contributor, ranked among the top sophomores in the WPIAL. He'll be joined by leading rusher Dom Barca, who averaged nearly 6.5 yards per carry. After making significant progress in the rushing attack in 2020, the Knights will continue to emphasize the ground game this year, which sits just fine with new starting quarterback Luke Lewandowski.
One of our biggest things I want to establish is a hard run game. I want to be able to run the ball. I mean, we got returning linemen who are just gritty, and I'm really excited to see them work when we hit full pads. I mean, they've been working their butts off all off season, so I really want to establish a hard run game because a lot of the times teams think, oh, we're just going to stop the run, force them to pass, 3 and out. But if we establish that hard run and they got to get into the box, that's when we can spread things out. So, I mean, we got guys that are just ready to compete, and that's the biggest thing I've seen a difference from last year is we didn't have that like competitive edge and that energy, and it's definitely there this year compared to last year.
That will need to result in more scoring, though, as the Knights had 2 touchdowns or fewer in 5 of 6 losses. The offense could get a spark from new assistant coach Rich Bowen, who joins the staff after guiding Hempfield area for nearly a decade. Bowen should also benefit the O-line, a group led by senior center Jacob Young, who says this year's group will be different.
We're trying to change the tradition,
kind of. The way we practice, as you can see, a lot more energy. In the locker room, the bond between the players is a lot better as well.
Special teams could be an edge for Norwin, led by junior kicker Joey Castle, who is making a name for himself nationally. Head coach Dave Brozeski's team will need every edge it can get to compete in 6A, but last year's game against Central Catholic proved that Norwin can stand tall against the best teams if they minimize their mistakes, according to Barca.
I mean, anybody can beat anybody in this conference. It's just a couple little plays like they scored before halftime, the opening kickoff. That's 14 points right there. We lost by 10.
A couple of rivalry matchups bookend the schedule this year for Norwin. They begin at Penn Trafford in non-conference play, and then they wrap up the regular season on the road against Hempfield area.
We welcome you back inside the Westmoreland Sports Network for this year's preseason coaches show here at Manor Valley Golf Course. I'm Dave Franzak, now joined by Norwin head coach Dave Brozeski for, I guess, our first edition of the Dave and Dave shows. We like to call it every week on the Norwin broadcast. Coach, we welcome you into this year's show. And coming into your 8th season, we were just talking about it. That's impossible to believe. 8 years already. How do you think you're doing so far?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like you said, 8 years. Where did they all go? But it's one of those things. I guess it's good when the time flies by like that, because you blink your eye and you're like, holy cow! You know, eighth season coming up, and this will be my 26th year at Norwin overall. It's just crazy.
I feel like you're still just getting started though at Norwin. I don't know if that's how you guys feel and with your team and all that. And you've gone through a couple of quarterbacks. You were comfortable there for your first 4 years there with Jack being there, and then now you're going kind of through the carousel. You listed him as a newcomer, but Luke Lewandowski will be your quarterback this year. Played a little bit of receiver last year, if I can remember, a couple big catches. A couple of different times in there quarterback. How's Luke look so far in camp, and what can we expect from Luke this year?
Yeah, Luke's doing a great job, and he's a newcomer to the starting position quarterback there. He's been obviously with our team, his whole since his 9th grade year and everything. But I'm most impressed with what Luke has been doing. Is all the stuff that not many people see that go off the field in our strength training sessions. All the stuff of leadership things that you have that aren't things that you always see on the field, but that lead to a lot of things that are on the field. And very excited to see what the season has in store for Luke.
A couple other returners you guys have coming back this year, Don Barca being one of them. A big thing for me, at least. I'm sure you're loving this too. Almost your entire offensive line's coming back this year, except for Anthony, who graduated last year, and also a couple other guys. Aaron Schmuck, who kind of rotated in a lot last year with Tanner. You got to be looking up though with that offensive line coming back.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely it's. Goes without saying, football is a game that's won in the trenches, and you have to have a solid offensive and defensive line to make sure you have any chance of having success and everything. And so I've made some changes in the staff wise organizationally, and some things that we're looking at to help us in the running game, as well as being able to have those guys that have had some experience coming back and have another year of maturity, having essentially our whole off season time where last year this time, we didn't have the off-season strength training and everything that you obviously very, very much need. But, really excited to see, like you said, Aaron rotated as some tight end, but Jake Young, who's a returning starter for us for 2 years. Sebastian Rosado Gandine started last year, a big player for us this year. Excited to see how he does. Austin Lane is a returning starter at guard, and he's going to be a person that we're looking forward to, and as well as a lot of other guys that are some newcomers and looking to battle for some positions on the offensive line.
One guy that I noticed in your returners that kind of turned some heads last year. I don't think anybody was really expecting him to come out of anywhere, was Jackson Pons, the receiver. And I played a little bit of defense for you guys as well. Jackson made some huge catches last year, a couple of touchdowns. How's Jackson looking so far? How's the chemistry with him and Luke looking so far?
Yeah, looking good. I mean, Jackson's going to be a sophomore for us, and he plays wide receiver and DB, and we have good competition for a lot of the spots at receiver as well as DB, and Jackson's been doing a good job, as well as some other newcomers that we have that are in that defensive backfield are looking to compete for a spot. And Noah Hauser is going to be a senior, didn't play for us last year, looks really good. Ryan Frankovic is another person that's new to our team as a junior, playing cornerback and receiver, and just excited to see just that all the competition level, go through there, as well as the guys that have been there for the last couple of years. Steve Rogers, Xander Smith, a lot of those guys on the outside that are going to help us out this year.
A couple of names you mentioned were Dom Barca and Nate Harris. You have them both listed as running backs. Last year you had Dom rotating a lot in at running back, sometimes some certain packages for him. Are we going to see him more in a future role this year?
Definitely. I mean, Dom is one of our leaders. He's an outstanding player, outstanding person, first of all, and just a joy to coach. And I'm really excited to see, what the 2021 season has for Dom, because he's a player that's very explosive, has very good speed, has got great balance and change of direction, and looking forward to seeing how he does in the offensive backfield as well as playing someone in the defensive backfield. You mentioned Nate Harris. Nate Harris is another player that's new to our team this year, who had a real good scrimmage there yesterday against Franklin Regional, and a good compliment and change up. He's a little bit of a thicker and bigger running back, but it's great to have those two. And then Christian Beck is going to be a junior who's been showing some good things as well. So excited about the backfield.
I think one position that really goes underrated, not a lot of people look into it, is your special teams aspect of the game. You have Joey Castle is coming back. I think this will be his fourth year? Third year on the team. Yep. And he's getting national attention from an article that I read earlier this week in the Trib. Talk about Joey a little bit and how big that is to have a kicker that you can rely on.
Yeah, Joey's going to be a junior, and he was a player who played soccer, and then he had some friends on the team that were able to talk him into kicking as a freshman, and fell in love with it, and has put forth a lot of great effort for it. Like you said, he's been going to a lot of camps over the course of the summer and having good recognition. Now I want to see that carry through into the season. He'll be doing our kicking and our punting duties, and I'm just really excited to see Joey this year.
We were talking before about last season, now moving into this season. Last season was a weird season, obviously, with everything that was going on. And I think you guys were one of the few teams that didn't have any hiccups because of COVID. You guys didn't miss a game last year, other than the obvious postponements of the non-conference games. But you have the non-conference games this year. How much more comfortable do you feel going into the season now that you have full time with your team going into camp and being able to work with these newer players where you didn't have that time really last year?
Yeah, no, it's like you said, I mean, and all the coaches and players and families know last year was obviously very unique, something that hopefully nobody has to go through ever again. But having the opportunity to get back into the weight room January 25th and getting our strength program in there, and then being able to, when the weather got better, getting outside and doing our mini camp, and then obviously our summer, all of our summer conditioning and workouts that we had, are just phenomenal, because it was, like I said, a lot of new changes on my coaching staff. So obviously anytime there's a change, you're always going to have a learning curve with those. But it was great to have that opportunity to work with the players. I mean, that's what's awesome about this. It's the ultimate team game. And it is one of those things where, again, you need to have 11 out of 11 on the same page at all times, whether it be offense, defense, special teams. And it's awesome.
Moving into this season, you guys, like I said before, you have those 3 non-conference games to start the season this year, Penn Trafford, Latrobe, and Connellsville. You didn't have those last year to kind of get that ball rolling a little bit. How much, especially the Penn Trafford game, how much you guys looking forward to that, getting week 0 back against the Warriors and get a couple old rivals back in Latrobe and Connellsville as well?
Yeah, I mean, going off of what you were saying about last year being unique, one of the unique things also with last year is no spectators. And I'll never forget walking out to that first game and it just being a very surreal moment. And so now fast forward to this year, our week 0 game, we're at home against PT, local rival. We've always had great games and great capacity at the games, and I'm looking forward to seeing everybody being there for the start of the 2021 season, and it's really going to be exciting to see that, as well as being able to play some other local teams with Latrobe and then Connellsville as well.
Coach, I want to thank you for spending the time here with us here today at the Coaches Show. Glad your voice isn't in mid-season form yet.
Yeah.
Dan and I were talking about that before. I'm thinking by Friday we might be getting some pops in there. But Coach, I look forward to talking to you every week. This week coming up, you can join Dave and I in pregame shows as well as Coach Tim McCabe. And as we said, you'll kick off this week against Penn Trafford at home against. It is at. That is at Penn Trafford.
No, it's at home. It's at Norwin, yeah.
Then the Post-Gazette's got that wrong.
They do have it wrong.
All right, well, at Norwin this week against Penn Trafford for Week 0. As we said, we're listening to the Coaches Show. When we come back, Jonathan will visit with Greensburg Salem's head coach Keefer here on the Westmoreland Coach preseason show.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
When I first came back, one of the first things that blew me away was our facilities. How the fields have grown up in that whole complex down the hill. Our weight room now, how that has been, remodeled and changed and overhauled.
Our baseball field is, in my opinion, one of the best in the nation, Division II wise. And just having Sullivan Gym open for us all the time with the nets in there whenever we wanted to get work in, which is possibly why I got to where I am, because all the extra work that I did put in.
I think our facilities are one of the best across the T-Stacks, and that's definitely a huge recruiting tool as we are able to draw the athletes for the academics in addition to the great things they can get on the athletic side of it.
I don't think I would be able to thrive in a big school. I think I like that the professors know my name. I like that when I'm walking down the hall I can say hi to someone and I actually know them.
'20 was another impressive season here at Belle Vernon area as the Leopards reached the 4A semifinals. However, they came up shy of their ultimate goal, a WPIAL title. With star players Devin Whitlock and Quint Martin back in the fold, they now have their eyes on the prize. The Leopards suffered 2 losses in 2020 to Thomas Jefferson in conference play and against Aliquippa in the playoffs. Belle Vernon might boast the top player in the entire classification, though, in Whitlock, a senior quarterback. A year ago, he rushed for more than 1,000 yards, passed for 500, and accounted for 27 total touchdowns. He's now focused on becoming a championship-caliber leader as well.
I think I just got to come out being a leader and lead my guys to where we need to be. Like, the quarterback on every team is always the leader on the team and always just got to point their players in the right direction to, know every play or get in the right position. And I believe me being here for the 3 years that I've been, I could step up to that role.
Who are maybe some guys that you think could have really big years, breakout seasons?
Well, of course, Quentin Martin's going to have a big season, as you can see what he did last year, just a couple games that he actually got to play running back. I believe Colton Lee is going to have a big breakout season at wide receiver, and also Evan Polott. And on the defensive side, we got Cole Waitman. He's going to have a big year. Logan Cunningham at the other corner, I think he's going to have a big year too. And we got a lot of role players just at linebacker and on the line. Or I think our line is going to be real good coming up. We got the right pieces.
Martin, who plays running back and safety, averaged nearly 10 yards per carry as a freshman, and he's ranked among the top 50 prospects nationally in his class. Another significant returner is Cole Waitman, a standout wrestler who anchored the defense at linebacker last year. Now he's also getting snaps at D-end, which could make a defense that posted 4 shutouts even more dynamic. new position defensively. You're still going to play some linebacker where you've been great, but you're also taking snaps at DN. How's that gone for you?
It's going fantastic. I love it. It's definitely it's a lot different from linebacker. You know, I'm getting beat up right. My hands hurt. I need to get some gloves, but I think I'm going to be really successful in this at the end, and we're just going to have to see game by game, just see how I progress.
With Coach Matt Humbert setting the tone, the Leopards appear poised to once again be a contender, although the same familiar foes will likely be in the mix. Whitlock detailed the lofty goals for 2021.
I think just a big team goal is us making it to the WPIAL championship and winning that and making a run for states.
Perhaps the two biggest games of the 2021 season for the Leopards will be right here at James Weir Stadium, affectionately known as The Beach, as they will host Penn Trafford in non-conference play, and then the big showdown against Thomas Jefferson on September 24th.
Hello and welcome back to the 10th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Show, brought to you here by Westmoreland Sports Network. Two new faces, actually. I'm Hannah Mears alongside Belle Vernon head coach Matt Humbert. This is your first time here, so I know we've been watching people putt on the green behind us, but overall, what's this atmosphere like for you?
Oh, it's very nice. Kind of enticing and makes you want to maybe go, shoot 9 after this. But no, this is a pleasure to be here, first time. And obviously you can't beat the setting in the scenery, and you guys do a fantastic job covering Scholastic athletics. So I'm happy to be here.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. We try our best. But something Matt does phenomenally, other than just being an athletic director, being a football coach, the media guide that you put together before this had to be one of the most professional things that I have ever seen or got sent as a high school football reporter covering sports. So where did you get all the background to be able to put together? Was that you who did that?
Yeah, I do that. I have a graphics guy. I've had a bunch of graphics guy that help with that. But honestly, it kind of just organically happened from me getting sick and tired of answering the same questions from all the media outlets. So I said, you know what, I might as well put together a preseason thing based off of all the questions I typically get asked. We do some graphics with it and whatnot. And so I'm pleased that people like it. I'm pleased that people enjoy it, because it is a little bit of time consuming to put that together, but it makes my life a lot easier, especially in crunch time moments like we're in right now.
It made my life a lot easier. Perfect. Coming into this as well. I did really appreciate it. But all right, we'll talk about the football side of things since you spent all that time putting it together for me. Last season, WPIAL semis, I know obviously wanted that WPIAL championship again, but coming out of that game, what was your take to really hone in on the offseason and preseason coming into this season?
Well, I think the biggest thing was just, kind of getting everyone in the mindset of continuing where we've been and where we left off. And, if you look at the body of work the kids put in over the past 6 years, 5 semifinal appearances, a WPIAL championship appearance in 2019. And those kids prior to, the guys that we had last year with that loss at Aliquippa, they really put everything in place for us to take that next step. And the kids in 19 finally kicked in that door and got us to the stadium with the yellow seats. And now, those kids carried that torch last year, and we kind of came up a little short. And I think it's just a very bad taste in a lot of coaches and kids' mouths. So I think the biggest thing, there wasn't really an underlying kind of mantra coming in. I think everyone was just hungry to get back at it and take another stab at it. So I think we're all ready to roll.
How much easier does that make your job, though, knowing that there are still kids on this roster who have had a taste of that WPIAL championship vibe and winning those games and having those seasons? How much easier does it make your job having the compete level already at 100% moving into each camp?
Well, I think the key in anything athletically, it could be any sport, is the belief aspect of everything. Believing you can achieve it, believing that you can do those things. And the nice thing that we always preach to the kids is it's really hard to get people to believe things without any proof, without any concrete, tangible thing to point to. Those kids have the proof. I mean, they've had undefeated conference championship seasons in 15 and 17. They had the WPIAL championship appearance. So the kids see it, they understand it's there, and it's just how do you kind of navigate the ship to take the final step and finally try to bring home that first WPIAL championship since '95.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the team outlook in general that you'll have this year, you've got some guys on your roster, 9 starters coming back,
Sure.
including your starting quarterback in Devin Whitlock. So tell me what you're expecting from him offensively and as a whole, being able to elevate that unit this year and accomplish some of the goals you had just talked about.
Well, the biggest thing Devin has to do is just manage what we do. I mean, that's the nice thing about Dev. He doesn't have to do anything crazy, spectacular. He's a dynamic, electrifying football player. He's a tough, strong, smart football player. The only thing he really has to do is just manage the offense and distribute the football, and then he'll get his shots to do what he does with his arm and with his feet when that time comes. But the biggest emphasis this whole summer pretty much in camp is just him being that field general and not thinking that he has to put the whole team on his back and carry the whole squad. He just needs to manage, and he's done a great job of it so far.
And I think he's got some awesome players
Yeah.
to have options in that game that you were just talking about. But I think more than that, too, is within this offense, you talked about wanting to be balanced. And looking at some of those stats from last year, there was obviously a little bit more heavy in the run game,
Sure.
as to be expected by any high school football team for the most part. But where do you see him being able to help distribute that ball to maybe be a little stronger in the rush game this year if you want to keep it balanced both ways?
Well, again, I think the key to balance is working in everyone, from Quentin and the different backfield looks to the outside. It's really about stretching the field laterally and trying to get those kids in space, but then also having the blue-collar presence that we like to possess in the run game of running vertical and north and south. So, Devin just needs to do really what he did last year and kind of progress to what he did last year and really just make sure that he's distributing the ball the way that he should and getting kids like Ryan Hammerant engaged in the game and Devin and some of the different receivers that we have.
And someone you did mention was Quentin Martin,
Sure.
and I know he's ranked nationally 40th in the country in his class. What is having someone of his caliber at that age do for your team in this year?
Well, anytime I talk about Devin and Quentin, I really stray away from the football aspect of things because all you have to do is flip on Huddle or flip on a highlight film and see that they're electrifying. That's not really where they make their money with our team, so to speak. They make their money by being extremely coachable, by doing what they're told, and doing it with a smile on their face and setting an example of how to be a productive football player. So Devin and Quentin, they just need to continue what they did last year, and that's just be a positive influence to all those kids on the football team. And, the key is just realizing that they don't have to do every single thing for us. We have a supporting cast around them, and I think that's the key thing. A lot of those kids had to elevate to that level of play, and we made a conscious effort this summer to really make sure that, we just didn't do everything based on Dev and Quentin. We really had to get that whole supporting cast solidified around them because if those two kids are on the field without the 9 other kids, they're not going to be able to achieve the successes they want. So it's a true team collaboration, and if we're extremely successful this year, it will be because of an extreme team collaboration.
Well, the other part of the team they need to rely on this year as well to help them out is the defense, and defensively returning 8 starters,
Sure.
including your top 2 tacklers in Cole Waitman and Jack Breyer.
Yep.
Where do you see that unit making an impact on the field for you?
Well, I
this
think
year?
that has been the most consistent part of our defense in terms of the returning. The new dynamic this year is we have switched some guys around. Cole is now going to be a 5 technique for us down on the ground. So putting his hand in the dirt, I think, will really provide a good, strong presence for us. You have Jack Breyer, you have Logan Hoffman. Those 2 return as your inside linebackers, and they really just give that experience. You can't trade anything for experience. So those guys solidify that. Our defensive secondary is pretty much all back. You have Quentin, you have Logan Cunningham, you have Devin, and then you have a handful of guys like Chase Racone and Adam LaCarte that have been getting solid reps that will definitely be contributors this year. So I think the linebacking core in the secondary should be one of our strong suits. But obviously, that's all on paper. We have to go out and prove it.
You already got a chance to maybe prove it a little or test a little bit of it out at the tri-meet scrimmage with Erie McDowell as well as Gateway. What were some of the positives you took from that yesterday?
The positives were the competition level. I mean, we always go against Gateway, and they always have a lot of guys that can catch the ball in space, and Dawn does a great job with using his athletes and putting stressors on your defense. And then you had Erie McDowell, who's, a top-tier 6A program. So I think the biggest advantageous aspect of that scrimmage was just the competition level, playing a 5A and a 6A, really powerful and juggernaut team. But the nice thing about the scrimmage yesterday is we had our successes where we needed them, and a lot of check boxes were marked. We kind of needed to see, especially from a line standpoint, who are our front five going to be on offense and who are our two interior defensive linemen going to be. And I think that we took the next step in kind of providing some clarity for that position. So a lot of work, a lot of improvement needs done, but we took the right step forward yesterday.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing where those steps take
Sure.
you in this season. Coach, thank you for joining the Westmoreland Sports Network High School Kickoff show here. It was wonderful to have you for the first year. Hopefully we'll see you next year as
Absolutely.
well. I'm Hannah Mears, and we will be right back continuing to talk to more of our high school football coaches from Westmoreland County.
This is how far we'll go to treat heart, lung, and vascular disease. 15 millimeters. At Excella Health, we believe less can be more. That's why we use minimally invasive surgery in the treatment of coronary artery disease, heart valve repair and replacement, lung cancer, and conditions of the peripheral arteries. For our patients, that means less blood loss, less post-operative pain, and a faster recovery. It means that a disease process that took decades to develop can, in a few hours, be reversed. And for us, it means providing the most advanced and sophisticated care for patients in our region. The Heart, Lung, and Vascular Institute at Excella Health. Expert care here.
Hi, I'm Anthony D'Annunzio from D'Annunzio's Restaurants. Come visit us at one of our 3 locations, Jeannette, Monroeville, or Latrobe. We're open 7 days a week, so we've always got something cooking at D'Annunzio's. For our dine-in specials, Monday it's spaghetti. It's raviolis on Tuesday, lasagna on Wednesday, and on Thursday it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Visit us online at D'Annunzio'sRestaurant.com. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. D'Annunzio's Restaurants. It's a family tradition.
Last season was a historic one at Greensburg Salem as the Golden Lions captured win number 700. It was the only win of the season, however, for a team that was really ravaged by injuries, especially at the quarterback position. Now with senior signal caller Hayden Teska back healthy, Greensburg Salem will look to bounce back here in 2021. Teska was lost for the season while punting in the 4th game against Hampton. He was in that spot because of a previous injury to Cody Rubrecht, who was also the backup QB. Now, Teska could have a big senior year, with Rubrecht serving as a go-to receiver and all-around playmaker. Although top rusher Alex Briggs graduated and big play threat Akeem White moved out of state, Teska will have plenty of experienced options if he can stay healthy.
With our weapons, we got Cody, Donovan with height, got Matthew Wallace. We got a bunch of weapons, Jerome at slot, Jaden being a big tight end, and Julian, his brother. We got a lot of passing, and we got Rashad and JC at running back, so everything's open. We got a solid line, so that would just give me time to pass, and we can run the ball. So
I'm sure that battling injuries throughout your career, it's been a little frustrating. How have you continued to work through that and become a better player?
I just don't think about the last injury. I just got to keep playing, and whatever happens, happens, but you just got to keep going and short-term memory with everything.
A short-term memory was needed last year as well, according to head coach Dave Keefer, who believes his team had a letdown following the historic win against Knock. But with the vast majority of the team back, he expects to see a significantly better record in the 4A Allegheny Conference. He also believes he has key playmakers on defense, including linebackers Jaden and Julian Stevens, as well as game-wrecking defensive lineman Billy McChesney. Entering his senior year, the Columbia Wrestling commit will be an emotional leader. You were part of a very special moment last year, win number 700 in this program's history. What did that mean to you and this team?
It meant a lot. I mean, getting to do it with those guys especially, those are guys that I've come up with all the way through elementary school and rec football up to now, and it's just amazing to win with those guys. But that being said, I mean, we still have more to do. We still all have a senior year, still have more years ahead of us, and we haven't accomplished what we want to accomplish yet. win. That's the main goal. I mean, come out there with your teammates and be able to come off the field feeling satisfied with how you guys played for each other, not just for yourself, for each other.
After playing all conference games a year ago, Greensburg Salem will renew its rivalry with Hempfield area to open this season. The Golden Lions will also travel to Mount Pleasant area in 2021.
Okay, welcome back to the 10th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show on a glorious Sunday afternoon at Manor Valley Golf Course. I'm Jonathan Whaley, and joining me, our next coach up, and opportunity I've talked to him for a number of years in a row on our preview show, is the head mentor of the Greensburg Salem Golden Lions, Coach Dave Keefer. And Coach, once again, it's glad to have you with us for our kickoff event.
Thanks, Jonathan. It's always it's a great event you guys put on, and we always enjoy coming out and kind of sharing information about our guys. And you guys do a great job covering our county, so we want to make sure we can accommodate whatever you folks are doing.
Coach from the Greensburg Salem Golden Lions, his 9th season as the head mentor there. After qualifying for the WPIL playoffs the previous 2 seasons, the Golden Lions finished 1-6 last season and did not earn a Class 4A playoff berth. He has been coaching 23 years. And, Coach, where has the time gone? 9 years as the head coach at Greensburg Salem, but a total of 23.
It's depressing when you bring it up, Jonathan. So let's move on. No, I think a lot of the guys that I run into here each year and guys that you see, it really does. Time goes by quickly, and, I've had some very good, enjoyable years coaching and look forward to more in the future. But it does. Time moves on quickly and waits for no man, that's for sure.
Indeed. Dave, you had a young outfit last season. And while the Golden Lions finally captured the program's 700th all-time win, the team struggled with injuries and was not able to keep that playoff streak going. My first question to you is, do you think that this year's team has the right mindset in competing for a playoff spot in 2021?
Yeah, I mean, when you return a larger group of experienced players, I think you're very optimistic that you're going to be able to improve upon what you did the previous year. We bring back probably 8 guys on both sides of the football that would have, a good bit of experience. Now, it's a double-edged sword. Experience isn't always the equation to success, but it gives you a leg up in, particularly early in the season when you got guys coming out that are playing their first varsity game. Regardless how many you play, you always get excited and get nervous. But with a little bit of experience, it calms those nerves a little bit. You understand how to react in certain situations a little bit better. So, I think we have some very good leaders. I think some guys that are weathered and understand, and we have some multi-year lettermen and starters that I think are going to do a really good job of leading us. Obviously injuries always play a role in how your season goes, but I think we have the equation for a very successful season. Now, a lot of that goes into how we play and how we gain confidence early in the year, but I think we have the components to have a very successful season.
Now, as you mentioned, Coach, you only graduated 3 starters off of last year's team, and you do have a wealth of experience returning. How do you feel about the talent and the experience on this year's roster being able to lead to that successful season?
Well, I think, when you return multi-lettermen such as Bill McChesney, Hayden Teska, and a number of other guys in that regards, I think it gives you the opportunity to be able to build upon what they've learned in the past and try to grow your package on offense and defense, and they understand things pretty well. I think the big thing we want to be able to do is continue to nurture and bring the guys that don't have the experience along, and that's part of the responsibility of our staff as well as the older players. Because when we get on a field on a Friday night, our staff's not going to be on the field. That's where we need to lean on those more experienced players to help mentor those young men that are on the field with them, and kind of teach them some of those, those little subtleties of the game that you can't coach in practice, and how to respond in situations and how to manage your huddle in terms of when adversity faces you, how are you going to react to that? So, as far as success goes, you lean on the experienced people early, and as the young people get the experience, you hope that you improve upon the quality of your team. And, by the end of the year, you want to be playing your best football to be able to play in the playoffs.
Now, one of the top players on your squad this year, and you mentioned him, is senior 4-year starter, 2-way performer, and Columbia University wrestling recruit, and that's Billy McChesney. How comforting is that for you and your staff to have him back for his senior year, and just how integral will he be to your team's success?
Well, I could talk here for probably the whole show talking about Billy McChesney as a person and a football player. Billy, I was having a conversation with Hanoff, before I came on, and Billy's options, he had multiple options in both sports, but what I was really proud is he took some time this summer going out and visiting some different places and finding what he felt comfortable with, and he felt comfortable with that decision. And Billy, the type of person he is, called me and says, Coach, I really feel comfortable with Columbia, and he was almost apologetic in the choice. And I said, Billy, I want to encourage you to be able to be the best person and the best professional down the road. And I said, when you have offers with Penn and Lehigh and Columbia, I said, there's not a bad choice in that option. So, Billy's very much a leader. Billy's a great football player, but I could sit here and talk to you about Billy as a person. He's a very, very mature young man. He's an exceptional teammate. He puts nobody behind him. Everybody's put ahead of Bill. And I think the components of him as a person are probably what makes him a better football player. So I could literally sit here and talk about him for hours upon hours. He's one of, the all-time favorite kids I've ever had the opportunity to coach, and I'm very proud to be able to spend each day with him. We're going to miss him after this year.
Sounds like, Dave, that he is maybe one of your all-time favorite player since you've been the coach at Greensburg Salem?
Yeah, you brought up, unfortunately, 23 years of coaching. We've been lucky to be. I'm fortunate to be able to come in contact with some really good, not just football players, but good people. And some stand out. Certain instances stand out in terms of what they did on the field. Certain instances stand out about what they did off the field. Being with Billy the last 4 years, you get to know Bill as a person and a player, and there's a lot that stands out about Billy. So, yeah, we're very, very fortunate. I'm very fortunate as a coach. He's the kind of guys you really you embrace coaching.
Mm-hmm. Another strength for your Golden Lions is having 4 returning linemen. What expectations do you have for your team's line play this season? Knowing you, I'm sure you're familiar with the old adage, it's what's up front that counts.
Yeah, and I think the majority of the coaches you talk about how well you're going to do up front, and we got a couple guys returning, guys that you didn't anticipate having quite the year they had. Caleb Chismar's a good example of that, and Caleb Riggs, did a really good job for us last year, and they were guys that we really anticipate being in the starting lineup, and were inserted later in early in the season, but unfortunately we had a couple guys that left the program that they were able to play early on, and they had really, really good years as a sophomore and a junior. So we look forward, again, that's the experience aspect of it. We look forward to them coming back, and it does absolutely start up front. We have some very good skill players this year, but I think if we don't get the job done up front, then obviously that skill and ability in the shell and the back half of our offense and defense is not having the opportunity to be showcased. So, yeah, we're very lucky to have guys coming back, but again, experience can tease you.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be able to come out and produce this year.
Now, last season you had to replace your starting quarterback, Trent Patrick. That leads me to talk about Hayden Teska took over the controls last year. First of all, Dave, how did you assess his performance last season, and what are you most excited about seeing from Hayden this season?
Well, when you watch Hayden, I think Hayden's example last year was an example of a junior learning to start games as a starting quarterback. And we knew Hayden coming up as a junior and a sophomore, as a freshman and a sophomore, we knew he was an accurate thrower, very cognitive, understands the offense, extremely coachable. We knew all those intangibles existed with him. Then, you get him on the field, and, he started for us as a sophomore in the defensive backfield and unfortunately broke his collarbone against Hempfield in week 0. But we knew we had a good football player in Hayden, and, we really feel we have a good one this year. We want to be able to get the ball in his hand and let him throw it a little bit, and we got some good people to get the ball to. But he's a smart kid. The thing you love about Hayden is he's a competitor. I think he's a pretty good teammate. I think he does a good job, and when there's some argumentative situations, trying to sort it out and trying to find a diplomatic way of just, sorting the problem out. So, I think he's a good example of a leader. He's very calm. He has good presence. He's a baseball kid who's a really good baseball player. So he understands, how to play the sport, and he's competed in a lot of different ways, through football and baseball. So he understands moments, and he understands, big games, and he understands situations. So, we really like Hayden. He's going to be a big part of what our success will be this year.
Dave, last season on this show, I asked you about your team should earn some frequent bus miles for the distances you were traveling. This season, your road trips are to Mount Pleasant, Knock, Hampton, Armstrong, and Plum. Any thoughts about your road traveling menu for this year?
I'll give you the same answer last year. We don't really get a chance to pick our opponents. We play the teams we play. I saw Matt there for a moment before. It was nice being able to travel 25 or 30 minutes to Belle Vernon and play some of the teams we played in the previous conference. But, we're familiar with many of these greater Allegheny Conference opponents because we've played them over the course of the last 15 years or so. When it comes down to playing Friday nights, the team you're lined up with, you have to do a good job of being prepared and going out and playing. So I think the big thing is, when you get crosstown rivals such as the Hempfield game and even the Mount Pleasant game is a nice game because it's close by. That's good for our communities. But also I think when you look at it, it's the way things shake out and it's the way things break down in terms of your numbers. And, the way our county is kind of situated numbers-wise, you don't have a whole lot of teams in the middle such as us in Belle Vernon. You have a lot of teams at the top. You have some teams at the bottom, but not a whole lot of teams in the middle. So, it's out of our control. Those are things that aren't in our hands. And I talk to our guys a lot of times about, worrying about things you can control, and that's not one of the things in our control. So, whoever's on the schedule, we got to line up and play against. Doesn't matter if we like it or dislike it. We want to try to be able to have success against that team.
Last comment or question for you, Coach. You opened up against a first-year head coach, the Hempfield Area Spartans, Mike Brown. I had Mike on earlier on our program today. That's always a good way to start the season when you two guys get together. This time it'll be Everett Spartan Stadium. How excited are you and your staff about Friday night's opener?
Well, I think our staff gets excited every week. I think, there's a little increased excitement. Last year we didn't get a chance to play that game. So, we always get excited. I think the people in the community really embrace the game. And, it's one of those games that, it's a week 0 game and everybody says, well, it doesn't really mean anything. It's a week 0 game. But try to talk to somebody in our community or somebody that played at Greensburg Salem and tell them it doesn't mean anything. And I think, or tell one of our guys on the field that it doesn't mean something. Right. And there's a lot at stock, in that game. So, I know Mike's going through some probably some challenges as a first year coach, and I know Mike well, and he's I'm sure doing a very, very good job. But I have a lot of confidence in our staff, and I think our players do too. So I feel we'll be very well prepared for week 0, and obviously we don't practice to lose. We go out to win.
Absolutely. Good way to end it. Coach, it's always a pleasure having you part of our preview show. Good luck this season, and thanks for visiting with us.
Thanks, Jonathan. It's great being here.
Yes, that is head coach Dave Keefer of the Greensburg Salem Golden Lions. He's ready, his players are ready, and we're ready. We'll be back with more of the 10th Annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course. We'll be back right after we take this brief timeout.
It's not just a home or a car. It's the 6 months you save for your Ultra HD flat screen, just in time for football season, and the overtime you worked for that third car, so your teen can drive himself to practice. While other insurance companies just see them as a bundle or combo, State Farm agent Alex Hetrick sees your home and car as things you work really hard for. Alex understands what your things really mean to you. Talk to State Farm agent Alex Hetrick in Murraysville for your home and auto insurance today.
At World Class Transmission Service, we're committed to providing excellence in customer service, the highest quality work, and the most cost-effective solutions for you. We'll have you back on the road fast and with the least effect on your wallet. Don't let our low prices fool you. The quality of our work is of the highest standard. Our qualified, professional, and experienced team uses the most advanced, modern equipment to diagnose, repair, and service your vehicle. To learn more, call or stop in today.
Long-tenured coaches at the high school level have become a rarity in recent seasons, but Franklin Regional Football has been the exception, with Greg Botta patrolling the sidelines for nearly 30 years. However, the longtime head coach finally retired this offseason, opening the door for former offensive coordinator Lance Getsy to take over the program. Franklin Regional will look to bounce back after a rare absence of the playoffs in 2020. Getsy inherits a team that went 4-3, but won just twice in Big East Conference play. The Panthers must also replace their starting quarterback, top 3 rushers, and top 3 receivers. One of the notable returners at the skill positions is senior Caden Smith, a 3-sport standout who plays receiver and safety. What have you seen so far from Coach Getsy?
Coach Getsy he's a real great guy. He's bringing a lot of good stuff to the program, and he's bringing a lot of new coaches in, which is really good for our guys, having a little bit of a change. And bringing a lot more intensity, especially with HEDAC and camp, like right around the corner. We're basically in it, and it's bringing the guys together and letting us build new relationships with our new coaches and getting us all together. It's fun.
In addition to a new head coach, so many of the skill position guys have moved on due to graduation. You are one of the holdovers at receiver. So what's your role going to be this year?
I'm going to try and be as much as a leader as I can to the younger guys that are coming in for receiver and DB too. But we have a lot of seniors also for DB that just haven't got their opportunity yet, and I'm really looking forward to see what they can do because they're all really good players and they just haven't got their opportunity yet. So it should be an exciting season.
Who will be throwing to Smith remains a question mark, as brothers Connor and Logan Donnelly and Roman Sarnik are all vying for the starting position. Other players looking to carve out roles on offense include running backs Tyler and Zach Buska and receiver Maddox Morrison. The Panthers do return some talent on the line, led by senior two-way standout Josh Pelusi. There's going to be a lot of players getting valuable snaps this year that maybe weren't key contributors a year ago. Who are some players that you think could really make their mark in 2021?
There's a lot of freshmen coming up, like Davola, that's showing a lot of promise on the D-line. There's guys like Sinclair, who was on the offensive line, who will now be moving over to defense and going both ways. So he's a big contributor to the line.
Linebacker Garrett Deller will anchor a defense that allowed just more than 26 points per game last year. With 4 playoff berths in the conference, FR must contend with favorites Gateway and Penn Trafford, Woodland Hills, Greater Latrobe, and Connellsville area. And although Greg Bauta has stepped aside, his presence will still be felt this season.
Coach Bauta was a great guy. There's a lot of principles you could bring over to the next coaching staff, but he was a big advocate of discipline, and discipline wins football games. So I think that's one of the biggest aspects we need to carry forward.
Unlike previous seasons in which Franklin Regional would utilize a second scrimmage, they will play a Week 0 game this year, going against the neighboring Plum Mustangs to kick off the 2021 season.
Okay, welcome back as we continue on this wonderful afternoon to talk high school football. And joining me next is a coach that has had some success as the head coach previously at Charleroi High School, had been part of Coach Greg Bauta's staff on 2 different occasions, coming back 2 years ago as the team's offensive coordinator, and that is Lance Getsy of the Franklin Regional Panthers. In his first season this year there, his 3rd season as a head coach, at Charleroi, his teams were noted for their offensive productivity, and Lance started coaching in 1998 and took a couple of years off in between then and now, and comes into this year with 21 seasons he's coached at the varsity level. Last season, the Panthers finished 4 up and 3 down and did not qualify for the WPIL Class 5A playoffs, which was a rarity under the Coach Bauta. And I want to welcome, first time on our show, and that is head coach of the Franklin Regional Panthers, Lance Getsy.
Thank you, Jonathan.
All right. Coach, how's that sound, the head coach of the Franklin Regional Panthers?
Oh, it's wonderful. I couldn't even imagine being part of a better school district, a better community, great support from administration, school board, wonderful kids. I'm having a blast right now. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Okay. First question for you, Lance. You are taking over the reins from the winningest football coach in FR history, Greg Bauta. Greg, as I love to say on every one of our broadcasts, was the dean of Westmoreland County High School football coaches, who finished his tenure at FR as the winningest coach in program history with an all-time record of 177 up and 109 down. And at the time he retired, was the longest tenured head football coach in Class 5A. Now, those are some pretty successful accomplishments. My question to you, Lance, to get started is, what approach are you taking and following in the footsteps as the person in charge of the Panthers football program?
Well, I'm just continuing what Greg has always done at Franklin Regional with hard work, effort, toughness, and trying to get these kids to fight through some adversity and do whatever it takes to be successful. I got to coach with Greg, and he rejuvenated my coaching career. I remember one season feeling like I don't know if this is for me anymore, and I went over to Franklin Regional, talked to Greg, and we sat down. I started coaching for him, and it rejuvenated me. And so, trying just to continue what he did and put my twist to it. That's all.
And one of the things I know when Coach brought you over, and we were talking about it when I found you were going to become the offensive coordinator, he had some high expectations of your offensive mind and your ability to put points on the board. And I think, quite frankly, at the time, our offense wasn't scoring as many points as I know he would like and take some of that pressure off the defense. So you came highly recommended, and he was very excited when you got the position when we talked earlier this winter. Will the Panther fans notice some differences in how FR plays under your leadership from what they have been seeing under Coach Beitel?
Yeah, I think you're going to notice a little bit difference with the schemes. Greg was so passionate, and I feel like I'm very passionate about kids and the game of football. So I don't think they're going to notice anything different with that. It's just going to be a little bit of difference, a little change, a little a spark, something new, something fresh. But Greg had his finger on exactly what these kids needed to do and how to become young men and be successful. So that part was easy. People say, is it hard going to follow a legend like Greg? And, in some ways it is, because I'm trying to live up to expectations that, and I don't want to let him down. But at the same time, whenever you have the same beliefs in somebody as somebody else does, and I feel like my values are just very similar to Greg's, that I think it just makes it an easier transition.
Right. And by my count, changing gears, the Panthers graduated 10 seniors who were key contributors to FR's success over the past couple of seasons. Players such as Jeffrey Downs, who was a wide receiver cornerback, Brandon Zanato, running back, cornerback, Mario Sarnick, wide receiver, DB, Colton John. John's family put a lot of football talent at Franklin Regional High School. Colton was an outside linebacker, running back. Trevor Brinsick, 2-year starting quarterback, free safety. Luke Repperman, who was really the last couple years impact player as a tight end and defensive end. And then Jeraine Turner, wide receiver and cornerback, who last year in 4 games, Jeraine had 4 interceptions. So he was a playmaker. That's a lot of skillful people that are gone. Having said that, has it been any easier or more difficult installing your wrinkles maybe to the system with such a large number of players having graduated?
I think it definitely made it a little bit more difficult. I mean, anytime you could have experience coming back, it's going to make it a lot easier. But, we're confident in the kids that we have and the efforts that they've given us this offseason. So I just think it's an exciting time for those kids, for their opportunity. That's what high school sports is. Other kids, you try to get senior leadership that showed the younger kids how to work hard on a day-to-day basis and how to do things the right way and follow the system. And now these kids coming in now, the seniors, the juniors, they get to be the ones that set the tone for the younger guys. So I just think it's a process that I enjoy, and it's great to be able to continue that with younger guys.
I'm visiting with the first-year head mentor at Franklin Regional, Lance Getsy, on our preview show. And, Coach, the cupboard is not totally bereft of some talented players at FR. So I'm not going to get the crying towel out, here for you. 3 seniors in particular are back wearing the navy blue and the Vegas gold. Senior middle linebacker, halfback Garrett Deller, along with senior defensive tackle guard Josh Palucci, and senior wide receiver, free safety, kicker, and do a little bit of everything, man, Caden Smith. Smith especially has become a big-time playmaker for the Panthers on both sides of the ball over the past 2 seasons. 3 sports stand out at Franklin Regional High School, his other sports being basketball, baseball. Share with our audience, if you will, Lance, what it means having Caden back for a senior season as well as those other 2 young men that I mentioned.
Well, Caden Smith's a special athlete. He has a great gift of athleticism, but he also has a great work ethic. Caden's just that kid that you love to coach. He asks questions, he retains the knowledge, and he tries to be a leader on that field for these kids. So and all his teammates. So Caden Smith, has a lot of potential. He does have some learning to do with the new defense and some different things on offense, but for the most part, he's a quick learner, and I think we have high expectations for him this year, and I think that he has high expectations for himself. You get to Josh Palucci. I think that Josh could be one of the best defensive tackles in 5A if, he continues to do what he has. He works every day with us. He pushes himself. You don't have to ask him twice to do anything. Josh just does whatever he can to be successful. And Garrett Deller, the third young man that you mentioned, he's a kid that he just loves the game. He loves interacting with coaches. He loves interacting with his teammates. He flies around. He has such a passion for the game of football and just in life in general, and he just wants to be successful. And he's a kid that our motto is do whatever it takes, and he exemplifies that. So I'm excited for all three of those seniors and the other seniors we have on the team as well.
Quarterback position, I know you say it's still in progress. You had a scrimmage yesterday against Norwin. How did that go, and particularly how do you think your quarterbacks performed?
Well, I thought, we only got to see two of them perform. One of them was playing defense and hurt his arm a little bit and, really couldn't throw the ball a lot. So we gave him a couple of JV reps. He's a junior, Logan Donnelly. So didn't get to see him at that quarterback position in varsity level. But the other two, Connor Donnelly and Roman Sarnik, they both did some very good things for us yesterday. I saw a huge step in growth of understanding the offense, getting the motions to the exact spot that we want them to on different plays. They have to know a lot of things are going on and identifying like the defense and what the coverages are and doing their reads correctly. So I think, they've made mistakes, but I expect mistakes. But they also made a big, both of them just made huge progress, I thought, from last week's camp into that scrimmage.
This season, Franklin's going to play a week 0 game. In talking with Coach Vaught over the years, he was more comfortable with playing 2 scrimmages and then opening up. When did you make the decision, or in consult with the athletic department or whatnot, that you wanted to have that extra game and open up with a week 0 game? And it's not just any week 0 opponent. The rivalry, Burrell, will come to Panther Stadium.
Well, I don't think I had any say-so in the week 0 game. But this is something that was scheduled last year that due to COVID they didn't get to play. So, it's something that was on a schedule. And, we don't mind playing that game. I think coming in with a new staff and everything, a scrimmage would have been nice, a second scrimmage. But, another game, I think the kids are looking forward to it. It is a great rivalry. And if you get to play a rivalry like that and you lose a scrimmage, I think we'll still take that.
Because, one of the things I remember – Coach Ken O'Keefe, you and I were talking earlier about your 2 daughters or students at Westminster, and we got to talking about that level of football and my experience broadcasting Allegheny College football, and we were talking about that. Coach Ken O'Keefe used to always say to his young men, all the lifting we do in the wintertime and all the training and stuff that we do is to be able to play games. That's the reason that the young men want to play, and they want to play in games. And I got to think that anytime a group of young men get a chance to play at more football games, that's something they're excited about. Does that hold true in your view?
Yes, I think more experience, it's more opportunities for these guys to play a game. You only get so many games. That's why football is a unique sport. You work all year round to play, 10 games, 10 48-minute games. What other sport does that? You work all week long and you get one Friday night. So that's what makes it a unique sport. I think that's what develops these guys into young men to understand what work is, and that's why I think it is a great thing that we get to play a week 0 game. Even though this year with the new offense defense, it would have been nice to have another week, but we're definitely excited about the challenge.
Coach Lance Getsy, I'll see you on Friday at Panther Stadium when things get kicked off, when Matt Morgan brings the defending conference champions, the Plum Mustangs, to Panther Stadium. Thanks very much for your first visit, and I look forward to you having plenty more.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Okay, that is Coach Lance Getsy, and we'll have Franklin Regional Panther football for you on Friday. We'll take a break. When we come back to the show, we'll continue from Manor Valley Golf Course. You're watching the 10th Annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show only. We're at Lance?
Manor Valley Golf Course.
Right. On the Westmoreland Sports Network. We'll be right back.
Give your taste buds a taste of Italy by biting into a slice of pizza at Dom's Pizzeria in Trafford. Voted by the readers of the Tribune Review as the best pizza in Trafford, Dom offers 17 unique toppings for you to choose from. Also try Dom's specialty pizzas, all made with 100% olive oil. Dom's Pizzeria also has wings, hoagies, calzones, wraps, and pasta, all at affordable prices. Eat in or take out, and we deliver. Call 412-372-DOMS. Cabot Avenue in Trafford, and a proud sponsor of tonight's Warrior Player of the Game.
Every morning brings a new opportunity, a new chance to be great. But it's up to you to decide who you want to be. You can wake up and chase your dreams, or stay where you are and remain the same. You may fail over and over again, but the great ones keep pushing. The great ones do more. So, are you going to be great?
Hi, I'm Dr. Michael Hansen.
And I'm Dr. Jeff Donatelli, and we're the dentists here at Aesthetic Family Dental at Manor, Harrison City Road.
Our belief in high-quality care can be seen through our modern technology and digital workflow. We use 3D x-rays for implant planning. We have an in-house lab where we custom design crowns utilizing high-strength porcelain.
At our office, we believe in preventative care. However, if we do have to do some type of intervention, I will perform the same type of dentistry that I do on my own family.
A year ago, Penn Trafford's season ended with a loss in the WPL 5A semifinals to eventual champion Pine Richland. And despite the fact that they lost a number of key contributors to graduation, the Warriors appear to have simply reloaded. Led by a deep offensive and defensive line and star player Cade Iacomelli, this could be the year Penn Trafford captures an elusive WPIAL championship. Committed to Wisconsin as an athlete, Iacomelli will play at running back and safety. He led the Warriors with 10 touchdowns last year and should be among the very best in the district this season, in large part because of the talented group creating room for him. As a running back, what are your best qualities?
I don't know. I mean, I think I have pretty good vision. I think I have pretty good burst, stuff like that. But I mean, I'll tell you what I do have. I do a phenomenal offensive line. I mean, I know that sounds really cliche and everything, but those guys are big, they're athletic, and they can move. They're smart players too. And when you have all those things together, I mean, how can I not be successful, right? I can't say it enough. Our defensive line and our offensive line, I mean, at the line of scrimmage, we're crazy this year. Big, athletic, can move. I mean, when you have those qualities, I mean, it's gonna be pretty cool. It's pretty cool to watch, pretty cool to play.
Some of those linemen include Declan Ochendowski, Joe Enoch, Garrett Moorhead, and Luke Jolly. They should also provide time in the pocket for new QB Carter Green, who replaces the versatile Ethan Carr. The majority of the top receivers have graduated, opening the door for players like Seth Dunlap, Tommy Kalkstein, and Liam Heilman to step in. Defensively, many of those same players will see time, while D.N. Conlon Green and backers Josh Huffman, Ian DeMary, and Jack Jolly will bring the physicality. Jolly, who is garnering significant college interest, has also sought to make a positive impact off the field.
Yes, I am doing a cause called Tackles for the Vest this year. It is asking money from people to raise money for the police, buy them vests, keep them safe, anything to keep them safe. I really appreciate them, and I do whatever I can. I'm asking people to plead $1 per tackle. At the end of the season, all the money proceeds go to buying them vests.
Once again, PT appears to be a favorite in the 5A Big East, but Gateway will be a top contender too, and that showdown will have added significance after it was canceled because of COVID in 2020. With head coach John Ruane steering the ship, the Warriors have a big goal in mind and the talent to achieve it. What stands out about this year's version of your team?
Just all-around commitment, especially in the weight room off-season, just one goal in mind, one goal only, win the WPIL. And I truly think we got a great chance. Just great guys out there, and I'm really excited to go out there and compete this year.
Before they begin Big East Conference play, Penn Trafford will have a very challenging non-conference as they open at Norwin. They'll also have back-to-back matchups against Belle Vernon area and a rivalry showdown against Peters Township.
Welcome back to the 2021 Westmoreland Sports Network High School Football Kickoff Show from Manor Valley Golf Course. Thank you so much for tuning in and hearing what our coaches have to say about their season and last year, and of course their preview for this year. Thanks a lot once again to Vince Augustine for having us, and thanks a lot for John Ruane, the head coach of the Penn Trafford Warriors, coming once again. And as I say every year, I always know that this what year coach is in, because it's the same as the Westmoreland Sports Network. We're in our 11th year. Coach is in his 11th year as well. Coach, where has the time gone?
I don't know, but I think it's our 12th, Dan.
Is it?
I think so.
Is it our 12th? Okay, well, maybe it's our 12th then. I don't know. I thought it was our you wait a second. We're going into our 12th.
Yeah.
See how I screwed that up?
Good thing I'm here to correct you.
I'm too worried about eating pizza and drinking some beverages. Anyway, Coach, congratulations for your success once again last year. You made it to the WPIL semifinals, went up against the juggernaut in Pine Richland. You really got off to a great start in that game, and then Pine Richland just kind of turned it on and showed why they were the best team last year in 5A and in the entire state. But just another terrific season. What do you think back on when you reflect on last year?
Well, it was a miserable process getting to the season last year. We're no exception. Every team had a difficult lead in with their summer, and the things you take for granted, you realize this year that you didn't get to do a lot of the team bonding stuff, even just hanging out in the locker room, the ability to do that we didn't have last year. So we got a late start, as did everybody, but I thought we had a pretty decent season. Obviously our goal is to win a championship, so when you don't live up to that, that's a negative, but yeah, Pine was outstanding. Obviously, they won the state, and just a terrific football team. You can't make mistakes. We did a couple after playing well early, but so be it. But we were happy to get a season in, happy to get some guys some experience, and now we get to utilize that this season.
When you reflect on what you went through, and I know everybody has gone through it with COVID and everything, but when you look back at the senior class, will that be one that you remember fondly, considering not only their accomplishments on the field, but just the way that they worked off the field and stayed out of? And I know there were COVID issues with everybody last year, and you wanted to play the game against Gateway and some other games last year, but for the most part, you guys stayed clean. You made it all the way to the Whippeal semis. Is that a senior class that you'll kind of remember fondly?
Well, I think the biggest thing was we weren't allowed to have contact with kids during COVID until the end of June, but our kids got together on their own, probably earlier than they should have, but they did. Mm-hmm. And it was all led by the seniors, and they wanted to be good, and they wanted to show up late June in shape, ready to roll, and they were. They took our offense and defense and did some stuff with it. Unsupervised, but they showed up and they looked like they knew what they were doing, obviously, and certainly they were in shape and lifted weights and did all the things they needed to do on their own. So it was great leadership. It was a great group of athletes. Just it's a terrific team, terrific group of kids, as we typically have at Penn Trafford every year.
Yeah, and there's another great group of kids this year, Coach. Let's talk about your 2021 team, and I guess it all starts up front with you. As we were at training camp and we saw the experience and really the size that you guys have coming back up front. How much does that excite you? What you can do in the trenches this year?
I mean, it's the best thing to have experience in. We feel like we can break in skill guys any year. Certainly good skill guys are important to have, but when you have guys that know what they're doing up front, they're not surprised by blitz packages and different fronts, and you can expand what you do because they know what they're doing. They've seen it and done it. Add to that, these guys are physical specimens. We have some really good football players that play on our offensive and defensive lines and tight end for us. And I think we have enough talent on the perimeter and in the backfield that we should have a pretty good group.
And who are some of those guys that you're counting on? I know not only experience, but some depth in the trenches too this year.
Yeah, we have 8 to 10 guys that we feel really good about if they went into a game at any point. I could list 8 to 10 guys. Declan Ochendowski's an anchor of the line. He started 2 ways last year at left tackle and defensive end. Joe Enix, our center and nose guard, he's a returning starter who had a fantastic sophomore season. He's back. Conlon Green is tight end and defensive end. He started last year quite a bit as a sophomore as well. He's 6'5", every bit of 240, just a really physical specimen. Yeah. We have Garrett Moorhead, who started at guard last year, who did a great job for us. Luke Jolly, who's a senior, who's 6'7", good athlete, good hands, uses leverage really well. Lorenzo Montalto, a kid that's coming off injuries, who we think can really be a spark plug for us up front. I don't want to slight anybody here. Just want to make sure I get everybody.
That just goes to show how deep you guys go.
No, I know it's
go up front.
But we have a number of guys, to say the least, that we're high on. A kid that's going to play defensive end for us, Jacob Haynes, and tight end. Just a guy that's kind of under the radar. Great baseball player for PT, and someone who we think very highly of. He's going to contribute heavily this year as well. So we definitely feel good about spelling those guys, whether it be on offense or defense. We hope we don't skip a beat when the guy comes out and the guy goes in.
Well, before we talk about the skilled positions, Coach, and I know I ask you this pretty much every year, but what makes this program special? Because you guys lost some really good talent last year, and you return a lot of experience up front. You have some inexperience, but I feel like you guys are still confident that you can compete for a championship this year.
Just the kids' work ethic. I always tell our families they do such a great job of providing us with kids that are willing to do everything we ask and more, and they do things on their own. We have really good students. They're interested in learning the game, and they're intelligent, and we can expand what we do because of it. So, it's just a good crop of kids we seem to get every single year, and just happy and proud to be a part of the community and continue to deal with them.
Well, let's, talk about your less experienced positions, the skill positions offensively. I know Carter Green and Tommy Cockstein have both taken snaps at quarterback. Is that a competition right now, or did you feel comfortable after the scrimmage yesterday with kind of looking at who you're going to start behind center yet?
I don't know that it's a competition as much as we love both of their skill sets, and we're going to use them both.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like Ethan Carter gave Dunlap a little bit?
Yeah, it's not to say, hey, we're going series by series or anything like that. It's both kids can play. Both kids do different things very well. Both can line up at receiver for us and will. Both can return kicks. So they're two of our best athletes. They're two guys we want on the field quite a bit. So we're going to try to use both as much as we can, and a lot of that's going to be obviously at quarterback.
I don't know how we've gone this long without talking about Cade Iacomelli. Just a tremendous player and a tremendous kid. I know he's a seasoned vet in terms of interviews, but, man, he was so easy. Sean was interviewing him, and Sean was going over some questions with him, and he's like, yeah, I'm good, whatever. Whatever you want to ask, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. What type of player is he in your eyes, not only on the field, but just the intangibles, things that he does off the field too?
Yeah, Cade's really intelligent. To go along with his freak athleticism, he can certainly run straight line speed. He has really good vision, really good route runner out of the backfield. We're going to utilize that a lot more this year, probably more than we ever have with a running back.
Mm-hmm.
So he does a lot of everything pretty well, and obviously if you're going to the Big Ten, you have to do that. And again, you want to talk about work ethic. This is a dude that puts in 6-7 days a week to perfect his craft, and has really earned everything he's gotten. So combine that with some intelligence and athleticism, you have a really good football player.
Now, he's a guy you obviously be heavily leaning on. Do you try to get him a blow here and there, because he's a guy that's certainly kind of like a TJ Watt, right? He exerts so much energy on both sides of the ball. Do you try to do that a little bit?
Absolutely. He's going to play two ways, and we do this with all our guys, and we're very fortunate because we have another guy that I think is very under the radar at running back, and that's Ian Demary.
Oh, yeah. Love watching him run, man. Love watching Ian run.
Old school, downhill, run right through you type of running back.
Yep, love it.
Just kind of the bull in the china closet dude, who we really like. He does a lot of different things for us, and certainly he's going to be on the field quite a bit. We're going to put them both in the backfield a little bit. We definitely have some talent deeper than just Cade, obviously, and we're going to try to use all those guys.
Now, you mentioned we'll see Carter at times, Tommy at times at receiver. Who are some of the other guys you're counting on out there?
Liam Heilman, who's a senior, who had a good junior year, just kind of waiting in the wings. Seth Dunlap, same story, Gabe Dunlap's brother.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say that because Seth Dunlap is Seth Dunlap.
That's right. That's right. But I'm used to that with my older brother.
Seth's a great athlete. Jake Otto, who's a junior. Michael Frawley, who's a senior. Daniel Tarabrella, who's going to start at outside linebacker for us. He's also a good receiver for us. So those guys are all going to kind of mix in, as most of them play defense as well. So we're going to try to keep them fresh by going in waves with those guys, and we feel good about all of them. So they know the way they get on the field is to block first and dream about catches second, and those guys have that work ethic too.
Well, and speaking of that, someone that can block and catch the football, Jack Jolly. He can also tackle very well. What do you expect from Jack this year?
Just first and foremost leadership, and he is a terrific leader, voted a captain by his teammates unanimously, and he shows it. I mean, he shows a great desire to win, to be great in the weight room, to be great in the locker room, and then on the field, I mean, he has really, really gotten bigger, faster, stronger. Very versatile dude that can play tight end and H for us. Certainly top linebacker, a guy that we expect a ton from, and, again, but to be the leader first and let everyone follow that lead.
Coach, I think one of the keys to your success certainly has been your coaching staff being so stable. I mean, you've kept basically the same staff since you started, and when we visited camp, I kind of talked to you about that, and I said, lucky you are, to have those guys and to put trust and faith into those guys that, they're going to be able to, get the job done too. How much has that been important to you?
I mean, I can't stress it enough. It's a group of guys that are all on the same page for everything we do. It's a very tight-knit group. Our families get together. Our families know each other well. And, we there's no bullcrapping in our room. I mean, everyone knows each other. Everyone knows what each other's thinking. We don't even have to kind of meet the way we used to. It's just kind of everybody's on the same page at all times, and I cannot say enough about that. It's just refreshing, and I'm very fortunate to have these guys. They're a terrific staff. And even the guys that have left, we've replaced them with guys we've coached. So now those guys are, entrenched in what we do and how we do things. And, it's been really good. I've been very fortunate. Those guys are extremely loyal and have been an awesome part of our program.
Well, let's talk about your schedule as we wrap things up here, Coach. You guys have some really tough opponents this year. Certainly Gateway, everyone circles that game as a conference game, and that's obviously a big one. But you play Peters Township again. I know you're looking for some revenge against them. And then you have another non-conference game against a very tough Belle Vernon team. Kind of how did that come together? And talking with, from my own side of things, I'm kind of excited to see that game. Penn Trafford and Belle Vernon, you've never played them in your coaching career, right? At least not while you've been Penn Trafford.
No. I mean, how it came together is Whipple said, here's who you're playing. Right? I had nothing to do with that.
Is that exciting, though, for the guys a little bit? I mean, playing a good 5-8 or a good 4-18?
First of all, they're definitely, they're ranked high in the state, and you've seen film on them, and they're terrific. Well-coached football team with a lot of talent and a lot of athleticism and size, and they're in the mix every single year. So, that's going to be as tough a game as any that we have on our schedule this year. But, yeah, it's definitely a tough schedule. I think that Whipple did a good job of giving us geographical matchups with rivals that are going to be tough, like Norwin and Hempfield. And then, Peters has been a more or less pain in our butt the last 3 years. And Belle Vernon's going to be a really good team. And then you pile that on with our conference games, which are always very difficult. So, yeah, we have a loaded schedule. So, again, not to be cliche, but it has to be 1 week at a time or we'll be in trouble.
Coach, what do you expect from the conference this year when you look at it? I mean, I know that you haven't had a chance to evaluate the teams yet, but what kind of jumps out at you?
I mean, same as always. It's Gateway's going to be the top dog that everyone's trying to chase, and if you want to win the conference, you got to beat them. And Woodland Hills is returning a superstar quarterback, and definitely a talented group. And Latrobe we saw over the summer, and Latrobe always gives us a tough game, and they're very well coached by Coach Marucco. And then Franklin, Coach Getsy is kind of a new spark for those guys, and replacing a legendary guy like Coach Beitel. And they're going to play hard, and they get up for our game, and it's always tight. So it's going to be a grind every single week.
Coach, I got to ask you one final thing. With COVID, we didn't see big crowds last year a lot of the times. We finally just saw a big crowd at Heinz Field last night for the Steelers preseason game. I know how important football is to you guys, to the community, and to having that packed stadium. You guys seem to play so well at home. How excited are you and the team to finally, and hopefully we're going to knock on wood, nothing rears its ugly head here, but to finally get those big crowds back at Penn Trafford?
Yeah, it was. I'll tell you what, we played Latrobe in the opener last year, and it was eerie. It was bizarre. Yeah. I mean,
no band, no cheerleaders. Well, maybe there were cheerleaders, but it's a very odd atmosphere with that.
And I heard everything wrong I've been doing calling plays over the years in last season with the small crowds. But yeah, no, I mean, we love it. We're going to go to Norwin first, which is equally a great atmosphere, especially when we play there and they play at our place. So I think everyone's going to be excited for it. We have an awesome student section, awesome community that comes out. Our first home game is midget night, so we'll have a packed house with those kids. And just really looking forward to it. It's the norm. It's what we love to do. That's why you coach and play high school football is to be a part of all that.
Yeah, midget night, you have first responder night. I mean, it really is a great place to watch a football game and watch a great football team. Coach John Ruane getting ready to enter his 12th season this year, and so is the Westmoreland Sport. That's what I said before. We can edit that out, right, Kelly? Okay. Nicolette? Okay. Thank you very much. Coach, thank you so much. We'll be talking probably every week. So speaking of Peters Township being a thorn in your side, I'll be a thorn in your side every week to get these interviews done. Does that sound good?
Terrific. By the way, I forgot the 9th and 10th were Zach Tomasevich and Michael Patera, the other two linemen.
There you go. I knew he'd get them in.
Yeah.
I knew he'd get them in.
I knew I was going to slight people, so I apologize for that, guys. You're my guys. Don't worry about it.
Coach, thank you so much for your time, and good luck this year. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is head coach John Ruane of the Penn Trafford Warriors. The Warriors open up the season at Norwin. There's been some conflicting schedules out there, I think, but they do open the season at Norwin, week 0, this Friday. You can watch the game here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Coming up next, Hannah Mears will talk with Jason Marucco of the Latrobe Wildcats right here on the Kickoff Show from Manor Valley.
How do you define elite? At Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths in Latrobe, we define elite by offering the highest quality brands for kitchen and bathroom remodeling in Westmoreland County. Brands like Moen, Toto, and Cambria. Meet with one of our incredible designers who will help you choose a stunning cabinet design for your new kitchen or luxurious showers and bathtubs for your new bathroom. Call Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths for a free estimate at 724-205-6947 or visit our vast showroom in the Route 30 Plaza in Latrobe.
Score big with the Bowser family of dealerships featuring GMC, Buick, Cadillac, Subaru, Hyundai, and Nissan. Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? Visit powerofbowser.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to find your perfect vehicle. Get the absolute best price and the best car buying experience anywhere. It's the power of the Bowser family of dealerships. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
It was a tough start to the 2020 season for Greater Latrobe. They suffered a lopsided loss to Penn Trafford. And although they did not make the playoffs a year ago, the Wildcats did show some signs of improvement throughout the season. They now will hope to carry that momentum into the 2021 campaign with a bounce-back season. Their 2-4 record was a bit deceiving, as the Wildcats played one-score games against both Upper St. Clair and Woodland Hills, the latter of which was the season finale. The team believes that level of play has carried throughout the offseason and will pay dividends this year. How did you grow despite those setbacks?
They taught us a lot about ourselves as a team. It showed us really solidly that we can compete with any team out there. And coming out of that game, it was a tough loss, but you're going to lose some, you're going to win some. You just got to learn what you do from each loss, and you got to get better. And we learned a lot from that game. And from that game, we just got to keep working. And I think that we've improved a lot since last year.
Do you think that this team's more prepared here in 2021?
Yes, I think we're a lot more prepared. All of us have got a lot of varsity reps last year, and I think that we all worked very hard in the offseason this year, and we're very confident in what we can do this year.
Confidence will be key for an offense that must replace QB Landon Carnes, top rusher Logan Gustafson, and receivers Tucker Knupp and Nate Stemerick. Bobby Fetter will return to quarterback after playing extensively 2 years ago. At the time, he was primarily a runner, but he's worked to develop his passing touch. Clayton, meanwhile, will be the featured back, and Colin Stevens, Kyle Brewer, and Marco Mongaluzzo are likely to have expanded roles as receivers. On the line, Lynch and Jacob Brisky are expected to be anchors, and the senior-laden group should be an asset.
I have complete faith in both sides of our line. I think that even though it's over half our line is first-year varsity starters, I think they have exactly what it takes to be great at this level. And same with the D-line. There's a new guys starting, and I have complete faith in them. We all work hard every day. We work hard together. And I know that with the caliber that we practice at on this field, that we can take it on to Friday nights and work our butts off.
Clayton will be a stalwart defensively at linebacker after leading the team in tackles in 2020. With upperclassmen at nearly every position, Wildcats coach Jason Marucco thinks his team can return to the playoffs, but they'll likely need to upset a team like Gateway, Penn Trafford, Franklin Regional, or Woodland Hills to do so. That's an opportunity that Clayton is embracing. What are some of the goals that you have in conference this year?
to come out and give them everything we got, show them that we're not the same team that we were the past couple years, and we're going to come out and make a statement.
The Wildcats kick off the 2021 season with 5 non-conference games, including 4 against Westmoreland County opponents. The highlight will take place in Week 0 as they host Derry Area in a rivalry matchup at Latrobe's Memorial Stadium.
Welcome back to the Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show. I'm Hannah Mears alongside Greater Latrobe football head coach Jason Marucco. Jason, welcome to our show. I know this is my first time in this atmosphere, but not yours, so it's wonderful to have you here.
Thanks for having me on, Hannah. Always a pleasure. Always know it's the start of football season, exciting time, and looking forward to getting started here next week.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe the start of football season for the media sitting here and taking all of this in, but you've had a couple of months now to kind of diagnose what you're going into this season expecting. And coming off of last season, I know you talked a lot about gaining a little bit of momentum. I know you lost a couple people, you're coming in with a new crew, but how did that propel the off season? Did everyone sort of try to keep that momentum going?
Yeah, I mean, we learned a lot there through the whole situation last year, and we certainly learned a lot about our football team, the way we finished up with a couple tough losses versus some pretty good opponents, but it was certainly something to build on heading into the off season, and that's kind of what we talked about all off season and carried it into the preseason here and into our first scrimmage and getting ready to go.
And I think more than anything, and we can talk about some of the guys that, we're going to have to fill some key spots for you this year, but overall there's a leadership core with a lot of seniors on your roster. How have they helped sort of teach everyone else the culture of what to expect for a Latrobe offseason moving into preseason?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it right there. This group of seniors, there's 20 of them, and 20 of them that have been around with us for last 5-6 years in the program, and you said the key word, culture. Setting the standard in the weight room, in the classroom, in the community, no matter what it's been. But from a football standpoint, these guys have done a great job leading these young guys, and they're ready to go.
And one of those guys in particular that I know our Sean Myers got to talk to just a week ago or so, maybe even a few days at Latrobe, was Tyler Lynch. And he spoke leaps and bounds about, we know that we might have to rebuild a little bit of our offensive and defensive lines this year, but he said these young guys have really taken in everything that he said, everything that you've said, and the coaching staff has laid out there, and said that they've already felt like they were gelling together as a unit. Have you seen glimpses of that as well?
Yeah, I mean, and I would agree with Tyler's assessment there. We had some positions to fill, and we knew that, but we also had guys there that have played 20 JV games, had some game experience, significant game experience even last year, and in their mind, it was their time, and they weren't going to give those positions up. So, they've been there from day one, and have really liked what I've seen from that starting 5 at the offensive line as well.
Yeah, and the offensive line going to have a big job this year as well with the way that the offense is transitioning, losing 2 of your top receivers, a top rusher, your quarterback, everything kind of having to rebuild from that aspect. What have you seen come together, and what can we preview for the Latrobe offense this season?
Yeah, I mean, just that. The guys that are, replacing or taking over those positions do have significant game experience, even though they may have not been technically starters. They've been under the lights, they've been battle tested, and they took the approach that this was their time, and they've worked hard to get there. So not much is going to change in terms of what our philosophy is, but at the quarterback position, Bobby's played a lot. He's a great dual threat kid. Worked real hard on throwing the football, so it's going to make him that much better.
Yeah, and I want to talk about your future QB1 here, Bobby Fetter. Like you said, 2 years ago, I believe it was, when Carnes went down, he did step in and get significant game experience, and he looked good. So you knew you had 2 quarterbacks there always battling for that spot. How do you think he's really embraced that role this year, knowing that it's pretty much could be his?
Yeah, and again, when he did fill in, those times under the lights, those game experience, you can't replace that, and it gives you the confidence when it does become your time. And again, Bobby's legs has always been his best attribute, but man, he's really improved on throwing the football, and he's really improved leadership wise in the locker room, and has a true understanding of what we're trying to do on offense, which really helps us as well.
Yeah, and we mentioned some of the losses you guys are facing, but with that in high school sports, people come and go, and some classes are bigger, some are smaller every year, but it's all about rebuilding and rebuilding that foundation back up. You have about 10 newcomers, I guess, into your lineup this season. Where do you see some of them potentially filling some of those voids that happened because of the senior class graduating?
Yeah, I mean, at wide receiver, we have Colin Stevens, who his older brother Cam played for us a couple years ago. He'll be stepping in at wide out. Marco Mongaluzzo also at wide out on the outside. And Chase Sickenberger will see some time there. Coming back in the slot that has been a real good player for us, even as a junior, is Kyle Brewer, so we're expecting big things there. And then, Aiden Sweeney, Josh Brown, Dan Calabrese up front.
That's exciting to get to see some new guys in the Wildcat uniforms and carry on family legacies as well. I know I went to Latrobe, so it's always exciting to see the guys who have had brothers and the girls who have had other siblings as well play in these sports.
Yes.
Do you get glimpses of their siblings in them?
Oh, yeah, all the time. And it's funny. You get the glimpses and the similarities, but the crazy part of it is the differences too. Just how much different two kids can be. But it's always good when you have opportunity to coach the whole family and you know what you're getting.
And I know you being a teacher and a lot of the guys on your coaching staff being in the hallways as well. How do you think that benefits your team in general as a whole, being a family? I mean, you're getting more of them than you probably want to on a daily basis.
Yeah, no, we always want to be around them, but it's important. They know we're always there, number one, in the school, so it's always important in the building. And it is important for the whole culture and the whole family thing and the team building. It gives us an opportunity to spend a lot of time together, so obviously you can earn that trust, and that guy's going to be there Friday night.
And they're definitely going to need that trust come Friday nights. A pretty tough schedule for you guys. And there's always just seems to be a few schools you've got to get through. And this year it is always the Gateway, Woodland Hills, Penn Trafford, always bringing together a solid unit on Friday nights. And I think it was Drake Clayton that told us that they feel that they're really ready to go that extra step and say, hey, we're knocking right on the door and we're ready to compete. How comforting is that from a coach's perspective to hear your athletes talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is believing and not dreaming about it, but believing you can do it. And when you face such great programs like Penn Trafford, Gateway, Woodland Hills, and great coaches that you're going to have to be your best that night. They're not going to beat themselves. You have to figure out a way to beat them. You raise the standard. And our kids felt like last year, we let a couple of those opportunities go, and we confront it. We talk about it. We've talked about it the entire off season to the point where you got to you believe, but you also have to execute on Friday night to make it happen.
You got to see bits and pieces maybe of that execution just yesterday, I believe, in your scrimmage against Greensburg. What were some of the things that you took as positives moving forward, and maybe some of the things that you think we still need to get ready for that first night?
Yeah, always things to clean up, in terms of your execution and just your timing. But what I really liked from our squad yesterday, I thought we came out, competed every snap. We really ran to the football well. I thought we tackled the football well. And any time in high school football being predicated on the big play, if you can do those two things, you're going to give yourself a chance to win.
Well, you're going to have a chance to prove that, though, against Derry. The rivalry game, always down at Memorial Stadium. Really fun to kick off the year, always for students as well, to kind of go back and forth at each other. But fans in the stands there as well this year, all just bringing together that Friday night football atmosphere we love. How much are you guys looking forward to that rivalry atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, just hearing you say that right now and being here,
He's ready to go.
It gets you excited. I know it gets our players excited. And like you said, just the whole atmosphere for high school football that we missed last year. I'll be the first to admit, those first couple weeks, that took a lot of getting used to with not having the band, the cheerleaders, the fans. So we are really looking forward to Friday night and packing Memorial Stadium for what should be a great football game with Derry.
And for those freshmen who haven't really got to experience that, and maybe the sophomores who haven't either because of the way things were last year, how have you guys as a coaching staff and the senior and upperclassmen leadership been kind of preparing them for what they may experience?
Yeah, I mean, you tried to, but I think it's going to be one of those things that you have to experience first, and they're going to get their first taste of it here Friday night on our home field, so that's exciting.
Well, Coach, always a pleasure to talk to you, and I'm ready to see the Wildcats back in action at Memorial Stadium as well. So best of luck to you, and
Appreciate it.
Exciting for the rivalry game. I mean, come on, I'm an alumni, so we got the alumni battles behind the scenes.
No doubt.
No,
and I
right?
hope you're there watching. And again, as always, we appreciate Westmoreland Sports and everything you guys do for high school football representing us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much to all of our coaches here. We still have more coaches yet to talk to on the Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Show, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit manorvalleygc.com.
For over 35 years, Stevenson Insurance Associates in Greensburg has been saving their customers money on their auto insurance. If you are a safe driver and dissatisfied with the cost of your auto insurance, call Stevenson Insurance Associates at 724-832-9889. Lock in your great rate that won't change year to year unless you move, add a new driver, or buy a new vehicle. Call Stevenson Insurance Associates today for your free quote on auto, home, business, or life insurance at 724-832-9889.
The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
I can get in the bushes.
Welcome back as we continue the Westmoreland Sports Network's high school football preview show here on WSN. Shawn Myers joined by a man with the last name of Albert, but it's not Sam Albert. We checked. This is Aaron Albert, the assistant head coach for the Kiski Area Cavaliers. Coach, thank you for doing this today.
Yeah, pinch hitting today.
Absolutely. Well, we're expecting that you will be able to try to fill the shoes of your father.
Yeah, I don't have the experience, but I'll do my best.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
Well, looking forward to seeing the Cavaliers this season. Looks like they have a decent amount coming back. I know last year the record wasn't great, but you do return 8 or 9 guys on each side of the football in terms of your starters. So how much better do you think this team will be this year as opposed to a year ago?
Yeah, I think the biggest problem a year ago is we didn't have a camp. We got a COVID situation the day before camp was supposed to start. So now we have a full camp. The week 1 last year, we had to play a Monday night game at Connellsville and then open up section that same week at Penn Hills on a Saturday, and suffered some injuries in that game. We never really came over. So just having a full go of it and everything being normal again. We have a group of seniors that, it's probably the best Kiski's had in a long time. So we're very excited.
Let's talk about some of the issues that you mentioned with COVID. You really were starting behind the 8 ball before the first game even. How did you and the rest of the coaching staff try to work through that, and how difficult was that?
It was hard, man. I mean, the biggest thing is conditioning. If you don't get a camp and you don't get the 2-a-days and you don't get the running, and it's just very hard to kind of pick up and try to go. Scheme-wise and all that stuff, I think we were fine. We just weren't in shape, and there's really no way to simulate game shape other than playing in some games. Losing the scrimmage hurt us a lot. We had some guys that needed to figure out how to play in new positions, and instead of a scrimmage, we had a Monday night, cool kind of game at Connellsville that I think we were down 20 more than 20 points in the second half, ended up coming back to win. But I think ultimately it took a lot out of us, for the rest of that week and then the Penn Hills game. So it'd be nice to get back to normal this year.
And Penn Hills would be a difficult opponent even if you had 2 weeks of rest. So playing them on short rest, I'm sure, was a challenge.
Right.
You mentioned some of the injuries that your team suffered. I think a very significant one was Kenny Blake. And when you look at the statistics, you don't see a lot. He rushed for just 200 yards, but that's because he basically just played in one full game. This is a guy that was contributing for Pittsburgh Central Catholic as an underclassman. When you lose a high impact player, how much does that hurt what you try to do on the offensive side?
Yeah, it hurt us a lot, and I think maybe we learned a little bit to not scheme for just one person. But he was such a great athlete and such a difference maker that there were a lot of things in that offense that were for Kenny. And he returns a 101-yard kickoff against Penn Hills in the first quarter, and we never see him again for the rest of the year. So it was hard to get over that. In that time, we found out that Brock Wilkins could be a running back because in 7 quarters he scored 8 touchdowns, and he's back this year. So it was great to find that out. And I do think we learned a lot about ourselves as the season went on. Ended against Shaler on a very high note, and then Pine Richland at the end wasn't as great, but there's a lot of teams that felt Pine Richland last year, so there's not a whole lot of shame in that.
You mentioned Brock Wilkins back, and with his 50 attempts, averaged more than 5 yards per carry. You mentioned the touchdowns. He tied for the team lead with 8, matching Calvin Heinley. Do you think that your skill position guys can really take a big step forward this year? Yeah, I do, and I'll be honest, Brock's been a leader since his sophomore year when he got here. I can't say enough about the kid. I don't know how he doesn't have Division I offers right now. And Calvin Heinley is just a flat-out difference maker on offense. And that's 7-on-7 at Latrobe, and I know it's a 7-on-7, but kid had like 12 touchdowns that day. Already has an offer to Slippery Rock. Both of them are big cogs of the offense, so expecting big things out of both of those guys. Another player who is a terrific athlete and I think that has pretty high aspirations, LeBrin Smith, quarterback a year ago. Now, he didn't throw a ton, but what's his role going to be and how much might he improve from a year ago? Yeah, I'll tell you what, man, he's matured a ton, and I have him in baseball too, and same thing there. Just, being on the mound, seeing the maturity that's come. We're totally blessed to have 2 quarterbacks, and I know a lot of teams would say you have to find that one quarterback. Between LeBrin and Logan Johnson, we have 2 quarterbacks that complement each other very well. Logan does things LeBrin can't. LeBrin does things Logan can't. So we're going to roll 2 quarterbacks all year. It's not going to be a situation of a competition. It's going to be, each of them playing to their own strength. And LJ had a great year last year too. So it's amazing to have both of those guys. Yeah, and Johnson a little bit more of the passer as he threw for 500-plus yards and 6 touchdowns. Whoever's your quarterback, I think they'll have an anchor protecting them along the offensive line, and Brandon Lawhorn Moore, a guy who's received Division I interest. I know you said he's probably closing in on a dozen offers at this point. What stands out about him? My wife said it yesterday. She said that it's her favorite player this year because he's always having fun, man. Even during the JV, we started out JVs yesterday. He was out there having fun, encouraging the guys. When he came out and our number 2s came in yesterday, my wife said he's on the sideline tapping everybody. He's the first one to get up to people when they make a good play. He's our leader in the weight room. I don't think his freshman, sophomore year, he would have told you he could do an interview with anybody. Now that he's gotten a little publicity, he's great, man. He's learning from you then. It must be. He's a great spokesman for the team and just another great leader that we have. We have a lot of coaches in Westmoreland County that play in 5A, and your team is amongst them. I think the thing that's really interesting this year is that 5A teams have 5 non-conference games and then 5 conference games. So to me, that's an interesting dynamic to play for more than a month without it affecting the playoffs. How do you and the coaching staff approach that? Yeah, it's almost 2 seasons, right? It's a chance to get everything, to figure things out for the first 5 weeks, and then, the lights go on and it's showtime as far as earning a playoff spot goes. But I think it's great, and last year that's something we didn't have because we jumped right in with Penn Hills that first week. I think it's great to be able to try some young kids' places, make some mistakes, hopefully win the games, but, still have that cushion that, it's not going to hurt your playoff seeding if you don't win. We're excited to have those 5 games and try some things and see what works and what doesn't. I know coaches never want to look ahead and assume wins or certainly don't want to assume losses, but the way the schedule's set up, your final 2 weeks are going to be tough. At Pine Richland, hosting Penn Hills. How important is it for the games preceding that you take care of business? Yeah, I think that the games before that set up everything, and we're confident enough in this senior group and our group that I think those could be probably 2 of the biggest games in Kiski since 1991 when we last won a playoff game. And that's our plan, and I know, we played the last time Penn Hills came to Kiski, the game was 7-3. It was a hard-nosed, grind-out football game. I think that's what we're going to bring again this year, so we're confident we can get to that point and make those 2 games, really big games for us. you mentioned before that LeBryn Smith is a baseball player, and you know all about baseball, being the coach at Kiski Area. So the fact that you coach another sport there and have familiarity, how much does that help transitioning between the fall and the spring?
Yeah, it's great. I literally live at Kiski basically because we're in the weight room for one sport or on the field for another sport the entire time. And the relationships you get to build, LeBryn's probably sick of me because he can never get rid of me. I'm with him, all the whole year long. And I'm like that with pretty much every kid. And the other thing is I get to share an office with my dad, which right now isn't the greatest thing in the world. But I know 10 years from now we'll look back on it, and there's not a lot of people that can be head coach at the same school their dad's the head coach at for another sport. So very cool, and, I can't say enough about my AD, John Peterman, and the district in general, man. It's just a great place to be.
Talking to Aaron Albert, pinch hitting for his father, Sam, the head coach of Kiski Area. So I'll give you a chance to talk about your dad a little bit. What are his best qualities?
The relationships he has with kids, man, and that's what I learned from. Most Christmases at my house weren't just me, my brothers, and my sister. They were 2 quarterbacks, a running back, some kids from our current team that didn't have anywhere to go on Christmas. Just the relationship building and the caring. And it's been my whole life. I think the funny thing is Kiski hasn't won a playoff game since '91. That same year, my dad took Valley to not Heinz Field, then Three River Stadium in the Whitfield final, and I was on the field as a 6-year-old water boy at the time. So, yeah, it's been a big part of my life, my whole life. And my dad's from Kiski. That's where he considers home. So to get us back to the playoffs and to get a playoff win for that community would mean the world to us.
And kind of continuing upon that, what's your favorite part of coaching, particularly for the Cavaliers?
I'll tell you what, it's just that when you start to win, there hasn't been a ton of winning tradition here. You tell pretty quickly how excited people get about it. We won a baseball game against Armstrong to go to the playoffs. They stormed the baseball field, which is not something you see a whole lot. So just the excitement. And that's what we hope for football this year. We hope to get off to a good start, a fast start, pack as many fans. We just put 2,000 new bleachers in the stadium, so we hope to fill those up and have a great year this year.
And one thing that I've learned firsthand is when you're coaching baseball, I don't know if you do it for football or not, you have a former championship belt that you carry with you, and you give out to, I guess, a deserving player.
We do. So I had a new one made, but we didn't like it as much. They still like the one that I won at a point in time as a pro wrestler. So it's back, and it's back with the Kiski football team for now, and in the spring it'll make the jump over to be with the baseball team again.
Final question for you. If there was a matchup between Ashton Amherst and Roman Reigns, what's the outcome?
That wouldn't take too long. I think Roman Reigns in about 30 seconds probably tapped me out.
Fair enough. That's still a better showing than Bill Goldberg would have.
That's true.
Aaron, thank you so much for doing this. We appreciate you pinch hitting, as you said, and I hope that Cavaliers have a really good year this year.
Thanks. We appreciate all the coverage, man.
That is assistant head coach Aaron Albert for the Kiski Area Cavaliers. We'll take a break, but when we continue with our Westmoreland Sports Network's high school kickoff show, we will hear from Vince Skillings of the Derry Area Trojans. That's all to come as we roll along here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Hey, hun, now that you're 15, we really need to talk about checking.
Checking? Introducing the new Ameriserve Student Life Checking Account.
So you would have a free Visa check card and mobile and online banking. Oh, and there are low ATM fees.
Super cool. So can we sign me up, like...
How about now?
Get started with the Student Life Checking Account. It's the newest way that Ameriserve is banking for life. Message and data rates may apply. Check with your mobile carrier. Member FDIC.
Relax. With us, you're in safe hands. This is Dr. Dean Huss at Huss Chiropractic in Loyal Hannah. We've been helping the local community get rid of back pain, headaches, and sore joints for over 20 years. Huss Chiropractic also tackles sports-related injuries, offering alternatives to surgery that will get you back on the path to healing. To make an appointment with us, call 724-879-4385 or visit HussChiropractic.com. Go Trojans from Huss Chiropractic, Industrial Boulevard in Loyal Hannah.
At Pit Stop Pizza in Sunoco, you play and we pay. That's right, over $10,000 a week paid out in the Pennsylvania Lottery. We also offer your favorite cold beer and hard ices featuring 5 flavors including blue raspberry, blackberry, and Long Island iced tea. Pit Stop also offers a full menu of delicious foods, from their legendary pizza to their mouth-watering jumbo wings, gourmet burgers, and chicken sandwiches made from scratch. Visit or order online at pitstoppizza.com or just stop in anytime. Located across from Derry High School on Route 982.
2020 was a year of change at Derry Area, including a new head coach in Vince Skillings. However, the Trojans did not make the playoffs, and they had their last 2 games canceled as a result of COVID. Now in 2021, relying heavily upon a veteran offensive line, the Trojans will look to get back to a higher level of play. Skillings encountered many obstacles in his head coaching debut, as COVID restricted his relationships with the players initially, and then the Trojans had their final 2 games canceled, finishing 2-3. Just prior to the shutdown, he thought his team was peaking. Now, Derry Area's roster is littered with youth at the skill positions, so Skillings will rely upon a veteran group up front to lead the way, headlined by seniors Braden Mickenack, Carson Chamberlain, Dylan Rhodes, and Noah Simmerman. A lot of those skill positions, you're going to have young players, many freshmen, some sophomores as well, but a veteran offensive line. How much responsibility do you take to make sure that their jobs are as easy as possible?
We try our best to relieve the stress off of them and just try to get them as comfortable as I can and just play football.
With the graduation of Matt McDowell, the Trojans will look to the duo of Ahmad Ward and Eric Catone to lead the ground game, which has been an area of strength in recent years. Catone's mindset is simple.
Grind mode. Just one goal.
A 3-way competition at QB appears to now favor freshman Blake Revore, while his older brother Zach still recovers from injury. The other contender, freshman Noah Burkheimer, could also play extensively at receiver. If the Trojans come up shy of the end zone, they'll have a kicker in Chance White who can put up points. His range on field goals could exceed 50 yards. With deep playoff runs in the recent past, the Trojans will seek to return to that form in 2021, especially in the Allegheny 7 Conference, which appears wide open after North Catholic.
It's going to be the same thing as Coach Sweeney was here. Coach Skillings he wants us to play hard-nosed football.
So what are the goals this year?
We're shooting for a championship. I think it can be achievable.
The Trojans will open the 2021 season against Greater Latrobe. They'll follow that with another non-conference against Mount Pleasant Area, and they will wrap up the regular season on the road against front-runner North Catholic.
And we welcome you back to the beautiful Manor Valley Golf Course here in Export as we continue with our Westmoreland County Kickoff show right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. And as always, so nice to bring in the second-year now head coach of the Derry Area Trojans, Vince Skillings, sophomore year, as he says. Coach, first of all, last year was the COVID year that we talked about. And you played 5 games. We're at Valley. That last game, you pull off a nice victory, and all of a sudden the season's over. And that had to have been so difficult for you because you were just starting to get things going, and then it shut down. How has this year been now that we haven't had to worry about that?
Actually, in the off-season, I was somewhat disappointed because we didn't have very many linemen showing up for off-season conditioning, strength and conditioning, and but our skill guys were showing up religiously. So I'm excited about the skill guys. This year, though, being able to see the players and be able to work with them without having to have masks on and social distance, being too strict social distancing wise, it really felt refreshing. It felt like football again. Yeah.
Absolutely, and not having to go through all of the COVID protocols that you had to go through has to be nice, and we'll knock on wood that we're still good, but so far it should be shaping up well. Trojan Stadium should be rocking this year. The student section and everything else, you don't have to worry about all of that. Let's just hope that happens. Let's talk about this version of the Derry Area Trojans. Last year you lost 14 seniors. Of course, when you look at a few of those, you look at the anchor of your offensive line and Kane Latta. Elijah Squared, Penich, and Ward, both gone, graduated. A kid like Matt McDowell, who was just a tremendous athlete and had a great career at Derry. Your starting quarterback, Nick Detour, all gone. Just to name a few. Price Donovan, another one. But this year you replace those guys with a promising group of freshmen coming in, Coach. How has the team shaped up so far this year with the upperclassmen and the underclassmen kind of working together?
Well, actually, they're still bonding, still meshing. We're excited for our line. We have an outstanding veteran line. It's going to be anchored by Braden Mickenack, Noah Zimmerman, and Dylan Rhodes. We have a good bonding going on now between the linemen. They're really those senior linemen have really taken those freshmen and under their wings and have been coaching them up. And I've been seeing a marked improvement in our freshmen. Unfortunately, yesterday in our scrimmage with GCC, I wasn't real pleased because they were shell shocked, and I should have expected that. But we're feeling pretty confident.
Well, you talk about the leadership, and you talk about guys like Zimmerman, who, he has made himself a household name.
Yeah.
Same with Mickenack, Braden, as well as Dylan Rhodes. I mean, those three to start with. And you also have a weapon, which we'll talk about in a moment, Chance White. That can also certainly help when you have a kicker that can kick like him. But talk about how maybe those three leaders of your football team have to step up to be successful, especially with a young group.
Braden had a AC shoulder injury in camp, first day of camp actually. So he's expected to be back on Friday for Friday's game. But those three have really worked together. We noticed a marked difference in our offense whenever we were able to go full pads. When they started showing up for in the off season, there was just a total difference. No has a perfect attitude. I mean, the world could be falling apart around us, and No will come up with some crazy witticism that'll just break the tension. He's that type of guy. Then Braden Mickenack, he knows everything about his position. Teaches the young guys. He's very intense, hard worker. He's the anchor of our line. And Dylan will be out at the tackle, and we're looking for him to protect our young quarterback's backside.
So offensive line-wise, you're okay. Skill position-wise, you got some things going on. I know Ahmad Ward is back, and he had some carries a year ago. Right. Isaiah is no longer with the team. He graduated. Right. Talk about your quarterback situation first, because you have a couple of brothers battling there.
Yeah, Blake and Zach Rivor are battling for the number one quarterback spot. I think Blake might have got a little edge yesterday, but we like the experience of Zach. Zach knows our offense pretty well. He knows what we expect, and we think he might be able to handle the pressure a little better than Blake. So to kind of want to ease Blake in if he's going to be our future, and take advantage of Zach's experience and knowledge of our program. We just need and all we need him to do is manage the game, because we have a very talented group of young, skilled guys that are still learning, but they're learning fast. We did a lot of 7-on-7 over the summer in order to get those young, skilled guys used to competing against talented, experienced varsity players, and they've done a good job over the summer. I think yesterday the speed of the game caught up with them, and their inexperience showed, but I think we're going to be all right.
Right, and that scrimmage, by the way, against Greensburg Central Catholic that Vince is alluding to, very good, solid Central Catholic team. You'll be hearing from Coach Marco Thomas coming up here shortly, but the kids battled, and I think that, as we talked about before, that's kind of important to lead us to where we're at right now.
Exactly. So we're feeling that going into Friday night's game with Latrobe, that we got a few things to knock out, work out and correct, but we're hoping that our kids will rebound and be ready to go on Friday.
Your secret weapon is your kicker. Not secret anymore, though, right?
Not anymore.
Chance White, my brother Dan telling me when he and Sean Myers came to your camp, that Chance was knocking them down from 50 and 50 plus.
Yes,
so.
Chance, I pray that God will bless us with the kicking coach, because this young man has gone to showcases and he's paid for his own kicking to go to his own kicking camps, and he's on record as hitting from 62 yards a couple times, 58, 62. So if we're inside, if we get in the 40-yard line, negative 40, we're not going to be afraid to turn him loose and let him boom a couple.
Vince, some coaching staffs, they stay together for a long time. Some, disperse as the years go on. You have a new coaching staff and a very young coaching staff. How difficult has that been to get things going?
I don't think it's been that difficult. Sure, their lack of experience it shows as we're in our preparations and sometimes in practices because there's a couple that aren't as I won't say forceful, and so kind of a little timid, and me being kind of a passive type of guy anyway. I turn that over to Wiz, Coach Hayes. He's the enforcer. We're the good cop, bad cop. But actually, the young players have really gravitated toward the coaches, the young coaches, and they have they respect them. They respect those guys, and those guys they're former Trojans.
Right.
They know what we do at Derry, how we do it, and how we want to get it done, and so it's just for them to coach and teach the position is not difficult.
And that's what I was going to say, because you have former Trojans on your staff. Right. And I remember when one young Vince Skillings was my coach, and you were pretty excited all the time. And you need that excitement from assistants. And I know some of those younger guys certainly will certainly bring that to the table. Yeah. Vince, coming up this week, the rival game against Latrobe. We talk about this every year. This time it's at Memorial Stadium. You didn't get a chance to play it last year, so this will be your first one as the head football coach at Derry against Latrobe. Talk about your thoughts on that.
I'll tell you, it's kind of surreal to be a coach in this game. It's the game, like you said. It's akin to Ohio State and Michigan. In my book, so I'm like really excited, and it's not so much for me; it's for our kids, our young kids. If they can go out here with this young team and pull off a victory, it would be a great way to start off the season, and a big morale as well as emotional boost for the team. And even though teams or people are writing us off this year, we feel that even to play close will be a real big boost to our morale and preparation for going into conference play.
And finally, quickly running out of time, but you look at your conference. North Catholic is a juggernaut. They have a lot coming back. Other than that, the parity in your conference seems pretty much straight across the table, doesn't it?
Yes, it is, and we feel we can qualify for the playoffs, and we feel that if we don't win the conference, we believe we can finish second. So we're gonna give everybody a run.
And you answered my last question. What are your goals? He just let us know what
conference
his goals are.
Conference championship, Whitfield championship, and the state championship this year.
Derry Trojan, second-year head football coach, coming off the COVID year. Vince Skillings, he finally gets a full season. Coach,
Thanks.
Good luck to you, I should
Thanks,
say.
John.
And hopefully be congratulating you after some wins this year, certainly.
Hey, looking forward to it.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you each and every week. By the way, all 10 Derry area Trojan football games here on the Westmoreland Sports Network this season. Myself, Bob Lesinski, will have all the calls for you for the Trojans coming up this season here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, both on audio and video, and that will be an interview with Coach Vince Skillings. Coming up next, we'll talk with Jason Marucco, the head football coach of the Mount Pleasant Vikings. Don't go away. We are at beautiful Manor Valley Golf Course here in Export, and we'll be back on the Westmoreland Sports Network after these messages.
This is how far we'll go to treat heart, lung, and vascular disease. 15 millimeters. At Excella Health, we believe less can be more. That's why we use minimally invasive surgery in the treatment of coronary artery disease, heart valve repair and replacement, lung cancer, and conditions of the peripheral arteries. For our patients, that means less blood loss, less post-operative pain, and a faster recovery. It means that a disease process that took decades to develop can, in a few hours, be reversed. And for us, it means providing the most advanced and sophisticated care for patients in our region. The Heart, Lung, and Vascular Institute at Excella Health. Expert care here.
Hi, I'm Anthony D'Annunzio from D'Annunzio's Restaurants. Come visit us at one of our 3 locations, Jeannette, Monroeville, or Latrobe. We're open 7 days a week, so we've always got something cooking at D'Annunzio's. For our dine-in specials, Monday it's spaghetti. It's raviolis on Tuesday, lasagna on Wednesday, and on Thursday it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Visit us online at D'Annunzio'sRestaurant.com. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. D'Annunzio's Restaurants. It's a family tradition.
Here at Mount Pleasant area, the Vikings got off to a strong start in the 2020 season. However, they finished on a 3-game losing streak that included a playoff setback to North Catholic in the 3A quarterfinals. Now in 2021, the Vikings will look to take the next step and learn how to finish off some of those games. Mount Pleasant area dropped close games to both Elizabeth Forward and South Park to conclude the regular season, resulting in a wildcard berth. Those missed opportunities have fueled the Vikings this offseason, according to lineman Hunter Dean. So how do you make sure that you finish this year stronger?
Well, honestly, I think that we got in the weight room, we worked our ass off, and we're just going to be a better football team. I think we work harder than we did last year altogether.
The run-heavy offense returns 2 standout backs in senior Aaron Alexson and junior Robbie Labuda, who emerged late last season. Combined, they rushed for approximately 1,000 yards, and that should increase in 2021. They will also be top receiving threats for new QB Tyler Reese, who replaces Asher O'Connor. Reese is a dynamic athlete who can also provide another running threat. Despite notable graduations on the offensive line, the Vikings have a promising group led by Dean, a senior, and junior William Eicher. Mount Pleasant also boasts impressive depth for a 3A school, with a roster surpassing 50 players. It seems like football's a big deal here. What does it mean to play for this community at Mount Pleasant?
I think it means a lot. It takes pride to play here. I think that, like you said, we get a lot of kids every year. I think the people like it in our community. So, I think it's an honor to play here.
The graduation of defensive standouts lineman Ian Fasano and linebacker Jonas King will sting, but the linebackers and secondary appear to be a strength this year, with Alexson and Max Moore serving as the top backers, while Reese, Labuda, and Connor Johnson will be the anchors behind them. What's it going to take to be even better this year on that side?
Well, I think our main thing this year is we got a lot of speed. So I think if we play fast, play through the whistles, I think we'll be all right.
With head coach Jason Fazikis leading the way, Mount Pleasant seeks to finish near the top of the Interstate Conference, which includes EF, South Park, South Allegheny, Yawk, Brownsville, and rival Southmoreland. The top 4 teams will qualify for the playoffs. Before they begin the conference slate, Mount Pleasant area will have 4 Westmoreland County showdowns in non-conference against Burrell, Derry Area, Greensburg Salem, and Greater Latrobe. Here from the Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, we roll along here on the Westmoreland Sports Network's high school football kickoff show. Shawn Myers now joined by the head coach of the Mount Pleasant area Vikings, Jason Fazikis. Coach, nice to talk to you for the 3rd time in about 2 weeks. How's everything going?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me. So far, things are going pretty well for us.
Now, we had the opportunity, myself and Dan Flickinger, to come out and see your team in training camp. And one thing that always stands out to us is that a 3A school that has really good numbers in terms of the roster size. And it seems like it's a pride of playing for Mount Pleasant area that's a big part of that. What's so special that you get so many kids to come out in an era where numbers are dwindling for high school football?
Well, I think number one, when you talk about the history of Mount Pleasant, I think that still kind of connects with our community. I think our community still cares a lot about football. I also have a few coaches in the school that we can recruit kids and talk to them. But I think overall just the community itself and how much they care about it is probably the biggest plus for us.
And they had plenty to cheer about last year, especially early in the season. You got back to the playoffs, 2nd consecutive year that you made the postseason with the Vikings. How big was that to establish that you're now a playoff team for 2 consecutive years?
Well, I mean, it's significant. I mean, it's not easy to do. Making the playoffs, you got to play well. Things got to kind of fall your way. And I know as a team, we always want to set that goal. We want to try to be competitive for those spots. So, yeah, absolutely. When you can do it 2 years in a row after we didn't make it the year before that, I definitely think it's good for the program.
That being said, the finish was not the greatest for the Vikings last year. 3 consecutive losses to close out the year, including in the playoffs against a really good North Catholic team. That said, you were competitive in all those games, and I think certainly against Elizabeth Forward and South Park had a chance to win those games. So how much of a focus was turning narrow losses into victories this year?
Yeah, well, you're right about that. First of all, they're really good teams, very well coached, very athletic. I thought we were in a spot in all those games where we actually had a chance to win it. So, if you want to make progress and be a better team, you got to find a way to win those games and pull them out. So, hopefully, in working with the kids and communicating, maybe we're ready to kind of get better with those tight games.
I think a lot of people think of some college teams that are good every year because they run the same type of system offensively, and with different pieces, it still works to success. Mount Pleasant area has had a pretty unique offense, variations of the wing T. How has that stayed a staple, and how have you made the most of that?
Well, number one, it's something you got to believe in it. You got to feel like you know how to do it and how to coach it. I got really good coaches on staff that know how to coach that stuff. And what I like about what we do, and we're kind of hybrid. We can go under center. We're, kind of gun tee and things like that. But we can always find a way, depending on the athletes and what we have, that we can kind of adjust it and make it fit. So, overall, I think it's been pretty productive for us.
And part of that is having good guys running the football, and you have a couple of good ones who return. Aaron Alexson, I thought, has been pretty good the last couple years, and then a guy who really exploded in the second half of the season was Robbie Labuda. Seems like both of them will be poised to be even bigger parts of the offense. What are their best qualities?
Without a doubt, they're going to be huge parts of it. Aaron Alexson is going to be a 3-year starter for us, two-way starter. And we kind of got him fit into a good position last year. I really think we figured out where to put him. Very big, very athletic. I think he's going to be set to have a great year. And then Robbie Labuda, who would be traditional tailback type kid. We always knew he had that chance to be a downhill runner, but he was a sophomore starting defense, so it took him a while to get him there. But between the two of them, they're definitely going to be a big part of it, and we're going to try to find ways to get them the football a lot.
Talking to Jason Fazikis, the head coach of the Mount Pleasant area Vikings here on the Westmoreland Sports Network and our high school football kickoff show. So that accounts for 2 of your running backs, but you typically have a third player in the backfield as well. It seems like that was a competition potentially between brothers.
Well, not brothers. They not related that way, just the same, kind of the same namesake. But yeah, I think between those two, which you kind of declare like our H-back type kid, I think we'll be able to find, between the two of them, and maybe even split some time, that we'll be okay.
Your quarterback, Tyler Reese, takes over for Asher O'Connor, and one thing that you told me is that Tyler might be the best athlete on the entire team, so I'm sure you want to see him throw successfully, but when you have a person of that athletic caliber, it seems like there's probably a lot of ways to get him involved.
Yeah, without a doubt. When you have kids like Robbie and Aaron in the backfield, and then when you have a quarterback that can be dynamic, and I think Tyler has that ability to do that. He's very athletic. He's a tough kid, very competitive, and I can really see him getting better, basically every day he feels more comfortable. So I think he's going to add, quite a bit to the offense. I'm really excited actually to see how he can play this year.
I know every head coach wants to have a good offensive and defensive line. I think for you in particular, that's probably even a bigger point of emphasis. But you graduated a lot of key contributors along there. So where do you see those units right now?
Well, absolutely. We had a couple kids that were multi-year starters that graduated. But you know what? I like where these groups are at right now, because the first thing they did that really sets it apart for me is they committed to the weight room, and they bought into getting bigger and stronger. And that's number one thing you got to do until you get to June. And those guys, they have done that. They're very coachable. Their energy is always great. I don't have to coach their effort very much. So I think when we talk about losing some key guys, the idea now is just to be a better overall group. Be a better 5 on offense, and be a better defensive line, as a combination. So I think that we'll be able to find enough kids that, we can be competitive up front.
A year ago, your team had some really shining moments defensively. I think back to the Elizabeth Forward game where that unit was terrific. What will be the identity of your defense this year?
Well, the defense, same. I've always said it. I hope the defense is the best part of our team. You're not going to hear me complain about playing good defense. So I think that the way we're going to call it and like our base stuff, I think up front we just talked about that. We'll be okay and the kids are going to be fine. But like our linebackers in secondary, I think we bring back experience and a lot of athleticism. So I think just them playing their technique and getting to the football and making plays, I think is what I hope is going to define us.
Less than a week before the games really count, but you've already had a scrimmage against Indiana Area. What did you take from that?
Well, in a lot of ways, the scrimmages always kind of tend to be the same in a little bit because there's a lot of good things I saw, and then there's a lot of things that we have to fix. But the one thing I tell the kids, we want to come away where we feel we're competitive and that we were getting at it, and I kind of think that we did that. And, the mistakes that we have, I think they can be correctable through coaching and probably even more so just some repetition, that we need this time of the year. So, we got a lot of reps yesterday. I think we got a good basis kind of build off of.
I previously interviewed Southmoreland's Dave Keefer, and I said that I thought, at least from my vantage point, that your conference maybe was the most competitive, where the number 1 team and the number 5 team, there was not a lot of separation. Yeah. It seems like any of those teams could have potentially got into the playoffs. Do you think you could see more of the same this year?
Yeah, without a doubt. You know what? The last couple of years, I really just see like there's good coaching throughout. I think that's the number one thing. And then when you throw in some of the athletes that were there, every week was very competitive. When we talk about making playoffs earlier, I recognize that it's hard. We got to be ready to go every week because I really think the conference, there are, quite a few teams that are going to be, in the spot to win it.
I know that everyone at Mount Pleasant looks forward to the Southmoreland game and vice versa. The Scotties gear up for that as well. But you have a lot of local rivalry or geographically based matchups this year that I think will bring a lot of interest to Westmoreland County. How much do you embrace that?
Well, you know what, we're going to embrace every game, but like when I really think the WPIL, they got it right when they kind of redistrict things here a little bit, like with the out of conference games. And yeah, when you're playing teams like Greensburg, Salem, and Latrobe, that's going to be really good, not just for the football teams, but for both the communities. So yeah, I think that those games are going to add a little bit there, and absolutely, I think it's going to be a great thing.
Final thing for you, Coach. What is the best part of this year's version of the Vikings from your perspective?
I think overall, what I'm probably most happy with where we're at right now, I always say that I shouldn't have to coach effort, and our kids, I think they really bought in and they're really giving great effort, very coachable. So I hope that we can build that into, a great season.
Coach, thanks so much for doing this once again, and we look forward to seeing the Vikings this year.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks a lot.
That's head coach Jason Fizikis of Mount Pleasant Area. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll dive deep into the Yawk Cougars and their head coach Chris Chunko as we continue here on the Westmoreland Sports Network's High School Football Kickoff Show.
When you're in pain or suffering from an injury, all you want is to get back on your feet, back to living your life. At East Suburban Sports Medicine Center, that's what we've done for 35 years. Our staff is skilled, experienced, and compassionate. Our facilities are modern and welcoming, and our focus is on you. So if you want to feel better, play better, and live better, call us today or visit one of our 6 offices.
East Suburban Sports Medicine. Take it from me, Bill Hillgrove. It's the best care, hands down.
Dr. Scott Learn and his dental team have been caring for the community for over 20 years. Dr. Learn offers a wide variety of dental services, including oral exams, gingivitis treatments, crowns, veneers, and more. He even makes custom sports mouth guards. Call 724-537-3314 or visit scottellearndmd.com. Dr. Scott Learn General and Cosmetic Dentistry in Latrobe, giving you the confidence to enjoy your smile. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
The 10th annual Westmoreland Sports Network High School Football Coaches Preview Show. And you're also going to hear from Seton Hall's head football coach on our program here today as the Griffins will get things cranked up here shortly. And joining me to my left, his first time, he was unable to make it last year, he said, but he was happy to be able to be here this year. And I'm going to be talking with the second-year head coach of the Yaw Cougars, Chris Chunko. Last year, the Cougars were 2 up and 5 down overall. They were 1-4 in the Class 3A Interstate Conference. And the Cougars have not qualified for the playoffs since 2013. Coach Chunko has been coaching football for 25 years. His team has 8 starters returning on both offense and defense. That's got to be a comforting thought. We'll ask the coach about it here in a moment. And he's got a couple of top newcomers that we hope to get a word or two about on the team. In tackle R.J. Romano, running back, outside linebacker Shane Swoop, and inside linebacker Isaac Swoop. And the Swoops are brothers. And the Cougars will open their season on Friday up on Cougar Mountain. Not Walton's Mountain, right? But Cougar Mountain. They'll take on Albert Gallatin at 7 p.m. And Coach Chunko, I'd love to welcome you to our show. And thank you for being a part of our largest number of high school football coaches in our history of doing this show.
Well, it's my privilege and pleasure to be here.
Coach, the Cougars took their lumps last season. Injuries to several key players and a general lack of depth took its toll. You took 3 particular steps to help improve your program after last season. How about sharing with our viewers what those 3 steps were and how you came up with the idea that those 3 things were critical that you began to do to get your program moving forward?
Well, I mean, we knew that we had to build up our strength, okay, because we kind of felt last year we were lacking in that, and it was our first year, and we kind of got, the whole COVID thing came up, so that kind of hurt our weight program. We've been in there the first Monday in December. We maxed out, and the last time we maxed out in May, I think our overall, out of our 4 lifts, we went up almost like 14,000 pounds. I mean, it was just unbelievable. The kids really bought into the weight program. They're in there 3 days a week, and then we knew also too, as some of our depth, that we needed to try to get some more kids on the team. Mm-hmm. So last year we ended the season with 33, and right now we're rostering 42. Okay. So, just going out to the different events, going out to the baseball, going into the school, having meetings, trying to get kids excited about the program. Like I said, if we could get them in that weight room or in that locker room and get them engaged, we can teach them the game of football. And right now, with the 42 kids strong, I mean, it's working out pretty good.
And that has kind of given you a lot of reason for optimism for this year. But you did graduate some talent.
We did.
And that talent was led by your quarterback, Jamal Marbley, who led the team in both passing and rushing yards, and receiver C.J. Waldeer, who led the squad in receiving yards. Since you've had the opportunity to scrimmage, tell us how the competition to fill those roles has been shaping up.
Well, I mean, CJ, he just didn't lead the team. He led the Whippeal regular season last year in receiving. So we're not going far to replace CJ Waldeer. Just at his house, we're going with his younger brother Tristan, who's now a senior. Tristan was a quarterback last year, and he got hurt in game 3 against South Allegheny. Mm-hmm. He tore his right knee up. And he worked so hard to get back because his sophomore year, he tore his left knee up against Sarah Catholic in a week 0 game. So, but now this year, he got cleared back in July, and he got cleared right before the Westmoreland coaches 7-on-7, and he was excellent there. Then he played, and we went to Belle Vernon, their Gold Bowl 7-on-7, and the scrimmage yesterday. He's just he's a deep threat. He's a very good receiver, big target, 6'2", 205. Strong.
So it sounds like that's a pretty talented athletic family there in the Waldeers.
Yes, very.
Now, another gentleman that you lost who was a key player for your squad last year was on the line. You never can have enough good linemen, and that's Austin Caudill. How's his replacement shaping up?
Well, Austin, he ended up going to Clarion, and, we have 2 new tackles. Brett Sears taking over the left tackle. He's a junior, and then our big senior, 6'4", 285, R.J. Romano didn't play last year, but he decided to come back out. Okay. And he's a big, strong kid, and he worked his way into the starting lineup on the defensive on the defensive side of the ball too.
So he'll be a two-way performer.
I mean, we'll give him breaks because now this year we have 17 linemen on the roster, so we'll be able to
give him breaks.
Give breaks here and there. And as far as Jamal goes, Jamal started out as a running back last year. He gained over 200 yards in the first 2 games, and he was forced to go to quarterback. But then we sent him back down to running back the last 2 games, and then we started Gavin Roebuck, who was a sophomore last year, and he's going to be the quarterback again this year.
Gavin looked pretty good in the scrimmage?
Our passing game looked good yesterday, yes.
Okay, very good, because you want to have balance.
Yes.
You want to have balance. You want to be a little bit more about Gavin. Is he also a runner as well as a thrower?
He's more of a thrower. More of a thrower. But he has. Let me tell you, he's worked hard in the weight room. He's worked hard on his speed and agility, and his feet are a lot better. So he is becoming a runner too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, having experience in solid line play is vital to a team's success. You have that this season. It certainly sounds like. How about talking about the players who are going to make up those lines so they can get a little love here on the show?
Well, our center from last year in defensive tackle, Sam DiPolito, he had an off-season knee injury. We're hoping to get him back around week 3 or week 4 if everything goes okay. But then Tanner Jarman's going to be taking over that center spot right now. He actually started at right guard for us last year, so he's a junior. He's coming back. Dustin Fitzgibbons, he's another junior. Last year as a sophomore, Tanner got hurt in week 1 against Shortiers Houston. Mm-hmm. So Dustin came in and started the rest of the season and got a lot of experience. He was trial by fire last year, but he's another one. He hit the weight room hard, and he's a lot stronger and bigger than he was last year. So that's going to help. I mentioned Brett Searett, the other tackle. He played some games last year due to some injuries. So he has varsity experience. So and then RJ played as a sophomore, so we have varsity experience along that line.
Okay. We're visiting with Coach Chris Chunko, second season at the Yaw Cougars mentor up there on Cougar Mountain. Chris, since this is, I mentioned earlier, this is your first time being on our preview show. For our audience out there, maybe share a little bit about your coaching background. You've been coaching for 25 years, maybe some of the stops you've been at, who some of the coaches you've coached with and such?
Oh, I've been 25 years. I was started back in the late 80s, California High School under Coach Jeff Weaver. And then I had a family, did tour the midget league for about 12 years. And then I got back in the varsity with Don Militer over at Charleroi. Spent 4 years with him. Went to Ringgold and was with Coach Zmianek for a year. Then I went to Uniontown for Coach Lloyd, and then at York.
And what part of West Pennsylvania are you from originally?
Monessen.
Monessen Greyhound.
I'm a Monessen Greyhound.
Oh, yes. Monessen, and anybody that follows sports in this area historically knows the kind of football and basketball programs that were there at your alma mater, the Monessen Greyhounds. Coach, what are your expectations for the 2021 edition of the Yaw Cougars football team, and how do you measure success?
Well, of course, everyone measures success by wins and losses. I mean, our goal is to make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. You want to make the playoffs every year. We haven't been there since 2013, and that's our goal, is to make the playoffs. But like I said, you measure success, a lot of things. Measure success on the field as far as making the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Measure success as a classroom. Let's have no ineligible players. Right. Let's excel in the classroom, and also which we excel in the community too. We do community events. We did an event for the West Newton Cemetery. They're doing Avenue of the Flags for Memorial Day, and we helped the veterans, and we put up the flags and everything. So now I got a lot of other organizations calling for us because we want to be seen in the community. I mean, the thing is this: success for these kids is you want to have great football players, great student athletes, and great people in the community. Right. And if we could put all three of those together, we're going to have a fantastic program.
And this is my last question for you, Coach. What are some of the things that you enjoy most about being a head football coach?
Seeing the kids improve. Okay. Seeing the kids get better each and every day. Seeing the kids succeed. Mm-hmm. Like I tell them every day, I don't do this for me. Mm-hmm. I've been to the playoffs as a player and as a coach. I want them to enjoy the same success that I mean, football has given me great memories, and it's given me a pastime now that I've done for 25 years. So I want to see these kids enjoy it and excel and have as much fun as I've had these over 30-some years in this great sport.
And the fun starts for you on Friday when you will take on the former WPIAL member, but they went independent a couple years ago, the Albert Gallatin Colonials at 7 p.m. up on Cougar Mountain. I'm sure you and your staff and players can't wait for Friday night to be out under the lights, and the scoreboard's going to be telling the tale.
We can't wait for Friday night. Cougar Mountain will be rocking Friday night.
All right. Coach Chunko, thank you for coming on our program. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, both our conversations before we started our interview and then bringing you up here on stage, and hopefully you'll want to come back with us in the future.
I will. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. That is head coach Junko of the Yacht Cougars joining us on the first time of his tenure on our preview show. We'll take a break. The show will roll on as you are watching the Westmoreland Sports Network's 10th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course. We shall return in a moment.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
For over 35 years, Stevenson Insurance Associates in Greensburg has been saving their customers money on their auto insurance. If you are a safe driver and dissatisfied with the cost of your auto insurance, call Stevenson Insurance Associates at 724-832-9889. Lock in your great rate that won't change year to year unless you move, add a new driver, or buy a new vehicle. Call Stevenson Insurance Associates today for your free quote on auto, home, business, or life insurance at 724-832-9889.
Score big with the Bowser family of dealerships featuring GMC, Buick, Cadillac, Subaru, Hyundai, and Nissan. Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? Visit powerofbowser.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to find your perfect vehicle. Get the absolute best price and the best car buying experience anywhere. It's the power of the Bowser family of dealerships. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Okay, we are back and glad to have you with us as you are enjoying the Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show. And our next coach comes from the Kiski Valley. Oh, he coaches in the Kiski Valley. I don't want to take away his hometown where he was born, but from the Kiski Valley, part of Westmoreland County, and that is head coach Shawn Liotta. Shawn is in his fourth season as the skipper of the Burrell Buccaneers. Last year, his squad finished 3-5 overall and 2-3 in Class 3A Allegheny 7 Conference and in fifth place. Burrell has not qualified for the WPIAL playoffs in 9 years. Coach Liotta is the author of a book titled, and I love this title, Coach. I got to ask you later on about this. No Huddle, No Mercy. I like that approach for the book title, and that is a guide to recognizing defensive alignments in a fast-paced offense that has been used by coaches everywhere. Now, Coach has been a head coach for 11 seasons and has been in coaching for 23 years. His 43-player team roster this year is comprised of 28 players who are either freshmen or sophomores. Graduation took away 2 of their top 3 leading rushers and their top 3 tackling leaders. So it will be a youthful Buccaneer squad up at Buccaneer Stadium in 2021. Coach Liotta, glad to have you with us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. But you had to hit me with all that bad news on there.
But
all those guys we got to replace, and now I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight.
Well, you got a week to get ready to try to get that first up.
Yeah, that's right. We got to. We'll have our work cut out for us. We got a good Mount Pleasant team, very well coached. Coach Vazakis and his staff do a great job with those guys, and we're looking forward to that. And again, we're excited here at Burrell. We've got a great group of kids, hard-working kids, to get after it. A lot of youth, like you said. But, I think someone told me, they said, when you have youth, young now means a bright future.
Right.
So actually our band director told me that at Burrell, believe it or not.
Is that right?
Actually said that. So, I'll give him credit for that one. And it makes a lot of sense when you hear it.
And, of course, you take your lumps when you're young going against other more experienced teams. But if they learn those lessons, then you sit back and you can reap the benefits as those young men become a year older or a year wiser.
Yeah, absolutely. And for us this year, it's about, not getting frustrated, I think, as we develop these kids and, continue to build the program, from where it was when we came in, and trying to get it, like you said, back to the playoffs. It's been a number of years since Burrell's been there, and we're certainly trying to get back there each and every day, working hard, with the goal to get there.
But again, as I mentioned, you've only been there for a couple of years, so you're not part of that whole streak.
No. And it's, look, I'm blessed that my staff does a great job. My coaching staff does an excellent job. We have great administration at Burrell.
Yeah, Shannon Wagner,
Dr. Wagner, the principal, Drake D'Angelo, our athletic director, certainly one of the best athletic directors in the state of Pennsylvania, without a doubt. So we're very fortunate to have him. And, it's good. It's a great place to coach, a great place to work. And I love coming to work every day, love our kids. They work hard. And we're excited for 2021. No one has a mask on right now.
Right, good.
Let's hope we keep it that way for a while. So, it's different.
Yeah, it is. But hopefully this year, much more optimistic as we go into the season. And I was talking with Dan earlier today when we were getting started. And, last year we didn't start this show until into September because of the start of the season. And some teams had plans to play 7 games, but they got hit with COVID's impact and maybe only played 4 or 5 of those games. Sure. So hopefully this year, for everybody involved, we may be able to get a full slate of games in 2021.
Absolutely.
I mentioned earlier, we talked about the playoff, but are you comfortable in this season? This is your 4th season at Burrell, that you've got your system installed well enough and maybe it's about to take flight. I know that's hard when I ask you the next question, losing your all-time passing quarterback in just 2 years. But talk about your system.
Well, yeah.
How well do you think you've got it established?
Well, we've got it, and what the system is you adapt it to your players every year. So it's constantly changing. So, the last 2 years, we broke just about every offensive school record at Burrell. And Burrell has had a rich tradition of good football teams, good players, high-powered offenses. We basically shattered all of those records the last 2 years, but a lot of those players are gone. So now the system is going to have to be tailored, to fit the talent that we have and put us in the best position to be successful.
When you talk about Burrell, I'm kind of familiar because that's out near my area.
Absolutely.
You remember Frank Solomon, I can remember, was one of the best coaches that Burrell had.
Sure.
Early in there. We talk about being successful, and they were playing in a whole different, playoff thing. And I'm going to digress for just a moment and get back to you. But I was talking to another coach here earlier about Mr. Thrower, who played at New Kansas City. And we have a foundation that awards the award to the best high school quarterback in Southwest PA. And back then, if you lost a football game in week 1, there was no playoffs for you.
Absolutely.
That's a whole different world, when we look at it now where you've got 3 and 4 teams,
crazy.
Making it. And I sit back and I remember hearing about back in the day with Mr. Thrower. I said, well, no, we won 2 WPIL titles where if you lost the first game, see you next year. That's basically what you were playing with.
Well, I played for and coached with the great Chuck Wagner, and he would always tell those stories of they lost a game early in the year and missed out on the playing in the championship because they only used to take undefeated teams to the playoffs.
And I think the one year maybe you had a tie. I think a team got in because they didn't lose, but they had a tie. But Coach, let's talk about your offense. It's predicated on a lot of speed. You want to confuse the defense with a lot of movement and formations and then not allow them much time to adjust. With your quarterbacking position being inexperienced this year, you think that'll impact your offense, how it operates this season?
Oh, certainly. I think you'll see quite a few changes in the way we operate offensively. Probably a much more greater reliance on the running game. Okay. But I don't want to let too much out of the bag right now. I had a lot of people asking me that, and I don't want to give Mount Pleasant a lot to know, because for all they know, hey, we could come out and throw it 50 times. We could run it 50 times. Right now we're still kind of a mystery. We'd like to keep it that way if we can,
Yeah. One of the things I talked to you about last year, you mentioned here earlier, is that your philosophy is that you want to play to your players' strengths. You're not a coach that says, this is my system. No. Regardless of what my talent level is any given season. Talk a little bit about why you are committed to that philosophy.
Well, Jonathan, that's a recipe for disaster. If it doesn't matter what kind of plays I like or what kind of system I like, if it doesn't fit the players that I have on my current team, I'm doing them a disservice by doing that. So what we need to do as coaches is we need to take our system and mold it to the players that we have. And like I said, I'm blessed with, great coaches, on my staff. I've got 2 of them here. I've got Mark Kazanowicz and Jimmy Gamble here off of my staff, two excellent football coaches here that work with our guys. I got my brother, Jeremy Liotta, my defensive coordinator, does a good job with those guys. Jeff Gates, Eric Fusco. We've got a really good football staff here at Burrell that do a good job in putting our kids in the right positions. So I'm blessed that way. But we don't ever make a point to put a square peg into a round hole. That's just foolish. Like we're trying to maximize the abilities of our players, and that's what I love about high school football. Is it changes year to year. Because believe me, we're not one of these schools that can recruit here at Burrell. When we play like a North Catholic, they can go get them from all over the city, which, hey, more power to them. But we can't do that. We play with the kids in the 15068.
That's it.
Yeah, in the 15068. Well, part of it anyway.
Right. I know what you're saying, and that's very true. Very true. And that opens up another area of conversation we can get into, but we won't have a chance to do it today because I want to ask you a couple other things.
Sure.
Number one, you have 3 starting linemen coming back. That has to give you confidence knowing you've got that amount of experience on that forward wall.
Absolutely. I mean, you got Gavin Thompson at center. He'll be a 3-year starter for us. He'll play on both sides of the football. Ian Quinn was a first-team all-conference lineman for us last year. He'll be back again starting. And then Aaron Malee, who got a lot of reps for us last year, started against Central Valley when we played them last year. So he's gotten a lot of really good experience. So we're excited about those guys. We're excited about the whole group. And then Aaron Neville Aaron Neville.
Yeah,
he's a heck of a singer. He's a heck of a singer now.
Yes, he is.
But Ryan Neville is one of our linemen who started for us as well, who's back as a senior captain, does a really good job. So we've got some beef on that line. We've got a running back, Caden DiCaprio.
Talk a little bit about that young man, if you would.
Yeah, he ran for a lot of yards for us last year, shortened season, probably over 500, and we weren't a run-based team, right? So he did his work, got his yardage, and he runs hard. He's a big boy, 200 and I think 20 pounds, 22 pounds, I think, and he brings every one of them when he's running the football. So he's a good one. We're glad we have him.
No Huddle, No Mercy. How'd that title come into being?
Well, that came out, when I was the offensive coordinator at Clairton back in 2014, 2015. We were really good. We had really good players. I'm running my scheme there, and we're scoring a lot of points.
Yes, you were.
And set the state record and second all-time nationally. I really think we're first. We were second, but the team that was first is in Texas.
Okay.
See, they play NCAA rules in Texas.
Oh, okay.
So the clock is different. There's no mercy rule.
Okay.
It's different rules. So really, they got a little asterisk. We're really the number one scoring team.
All right.
But
I'm sure Coach Wade appreciates
He does, absolutely. I just talked to Coach Wade this afternoon before I come up here. That's my man. But the fans started calling it No Huddle, No Mercy. Okay. They got T-shirts made up and towels made up, and they're waving towels around at the games, No Huddle, No Mercy, and that's where it was born. Yeah, that's where.
Because my thought when I heard the title was that's a confident coach, because when you publish a book and that's the title, that's going to put that bullseye out there. I don't care what the coach
Hey, look.
Right.
We've heard it, Jonathan. The kids will come over the sideline. They'll say No Huddle, No Mercy. The opposing. It's all good fun. Look, it's all in fun. It's if that gives somebody a bullseye, so be it.
Right.
It's available at nohuddlenomercy.com, $29.99. Go get yourself a copy. It's good for gifts. I'd even suggest not just one copy.
Okay.
I'm suggesting one that you read and one that you put up, like on your shelf or something like that. Like you keep it in good condition. Because sometimes older books become really collectible too.
Oh, yeah.
So get 2 copies.
Last question for head coach Shawn Liotta. Last year, Coach, you finally got the artificial turf installed at Buccaneer Stadium, and you only got to play 1 home game there. This year, you're scheduled to play, I think, 5 games at home. How much do you think it's an advantage for you when you're playing on that artificial turf at Buccaneer Stadium, regardless of the weather conditions, how much is an advantage for your team offensively against your opponent?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a big-time advantage when you got the home crowd behind you. We have what we call the ship at Burrell. That's the student section. There actually is a ship there in the crowd, and they get rowdy, and we have a touchdown cannon that goes off, and the fans have a really good time with it. So when our kids love to feed off of that, with the fans being behind them and really getting them energized. So we're looking forward to 6 games on the turf.
Oh, my
goodness. 6 home games on the turf this year.
So you won't be making too many traveling trips.
No, we will not.
All right, well, that may bode well as far as what you want to accomplish on the field this year.
We're hoping.
Okay. Coach Liotta, as always, it's a pleasure.
Absolutely.
And we get into some different aspects when you and I get a chance to chat, and I do look forward to visiting with you every year.
Absolutely.
And good luck on Friday and well throughout the season, because I like to, when I see you next time, be able to say, Coach, nice playoff season.
That's right.
In 2021.
That's what we're shooting for.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Coach Shawn Liotta.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank
of the
you
Burrell
so much.
Buccaneers joining us on our show. We'll take a break. We got more show continuing from Manor Valley Golf Course. You are watching the 10th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show only on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
The John V. Graziano Funeral Home on North 2nd Street in Jeannette proudly serves families in the Jeannette community. The Graziano Funeral Home focuses on traditional and non-traditional services, including funerals, cremation, memorial services, military services, grief support, and pre-planning. Please call us at 724-523-5433. The John V. Graziano Funeral Home in Jeannette, creating a meaningful service to honor the life and memory of your loved one.
Are you saving enough to maintain your current lifestyle throughout your retirement years? Is it time to increase your retirement plan contributions? Is your asset allocation consistent with your retirement planning goals? Will Hoffman at Hoffman Wealth Management can help you determine if it would be in your best interest to revisit your retirement planning goals. Call him today at 724-522-5411 or simply stop by any local branch to arrange a free, no-obligation personal consultation. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. Private Advisor Group and Hoffman Wealth Management are separate entities from LPL Financial.
The 2020 season was one for the record books here at Jeannette as the Jayhawks added another trophy with a WPIAL title. They came up just shy in the state championship game as well. However, the roster has changed drastically during the offseason, hit hard by graduation, and even more drastically by transfers. Now, Roy Hall, entering what could be his final season at the helm, will look to get his team back in contention. A shocking Mercy Rule victory against rival Clairton in the WPIAL 1A title game was the crowning moment for Jeannette. An injury to starting QB Brad Birch likely cost the Jayhawks state gold as well. Birch, an elite-level sophomore, then transferred to Gateway along with older brother Brett in the offseason, however, seemingly opening the floodgates as a half dozen others followed. There's been a lot of players who have left either due to graduation or transfer. The roster size is a little bit down. How do you try to combat that?
Next man up. We put everyone who left, we put them in the past, and we push forward.
Although Horn returns, less than a handful of starters are back, and Coach Roy Hall has needed to recruit band members to achieve a serviceable roster size. With many of those players completely new to the sport, patience has been required, but senior Justin Shank is confident in that bunch. So how have some of the seniors or the coaches helped that transition process for the newcomers?
Showing them the ropes, showing them how we get things done, showing them how aggressive our defense is, attacking our offense is. So as long as they keep showing up, we'll be good. They're ready.
A two-way starter along the line, Shank will need to be at his best, as will Horn, who plays receiver and safety and could get snaps at QB. Another player likely to emerge is sophomore Peyton Moulter. Despite being the reigning champs, Jeannette will not be favored in the Eastern Conference, which includes the Bears and a loaded Greensburg Central Catholic team. But being the underdogs for once could benefit the Jayhawks. What are the goals that you and your teammates have set for 2021?
We want to prove everyone wrong.
2021 appears to be the swan song for Hall, who has guided the team for more than a decade and whose tenure dates back to his playing days approximately 40 years ago. How important is it that you send him out on a high note this year?
It's really important. He played with a lot of my family members. He taught my brother and my uncles. So I'm just glad that he got to teach me, and I hope I can just ball out this season and have him have a memorable season.
There's so much pride at Jeannette in the community for the sport of football. What does it mean to you to suit up for the Jayhawks?
It means to me that this is like my family. I grew up here. I've been here all my life. Everybody's played it here in my family. So this is honestly like a dream come true to stay here and keep playing here. And it's gonna be sad when he leaves, but we'll be good.
Many of the newcomers will get their first varsity action in a Week 0 matchup against East Allegheny. Jeannette will also play non-conference against Ligonier Valley and Stowe Rocks before they begin the Eastern Conference action.
A beautiful sunset here at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, Pennsylvania, as we roll on with the 2021 Westmoreland County Coaches Show here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. I am Brent Wiggum, the play-by-play voice of the Jeannette Jayhawks, joined now by Jeannette head coach Roy Hall, maybe in his final season as the head coach at Jeannette. And, Coach, before we get into things, I know you wanted to send a special shout-out here to one of your very helpful men there at Jeannette with the football program.
Yes, I'd like to give a happy birthday shout-out to Rick Lochner, which is a true Jayhawk fan. He runs our golf outing and been doing a great job, and I'm going to miss working with him in our golf outing. So happy birthday, Rick.
Happy birthday, Rick. Have that golf outing right here at Manor Valley,
yes,
right?
Yes, we do.
Want to thank Vince DeAugustine and family and the staff here for treating us so well. So, Coach, we've been doing these preseason chats now for around a decade. And for the first time, I have no idea where to start. This offseason has been so tumultuous. Everything with COVID, obviously. You had several of your assistant coaches leave the program this year. And then, of course, a number of players that you were expecting to return who decided to transfer. Just how difficult has this offseason been, and how close were we to not even having a Jeannette football program this year?
Well, at one time when we started, we only had, we thought, 12. But, I feel sometimes that some people jump ship before they gave an opportunity to see what we had. And, we had a few coaches leave, which I understand. Like Doug Phillips, his grandson, the starting quarterback at Hempfield. Ryan Ritz had a great opportunity, but then some other guys left, which was surprising to me. And I don't know, maybe say what you want, selfishness or whatever, but we did that. But with the staff I have now, Charlie Cook, brother-in-law, longtime guy.
Sure.
Mike Mariotti is our defense coordinator, and without him this year, I don't know what we would have done. I mean, he's the first guy there, opens up the gate, the door to the locker room, and the last guy to leave. So without him, any successful coach will tell you, you got to have great guys behind you.
So we should be sitting here talking about a defending WPIL championship after that great season that you had last year. But where did this all start with the transfers and everything in your mind? And is there still any danger of maybe having to forfeit games this season?
I doubt if there's any danger of forfeiting the games. One bright spot is we started out with the first day of camp with 28 players, and at our scrimmage on Saturday, it was yesterday against Burrell, we had 28. So that is a big plus for us. Sure. There we had them. It is going to be a challenging year, but with the coaching staff that I have, I feel very confident that we'll be able to go out and try to have a competitive team with a lot of the teams we play.
One great thing that I have found recently is some of the quotes from some of your players, Justin Shank in particular, talking about coming back, and the expectation is to try to win another ring. So no matter what else has been going on around the program, these kids really seem committed, the ones that did come back. That has to make you proud as a head coach.
Oh, absolutely. If you didn't know what was really going on, the people that left, and you would see one of our practices and hear the enthusiasm and the kids cheering all this, you would never know this is a team that lost like 9 starters, returning starters. You would not know that by seeing their enthusiasm and everything like that. They believe in themselves, which that's what Jeannette always has been like.
That's what the program has built over all these years. I mean, Justin should be a really strong two-way lineman for you this year. Who else are you counting on for leadership and to make plays for you this upcoming season?
Well, definitely Justin. Then we have Savion Harper, Tyler Horn, Peyton Malters, Antonio Clark, and we have some other younger guys that we're hoping, which if it's any indication of where they've been in the summer workouts to now, hopefully we can be competitive with the great staff that I have and the guys working with them. And like yesterday, you're never satisfied, but we were pretty impressed with our performance yesterday. Like I said, Coach Mike Mariotti did a great job with our line. Our line did a good job. I think our line stood out more than anything yesterday to me.
Now, one thing, Coach, with a young, inexperienced kind of team, you would probably like to start the season off maybe with a few cupcakes in there to get your team some confidence, but that's not going to happen at all this year. You start next week at East Allegheny, very good 3A program. Following week, Stowe Rocks, maybe the top-ranked team in AA, and then you play Ligonier Valley after that, another good AA team. Pretty strong way to start the season, right?
Most definitely. I mean, the only thing we can do is take them 1 week at a time with the East Allegheny Wildcats, which they have a very talented team, and nobody's going to feel sorry for us, which I understand that, and there's nobody crying, which maybe, coach up that way might think that we're crying. We're not crying. We're being asked these questions. We're just giving them the answers. We're not crying. We know we got to play, and what we tell the kids is nobody's going to feel sorry for us. I don't care what happens. Nobody's going to feel sorry for us, especially with, you're playing the defending WPIL champ, and you got the most wins in WPIL, and if a team be able to get on you, they're going to hold that throttle down.
You have always said to your players, wearing that Jeannette name across your jersey, your opponent is going to play harder against you. Is that even more so this year, where teams think this might be the year we can knock off the Jayhawks?
100%. We could play a team that's 0-5. They are going to give us their best game, and there's no doubt about it. None at all.
How has your job changed this year? Is it more fundamental teaching with first-time players? Are you really getting in there more hands-on as in years past?
I could tell you it's fundamentals and everything. The only people that realizes it and can see it is my staff. I mean, we're actually have to teach them to get in the stands.
Sure.
We have to tell them when you're on the offensive line, your hands down, you can't pick it back up. There's certain things, like we have one kid, I'm not going to say his name, he's a big lineman, and we're picking numbers. Now, he's a lineman on the offensive defense of line. He won at number 3. Anybody with any experience or knows you got to have a lineman number 50 up to 79. So.
Sure. We saw a little bit of Peyton Moulter last year and some backup duty to your quarterback last year, Brad Birch. Be one of the quarterbacks this year, maybe some Tyler Horn as well. So tell us a little bit about Peyton, what he does well, what you're still working on to get him better going into this season.
Well, like last year, we had 3 quarterbacks, 3, and they were all seniors. So as a staff, we were trying to find somebody as a backup and try to get them ready, Well, we had two of the senior quarterbacks were backup. So we had seen what Peyton had in him, his work ethic, and what he'll do to try to help. So we chose him. He took it in stride. And then all off season, he was going to some camps. He was learning things, and he was working at it, and he's worked very hard. And he has a pretty good arm, and he's learning. And he's getting better and better each day and each week.
We talked a little bit about some of the losses to your coaching staff in the offseason, but another Jeannette coach that you lost in the offseason is longtime head coach Joe Musey, who died right after the end of last season due to complications from COVID. Talk a little bit about what he meant to you, and how often did you two talk since you've been the head coach here at Jeannette?
Coach Musey would call me before every game, because Coach Musey didn't text, at least not with me.
Sure.
He would call me for every game, wish me good luck. We talk after each game and everything. He was at the WPIL championship game. He actually was up in the parking lot with my daughter, Nicole, having a little toast to our win, you know what I mean? And when I heard that, I was shocked. I mean, because you talk about a legend. I mean, to this day, I still use a lot of methods that when he coached me, you know what I mean? And it's like this COVID, people don't think it's real. It's real. But more people I've lost this year knowing than I've ever. I mean, I lost my sister-in-law, Dana Hall. I mean, and it's just been a devastating. And there's people out there that don't believe COVID's real. It's real.
Right, for sure. Well, Coach, last question for you. With all this going on, you have said this will likely be your last season at Jeannette. Is that for sure? And if so, are you going to treat this season a little bit differently, knowing that it will be your last time on the sidelines for Friday Night Football?
You could take it to the bank. Coach Hall will no longer be the coach at Jeannette next year. But Coach Hall will be in the stands rooting on whoever is the coach there. But Coach Hall has done it, Jeannette. And I'm just hoping they could get somebody that knows the program and works at it. But people are going to see, because we always would say it's so easy to be there Friday night, one day a week. You got to know what it takes to put a team together. People just think sometimes because it says Jeannette, you can just put a team out there and they're going to do something. But without the dedication of my staff and everybody that I have, it would never work.
Well, Coach, we certainly want to thank you for all of the years of service at Jeannette, but in particular with the way you've worked here with the Westmoreland Sports Network. You've been at every one of these preseason shows, always willing to do a pregame interview, even if it's 10 minutes before the start of the game. We have had a great time covering you. We're going to be with you every step of the way this season and really celebrate you as a head coach. We're looking forward to the season.
All right, well, thank you. And I just want to be honest with you. It was tough to come today, but my wife says, you're not a quitter. You got to go. And my wife, Patty, she says, get out there, and that's why I'm here, too. So,
well, we're glad to have you. Thank you for that, Patty. We definitely needed Coach Hall with us here tonight. Coach Hall and the Jayhawks start things off Friday night at East Allegheny. We'll have the game for you right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Kickoff, 7 p.m. Friday night. We'll be on the air at 6:30. We'll take a break. When we come back, one of Coach Hall's rivals, Greensburg Central Catholic head coach Marco Thomas, will join us right here on the 2021 Westmoreland County Coaches Show.
Hi, my name is Tyler Zimmer, owner of Alpha League Performance and Fitness, located in Export. We are a 7,000 square foot sports performance and fitness facility, and we offer 24/7 open gym memberships, small group training, sports performance training, and we also have a group fitness class. You have an hour with me, but how can I impact these kids when they leave my facility? How can I make them happier, stronger mentally, stronger physically, stronger spiritually to take on what the world and these people throw at you? If you dominate the little things in life, you're going to dominate the big things. It's very apparent.
Hi, I'm Anthony D'Annunzio from D'Annunzio's Restaurants. Come visit us at one of our 3 locations, Jeannette, Monroeville, or Latrobe. We're open 7 days a week, so we've always got something cooking at D'Annunzio's. For our dine-in specials, Monday it's spaghetti. It's raviolis on Tuesday, lasagna on Wednesday, and on Thursday, it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Visit us online at D'Annunzio'sRestaurant.com. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. D'Annunzio's Restaurants. It's a family tradition.
Expectations were high last year at Greensburg Central Catholic, but with those expectations came disappointment after the team won just 2 games in 2020. Now with new head coach Marco Thomas, previously at Connellsville area, the Centurions will look to get back to playoff contention, and they have a boatload of skill position players who can lead the way. Thomas, a former star player at Penn Trafford, took over for Brett Colbert, whose tenure lasted just 2 years. While he must replace a starting quarterback and a couple of key linemen, Thomas inherited a team that includes 3 receivers who will likely play in college. Senior Joe Blahovic is committed to Youngstown State. Amari Mack also has D1 offers despite playing just 2 games, and Aaron Stasko has college interest as well. Additionally, leading rusher Danny DeLugos returns, and he's seen a much different mentality under Thomas.
We're starting off by training right and starting now. I mean, it's starting in summer. We just starting off a different mentality and even bringing ourselves all together as a team. I think the big difference between last year and this year is being conditioned and playing as a team. Just being almost more than a team but a family, the big thing.
What are some of the best attributes you've seen so far from the new head coach, Marco Thomas?
Energy. Energy is number one. Him and every single one of his coaching staff, they come here early mornings and everyone's ready. I mean, they bring the energy and it carries on to every single person on the team.
GCC has added some talented players too, including 3 Jeannette transfers: Ryan Kimmel, Jaden Kennedy, and Tyshawn Jamison. As a result, whoever wins the quarterback battle between Nate DeLugos and Tyree Turner will have an impressive group surrounding them. Despite coming from rival schools, the newcomers have fit in well, says Blahovic. And what's it like here at Greensburg Central Catholic when you welcome in maybe some players that you even played against the last few years?
Yeah, it was fun playing against them, but now they're part of our team and we love them. Like we've really bonded well with them, and they're our teammates now. So,
with 5 conference spots available, GCC should be playoff bound, but Jeannette and Clairton will remain their true litmus tests as Thomas looks to return the Centurions to prominence. Before beginning the rigors of the Eastern Conference, Greensburg Central Catholic's non-conference slate will include matchups against Seton LaSalle and Apollo Ridge.
I'll take 5 more.
Welcome back as we continue the 2021 version of Westmoreland Sports Network's high school kickoff show here at Manor Valley Golf Course. I'm Sean Myers, joined by the first-year head coach for Greensburg Central Catholic, Marco Thomas. Marco, first time we've had you on here. Welcome.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Now, you're not a new head coach. You were previously at Connellsville area with the Falcons. So moving from a bigger school to a smaller private school, how has that transition gone for you?
It was a little different than how I started off at Connellsville. But, I mean, we started the Monday after I got hired, got right in there, got to meet with the kids. I already had the coaching staff put together. So when I got there, I mean, everybody was there. The entire team showed up. I mean, they were eager to learn and get started, and that's what I love most about these guys is, you can't put anything new in front of them without them gobbling it up. They're a good group. They were just ready to go right off the bat.
You and I were talking right before we came back on the air that Connellsville football has struggled in recent years, but you go to a team in Greensburg Central Catholic that over the past couple of decades has had some terrific seasons. I think naturally the expectations are higher at a school like that. Has it been any different in terms of how you've set expectations from one school to the other?
No, the expectations at Connellsville are the same that I had here. We were playing to win. We set our goals, and we're coaching the best we can to meet those goals. These kids have a high standard. They do. Their parents have high standards for them. The school has high standards for them. So we set the bar high, and that's the goals that we're going for, and that's what we're going to do.
We mentioned it's your first year, but I'm sure you're very familiar with how the 2020 season went, and there were high expectations that ultimately were not met when you look at the 2-5 record and missing the postseason. You have a lot of those same players back. Where was their mindset after the season, and maybe where is it at now?
After season, the way just talking to the kids, they were disappointed in how things went. The good part is a lot of those kids were sophomores, a lot of those kids were juniors that got reps all year. So they do have that 1 year of varsity experience under their belts right now, and they're just eager to build off of that.
Let's talk a little bit about your coaching style. For people that had not followed you previously, what should they maybe expect that you bring to Greensburg Central Catholic?
We're more of an up-paced, spread type offense. We're running our RPOs. We're getting a lot of people involved. We can pick up the pace as we want. We can slow the pace down as we want. I try to utilize everybody on the field. A lot of our plays, we can have 5-6 different people touch the ball, but going into the play, you don't know which one of those guys are going to get it. So, it's a different mentality offensively. Defensively, we're our odd front. We ran it at Connellsville, but, we're just more of an attack-type defense. We just got to be more disciplined from what I'm watching in the films from last year. More disciplined, get lined up in the correct positions and, coming up and making the tackles are a big thing. We can't be running away. We got to initiate the contact.
You mentioned a lot of the players back this year have experience. You didn't graduate all that much from a year ago, a couple of key linemen as well as a starting quarterback, which is always big to transition. But you had a couple of players battling for that spot, and it seemed like they have the ability to impact this team, whether they're the starting quarterback or not.
Yeah, Nate and Tyree, they're both they've been rotating at quarterback since day one. Both are athletic kids. Both can run the ball as well as pass the ball. They're very football smart. They both had a great scrimmage yesterday. They both did some tremendous things. Their ability to make reads is one of their top attributes. But both of them, I have full confidence in whoever we put out there that is going to do the right job.
I don't know if you were listening when I interviewed Jason Fizikis from Mount Pleasant earlier. I made a cardinal sin for broadcasters. I made an assumption that two players were brothers because they had the same last name, Ian and Jackson Hutter. Not the case. I know, however, that you have a couple of DeLugoses who are not brothers but cousins, where we talked about Nate, your quarterback. Yep. Danny, the cousin, is going to be your featured running back, and he's a guy that physically certainly passes the eye test.
Yeah, I mean, all the DeLugoses are smart kids, just football smart guys. But Danny is just a big, powerful kid. I mean, the kid, he runs. he's a fast runner. I think he finished 8th in the WPIAL in the 100 this year. So for being a kid that's 220 pounds running that fast, not too many people want to step in front of him. And it's something that we're going to definitely use to our advantage. Even though I think in college, I think he's a linebacker. I mean, he's just got those instincts. He's quick downhill, and he's a sure tackler.
You have some real weapons at receiver, and you talk about Danny DeLugos and his college future. I think you probably have at least 3 guys at wide receiver who will continue their career collegiately if they choose to go that route. How much of a strength will that be?
How much of a restraint?
Yes.
I don't think there is. I love it. Like, you got 4 guys there. I believe we have 4 guys that can go and play college football at that receiver position. Right now we got Aaron Sasko, Joe Blahovic, Amari Mack, Tyshawn Jamison. Those starting 4, just quick, fast guys that go up and get the ball. I think they're going to cause a lot of problems for a lot of people because you can't just pick one guy to key on. I think they're all somebody that can, make your day painful if you let them.
You mentioned Tyshawn Jamison. He's one of the newcomers to this Greensburg Central Catholic team. Ultimately, how do you make sure that players that come in, they have a good role, but they don't necessarily kind of upset the cart, if you will, with the existing players?
Well, that's the thing about these kids that come in. They're great kids. I mean, they're absolutely great, and a lot of the kids that have come in have won. They've been in those positions where they were leaders on their team, and they've continued that position as they come to GCC with us. We got Kimmel, he's playing our center for us. He just came in and instantly that first day he came up and he's telling all the kids, we're going to do this together. We're bonding. You know what I mean? I got TJ. He's out there. He's out there after practice showing the younger receivers, hey, if I'm playing corner on you, this is what I'm stopping. You got to get off, and he's showing them different moves to, get off the line, or how to block them, So these guys, they didn't take any steps back. They just came in full force, and everybody else has just gobbled it up. They love the fact that these guys are leaders, and they're leading this team.
Amari Mack was a notable absence after he got injured early last season, and people look at him as a receiver, and he was terrific returning punts and kickoffs. But you think maybe his biggest impact is on the defensive side?
On the defensive side, and I think really in the future he's a corner. He's got tremendous technique. He's fast. He can go up and challenge any ball. He's just athletic. And then, like you said, when he gets the ball in his hands, he's tough to bring down. He's just got a good field vision in front of him. He knows how to make defenders miss, and he can outrun you too.
As the years have progressed, it seems like just about every WPIAL team has opted to play a legitimate Week 0 game as opposed to use that second scrimmage. And I know you had an interesting circumstance. You had a matchup set. It kind of fell through because you wanted to play an actual game.
Yeah.
Now you have an opponent that's a lot bigger than you in Upper St. Clair. Talk about how that came together and how that will benefit you.
Best Center wanted to go back to the scrimmage format, which is, was their choice. We wanted to move on. We wanted to get a game under our belt before we got into what I think is one of the toughest conferences in the single A. So we called. I called everywhere from Ohio to West Virginia to New Jersey to New York. We hit up every school that we could. We had a couple hits. They said, we'll let you know in a couple days, and then they go find somebody else. So just so happened on Thursday night, Toronto Prep canceled on Upper St. Clair. They called us about 8:30, that night, and said, hey, would you like to play? I ran it past all my coaches, and they all agreed we got to do it. If you want a measuring stick, there's your measuring stick. We're telling these kids we don't want to back down from any challenge, so I can't tell a team that wants to play us no. So we decided we're going to do it. We're going to see how well it goes. Honestly, everybody expects us to lose, and that's fine, and that's great for them, but our kids don't. As soon as I told them Friday that we were playing them, they erupted. They can't wait for this game. They know what kind of big game it is. They know, it's not going to be an easy test. They're a perennial powerhouse in 5A. They're going to have big linemen. They're going to have stacked linebackers. They're going to have a kid that can throw the ball. But we want to measure ourselves against that. If we want to be a good team, that's the team we got to play.
You use the phrase measuring stick. You have a couple of those in your conference as well. Clairton, Jeannette, we know that they met in the WPAL Championship a year ago. There's some other really good teams in the conference, though. Leechburg seems to be trending up. Springdale was dynamic a year ago. How do you handicap it, and what are the goals in this conference?
Well, our goal's a conference title, and I tell the kids that every day. We want that home playoff game right now, and I believe we can do it. Not to say that these teams are down, because I know Springdale's got a lot coming back. I know Leechburg's got a lot coming back, but if we don't keep our goals there, we won't do it. Needless to say, there's no cupcakes on our schedule. Every team in this conference is tough. A lot of proud histories behind each team. We know that we're going to get each opponent's best effort every game. It's just taking it one game at a time and giving everybody our best shot.
Final thing for you, I know that this is your first year as a coach at GCC, but you're very familiar with the school and the area. So what's the best part of being a head coach for the Centurions?
I just love the attitude. I love the fact that each day these kids are wanting to learn and get better every day. They're like sponges. Honestly, they are. They want to take in everything. They want to do the best that they can. They want to make GCC proud. Just this weekend I've had nearly every kid text me at some point, well, this is what USC is doing. This kid's pretty good. What do we, they're interested. They want to do it, and the 1-2 factor where they want to get something done. They want to accomplish it, and they want to prove, that, they're one of the best teams in single A.
Marco, thank you so much for doing this. The first of hopefully many years that we'll have you here on our show.
Thanks for having me.
That's Marco Thomas, head coach of Greensburg Central Catholic. We'll take a break, and we will transition to the collegiate level with Dan Day of Seton Hill. He'll talk to our Dan Flickinger as we continue right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network's High School Kickoff Show.
When I first came back, one of the first things that blew me away was our facilities. How the fields have grown up in that whole complex down the hill. Our weight room now, how that has been remodeled and changed and overhauled.
Our baseball field is, in my opinion, one of the best in the nation, Division II wise. And just having Sullivan Gym open for us all the time with the nets in there whenever we wanted to get work in, which is possibly why I got to where I am, because all the extra work that I did put in.
I think our facilities are one of the best across the PSACs, and that's definitely a huge recruiting tool as we are able to draw the athletes for the academics in addition to the great things they can get on the athletic side of it.
I don't think I would be able to thrive in a big school. I think I like that the professors know my name. I like that when I'm walking down the hall, I can say hi to someone and I actually know them.
It's not just a home or a car. It's the 6 months you saved for your Ultra HD flat screen, just in time for football season. And the overtime you worked for that third car, so your teen can drive himself to practice. While other insurance companies just see them as a bundle or combo, State Farm agent Alex Hetrick sees your home and car as things you work really hard for. Alex understands what your things really mean to you. Talk to State Farm agent Alex Hetrick in Murraysville for your home and auto insurance today.
Hi, my name is Brendan. I'm a graphic and interactive design major at Seton Hill University. While I was at Seton Hill, I had an internship position that turned into a paid contractor position with the National Women's Hockey League. I got to work on the jersey unveiling event for the league's newest team, the Toronto Six. Because I'd studied animation at Seton Hill, I designed scoreboard graphics for the league's 2021 season. I'm graduating soon, and I'm ready. With my Seton Hill experience, I feel like I can do a little bit of everything.
Continues to set here at Manor Valley Golf Course. We have a very special guest with us. Last but not least is the head coach of the Seton Hill University Griffins, Dan Day. This is the first of many editions of the Dan and Dan Show this year. And Coach, boy, it seems like a long time ago that we last had our edition of the Dan and Dan Show. I guess we talked during the spring game, but that didn't really count. After your season was wiped out by COVID last year, you break camp today. I can't even imagine, knowing you, how excited you are right now for the season to start.
It is. I mean, it's something, for us as coaches, as everybody did, right, but battling through the disappointment of not playing, and then going through the spring of, we were very fortunate. We had the opportunity to still practice and have our guys out there, but it's just, to have that much time off to now start to feel, that game day's coming. We were joking as a staff just a few days ago that it finally feels real when I check the weather and I see, September 2nd, like we are, it's in the forecast, and it's taken a long, long time to get there.
Yeah, pull up that Weather Channel app. You see September 2nd, you're like, wow, this is coming
finally.
Up. Seton Hill opens the season against Wheeling University at home at Offutt Field on Thursday, September 2nd, a Thursday night game. That makes it a little more exciting too, Coach. But you guys break camp today, and we have so many things to get into, but you break camp today. What was that like? Giving in putting up so much energy there those 2 weeks, the coaching staff, the players, and that's obviously going to continue the rest of the season. But you have a chance now at least to relax, at least for, I don't know, maybe 8 hours or something like that?
Yeah. No, we do. We start school tomorrow, so they have nothing, physical. It's just school for them tomorrow, and we'll recoup a little bit of time in the morning, as coaches. But, just the preparation that goes into this and to finally go through that camp and feel the energy, excitement, where our players are right now it's just incredibly exciting, let alone the physical aspect, the development we've done in the weight room. We're an older program, now with our roster, and those guys have done a great job of their physical development. But what I'm most excited about is that mental aspect of the game, where we are in terms of our, the word, right, our culture within our program and in that development of our mindset. And that was something through our camp. We talked a ton. Every day we would talk about our mindset as a football program and seeing that dedication, that discipline. We're in year 3, right, year 2 on the field. We don't have to coach effort. We don't have to coach running to the football on defense. That is now second nature, where at first when we took over, that was not the case, so it took a long time to be able to get that mentality there. And that's what I'm most excited about is the ability to perform Thursday night, with our focus and where we are as a football team, because ultimately that's where you're successful.
When we talked on the show last year, we knew there wasn't going to be a fall season. There was some hope that there may be some semblance of a spring season. Now, I know you had spring ball, but we thought maybe there'd be a couple of games. That didn't pan out. So I know it was really hard to swallow for you, Coach, and I'm sure the players, too, not having a season. But was there a silver lining that maybe you guys had just the opportunity to, focus on fundamentals, focus on the weight room because of where you were in the process of the program? Mm-hmm. Is there a silver lining there that you didn't play last year?
Yeah, weight room. Yeah. I mean, that you said that word, and that was our strength and conditioning coordinator, Coach Ross Figner. I'm so insanely blessed to have him with our program because he's the man in the weight room. I mean, the energy, excitement, but so those guys come in excited to lift, but he really knows.
That couldn't have been easy during COVID either, right? I think last year you told me he was in the weight room like 24 hours, basically accommodating the guys to get in there.
And brings it 24/7. That rubs off on our players and their mentality. But as a program, what he's been able to do in there in terms of just our strength development. That was when we took the field in 2019. Dan, as you know, we had 54 freshmen on that roster.
Wow.
So we were just young. We had some really good players in certain spots, but overall, anytime you line up, especially the PSAC, and you're playing 4 true freshmen up front,
up against redshirt seniors.
There are times, teams, I don't. We always want to be confident, right? But there were times we knew, man, you have 4 freshmen. Mm-hmm. In this conference, you're going to have to hold on to some of these, and now those guys are juniors in the weight room, and now they are putting some serious plates, on the weights and able to move people, physically. So that development, was the piece for us that didn't hurt us. That wasn't something that I think we made the most out of a negative situation, throughout COVID. But our guys really worked hard and stayed focused.
Well, I think one of the other important things coming out of that, Coach, is, and I think I sent you a message about this last night looking at the roster, like when you look at the roster from 2019, the last time you played, and you look at your roster coming into 2021, there's not much difference there in terms of especially the key and core players. Yep. So there wasn't much attrition. I'm sure you had to have been very happy about that as well.
No doubt. I mean, because, what does that speak to, right? Like when we have we have 12 out of 19 seniors coming back, right? In our first season, 2019, we were 2-8, right? My first year there, we were 2-8, right? So for 12 out of those seniors to say they could have gone, 10 of them are graduate school students, right? So they could have graduated and went anywhere they wanted to.
Yeah.
And to have that many guys that said, no, Coach, I want to be here. I want to be able to be a part of the team that changes it, because those guys believe that's what's coming. They absolutely believe that's the path we're on. And I think our retention numbers, to your point, Dan, I think our retention numbers speak to that. And that's how you build a culture. You don't build a culture with, just continually recruiting 20 junior college players and it turning over and guys not staying.
Got to build that foundation.
That's where it starts. And so that retention, to me, is the key indicator that our players believe in what we are teaching. They believe in what we are building. And so it's hard not to be excited when they believe in it, because really it doesn't matter if I believe in it. It matters what they do, and it matters for them to buy in and believe in it.
And I think I remember you saying that when you first took over, we can do all we can to instill that belief in the players, but until they believe, it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
For those that don't know, Coach Day, I think he mentioned this, he is entering his third year but second season. This is going to confuse everybody for high school and college football. Third year but second season. He played at Seton Hill University on the first ever Griffins football team at Seton Hill, and he also was on the first ever playoff team at Seton Hill, as well as the Griffins hope that they can make some noise in the PSAC this year. Well, let's talk about this year's team, Coach. I guess we can start on the offensive side, and since you were a former lineman, I guess we'll start up front. Now, again, last time we saw you, 2019, a lot of youth up there, but you said once we get into the weight room, we get an off season underneath us, I think we're going to be okay. And now you kind of got 2 off seasons underneath you in a way. So what's your situation right now with the offensive line?
Yeah, it's incredible how that was, that was our weakest point in 2019. That was part of what we were really trying to, work on and figure out schematically how we had to somewhat protect those guys. So I think it's incredible that we've gone from that being potentially our weakest point to maybe, Dan, as I sit here right now, our strongest point on our entire football team. Wow. In the way that those guys have come together, in the way that they're playing in sync, the way they understand, truthfully, the system. And now, being 3 years into it, understand, when we're running certain, the different ways we're running a zone play and where they're trying to cut things off. Like, they didn't get that before. And now they do. And I think we're physically strong enough, to be able to make an impact there. And a Sean Berry, our left tackle, a leader for our team, and a leader for that offensive line unit, has been tremendous in his play and his commitment to the program and dealing, with some adversity mentally, but he's been an insanely strong leader of our program. Fundamentally, he's on point, and right next to him, Prince McCarthy, who we saw 2019.
Prince is back. That's Sean's favorite guy. He's not listening to it.
And I'm gonna tell you right now,
he loves Prince.
You might not recognize him.
Oh yeah,
Prince looks like a different human being.
No way.
And the way that he is playing football right now, I mean, he went from, I would say a guy that I looked at him and said, you are probably a liability unless we can change mindset, mentality, and now he's phenomenal, playing really consistent football. And right in the center, Zach Kittner, who's been here for quite a while, and is now a graduate student for us, and is a tremendous leader. Came back to this camp with the most confidence I've ever seen him have, and is playing the best football of his career. And next to him, Trevor Mitchell from Hollidaysburg, who, again, I know I keep saying it, right, but he's playing the best football I've seen him play. And he played quite a bit in 2019, playing very, very physical. And then the new name, you'll see it right tackle, is Daniel Morales, who is actually one of our most consistent. I mean, the jump he's made in the offseason has been incredible. So just seeing that love. And they're offensive linemen, Dan, so that's why I had to give them a little individual love.
Absolutely, because they're not going to get that the rest of the year. Not from us, but from others. They're the unsung heroes for sure. And Coach, I know that ultimately you want to be able to run the ball effectively. So you got those guys up front that you talked about and you're very excited about. But you also have a lot of depth in the backfield, don't you?
No question, right? Logan Weiland, as we've all seen, we unfortunately had some injuries in 19, but man, when that guy's healthy, he runs different. And we're really excited about him. Michael Valentino right behind him. It's very similar to Logan's running style and can do everything we're going to ask. And then, Jaquan McGriff is just absolutely electric. I mean, you get the ball in that kid's hands, and it could go the distance every single play.
And keep in mind, these are 3 guys that played a lot in 2019, so you have a lot of experience coming back.
Yep, for sure. And I think those are, that's one of our deeper positions, and all 3 of those guys are going to play quite a bit with the style and what we want to accomplish. So I'm really, really excited about that running back group.
Now, I know Mike Alardo kind of leads the wideouts coming back after really playing a great 2019. I know he's been banged up a little bit, but what do you expect from him, and what do you expect from the wideouts? Talk about that group, Coach.
His skill set's different. I mean, he can be a different dynamic player. We saw a lot of cover one. We saw a lot of man coverage our first year, and I would expect to see a lot of the same. And he's the type of guy that you get one-on-one, and it's going to be hard to keep up with him. So he's a guy that we're excited about and what he can accomplish. But that entire receiving room, I mean, you talk about the depth at running back. I mean, that's another one that we've got names coming back that have done. John Makel, Terrell Gaither, coming back. Kurt Atkins, older guys that have been in the program that we know we can count on. But then we've got some young guys that are coming up too now, Dan, that, I mean, our 2 of our probably our best receivers right now. One will be a true freshman, and Todd Phillips, and the other a transfer in Mark Bales, who those 2 guys are 2 more guys that we're really excited. And there's just a lot of depth in that room, and guys that have different skill sets that we can count on to be able to build our offense, right, to be multi-dimensional in how we want to attack defenses.
Now, of course, when you look at a football team, everybody always wants to talk about the quarterback. Ryan Barabee, now a coach.
Yeah.
Last time we saw Ryan, he was on the field in 2019.
He's washed up now, Dan.
But he's washed up. Yeah, he's old. He's old.
I got a better arm than him now. So
well, I don't know about that. I got to see that to believe it. That's for sure. So he's on the coaching staff now. Chris Jones returns, a guy with experience.
Yep.
But I know that you had some other guys kind of vying for some time at quarterback too. So not to tip off anything going into that first game, but where are you guys at right now at the quarterback position?
It's been one of the tightest battles we've had, right? And we talked about that in 19. The battle between Ryan and Chris happened all season long. I mean, there were times we went into each game knowing we're probably going to give each guy a series and just kind of see, where we were. And the maturation of Chris Jones over the last 3 weeks has been incredible. I mean, to be honest, I'd be lying if I didn't sit here right now and tell you right now, as I sit here and talk to you, Chris Jones has solidified that he is the leader of our program under center, and can do everything we're going to ask of him, and has really taken his game to the next level mentally, in terms of understanding not just like what to do, right, but why. And when you understand the why, you could put us in good positions, be a coach on the field, and we give him that freedom to be able to do so. And he's just a dynamic, football player overall. So we're excited about, what he can become.
On the defensive side, I have to start with your linebackers because Jaden Emberton-Gaines and Jalen McDuffie are 2 of the best linebackers in the PSAC. I mean, those 2 guys are, especially Jaden, just a tackling machine, and McDuffie's just like an animal. What did you see from them? Did they have a good camp?
Oh, yeah. The energy on the defensive side of the ball, right? To be honest, the defense has whooped our rear ends now for 3 semesters. So we're very pleased offensively with finally, especially like I said, Dan, starts up front, but we're competing now. I mean, every day is a back and forth, right? And you mentioned those 2 guys for sure, and you're gonna have to change your roster because Jaden Emberton-Gaines, he. Our tradition that number 1 is awarded at the end of camp to the player that really signifies who we are as a program, and his leadership and his growth has been tremendous, and I appreciate him being one of those key seniors coming back, so he'll be number 1 for us this year.
Oh, that's cool.
We're number 1 as our middle linebacker, leader of the defense, already named captain.
Is that something that you did previously?
It is.
Okay.
It is, yeah. So that's an exciting tradition.
That's pretty cool,
for us. So we just announced that tonight. And Jalen McDuffie, like you said, is he's disruptive. He's as disruptive as they come in terms of his athletic ability and power to be able to put him one-on-one. And the guy opposite of him, in Jade Mack, who's his improvement from 19 to right now, like he's one of the guys on the defense I'm most excited to see live, because he was in that position and played a ton of football for us in 19. But I think his growth has been tremendous to now be a guy that, isn't just there, but is an impact player, and that's part of what I'm excited about on the defensive side with those linebackers.
Tell us about the guys up front who you have returning and how their camps went.
Yeah, first on the outside, Nelson Gideon, who's been, again, I keep talking about the progress, which everybody is going to have, but
especially since we haven't played a game since 2019.
In a while,
Coach.
right? Yeah, and for Nelson, he's really worked on honing and really changing some of his athletic ability, which honestly is really hard to do. But he's focused a ton on yoga, which has really helped him his hip mobility. And
are you running the class?
Now, if you want to see some yoga, I can do yoga.
No,
so
I don't.
All right. But no, he's really improved in that aspect, which has made him super explosive. So he's a guy I'm really excited about. On the other end is Justice Griffin, another returner, played a lot of football for us in 2019. Justice is really, really good in the run game as well. I mean, he's physical, stout. In the middle, we have K. Van Bowen coming back, who's a name that you're going to recognize. Yeah. And then Dio DeSua will also get a lot of work at that nose position. He's another guy that's physically he's pretty special in what he can accomplish. And then Josh Charisme is a young guy in that room too that we're excited about his contribution to our program.
And then in the secondary, Coach, how would you evaluate their camp?
Yeah, we've had the guy we've had to replace, right? Everybody talks about.
Well, yeah. Are you sure you didn't find any
eligibility
laying around,
left?
Any eligibility laying around for Fardan Allen?
No, he's a pretty special person.
Oh my gosh,
pretty special football player and an even better person. Yeah. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
We still
making
talk
interceptions with one arm last year because he had a broken wrist or 2 years ago, I guess it was now.
Yep.
Just absolutely incredible stuff.
So we've had a good battle there, especially at the corner position. You saw DeLacy Bass a lot in 2019. He's been battling with two younger guys. DeMonte Pratt and Cartier Gray will be a new name that really has come on this camp and has made some really, really good plays. In the secondary, we have our crafty veteran that we can put in essentially anywhere in our defense, and Alex Wade is another guy that he's been, another name that you would have said quite a bit. He's incredible that we can put him, anywhere in that secondary, and we know, he's going to do his job perfectly, and be in those positions and really never bust. He's another guy that we trust a lot. Newcomer, coming inside or playing free rather is Alton Jones is another guy that we're excited about. His opportunity to make plays, he's very, very rangy, and I know 6 was different, but Alton can really, really open up and run. He might be more impactful in the pass game than what Fardan was, just as a safety. We just got to see, and continue to see him, coming up and making those plays in the box. That's what, man, when Fardan came downhill, right? You knew it.
Oh, you
didn't remember those. Forget those interactions.
You felt it the next day, actually, when you got hit by Fardan.
So we've had a lot, of guys stepping up there, and Zaire Reed is another new name for you, Dan, that you'll see a lot playing stud for us, our kind of that overhang nickel linebacker safety of the field. You'll see him playing out there, who's had a phenomenal camp too. Has kind of been here. He's been here from, he was a freshman in 2019. Has really put a lot of work in to have this opportunity now to kind of solidify his position on defense.
Coach, another guy that kind of balled out was Tanner Queen. During the spring game.
Yeah.
So do you expect him to get any
local guy?
Yeah, from Norwin High School, and you played with his
brother,
right?
Yep.
Yeah. So do you expect him to get any time this year? Maybe on specials or
absolutely. Yeah. Tanner's another guy that he works his tail off, and you saw some big plays in the spring, and he's an effort guy. Tanner will go out there and he's going to play as hard as he can. Every single play and be in those positions. So I'm sure he will be in the mix some form or fashion.
Coach, what is one thing that you like most about this team so far? After going through spring ball and after going through camp now, what would you say one of those things that you really love about this year's version of the Griffins?
Their brotherhood, the way that we have grown as a football family off the field. Our growth, not just meeting room, but when we get together as a team to see the interaction. In 19, we did a lot of team build activities, but it was somewhat forced. You know what I mean? Like we would get in that room and it had to be, being a teammate is a relationship, right? Mm-hmm. Like, so, and I know I say this to recruits all the time, but if we're going to be great teammates, it's no different than, brother, sister, or, friends, or even husband and wife at that point. Like it's a relationship. Relationships take work. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't just happen. We have to work at it.
And it's not something, again, that the coaches can –
we can't
it's
force
just natural.
That, right?
It's a natural thing, yeah.
So we worked at it, to kind of, plant that seed on how we have to be a better team. Right. And now it's organic. It happens when we get, in any of those team settings, just seeing their chemistry, because, look, we sit here all day, talk about – the special attributes, who runs fast, who can run hard, all those things, right? But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to crunch time moments, right? Fourth quarter game on the line. It's not your bench press that wins that. It's not your 40 time that wins that. It's that brotherhood and how much we care about the guys next to us, and that is what I feel like our team, where we are really, really growing.
Is there anything specific when you look at the conference that stands out to? I mean, obviously – you got some
strap it up every
pretty
week.
Darn good teams in there, but anything this year stand out to you specifically? Or,
no, I mean, my goodness, I think, in terms of competition and what you're going to open up with every single weekend, I mean, this is an absolute grind. And that's part of what I was really excited about. When I played here, we were in the WIVIAC. So coming back as a coach now in the PSAC and being able to coach against, guys that are coaching on the sidelines right now that are legends in their own right, at those schools, and being able to somewhat match wits, with those coaches and figuring out, what fits Seton Hill to get our program to operate, at that level, because we can't take the mold of, Slippery Rock or, IUP, Cal, some of those, quote unquote top programs, right? Like we can't just become that team, overnight. We have to mold it to how it fits our university. And I'm really excited to see where our growth is and what that step is next year. This year I talked about in 2019, I didn't have a number. Truthfully, I didn't. It was about, we knew we were playing a lot of young guys in a very, very tough conference. We could have gone 0-11 and I wouldn't have been overly shocked. I didn't want that, right? But I wouldn't have been completely surprised.
Right.
This year and what I expect this team to accomplish,
it's a lot better than 0-11.
Oh, we got a number. Yeah. We got a number.
All right, well, I'm going to ask you what the number is after the season.
And that,
I won't put you on the spot.
I
got your back, man. We have too much work to go together to put you on the spot right now. Seton Hill again will open.
Dan, our timer ran out about
12
it did.
I think
ago,
the iPad died, actually.
Okay.
So that's,
all right. All right.
Hey, we're the last group of the night, man. We can just go all night long, I think.
Yep.
The bugs have been, I don't know if anyone's seen me going like this, but, you don't have any hair for the bugs to go into, though.
Now,
so
come on.
You're good.
Come on.
Just your facial hair.
I gotcha.
But hey, man, you dropped some poundage.
Yeah.
I have a lot to catch up to you in that.
We've been working.
We've been working
yes,
with
sir.
the guys. There you go. Seton Hill will open the season against Wheeling University again on Thursday, September 2nd, 7 o'clock. Get out to Offutt Field and support the Griffins. Seton Hill will also play Bloomsburg on Saturday. That's the second week of the season, September 11th, 6 o'clock against Bloomsburg. A few evening games this year at Offutt. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, very much so. And I know our players love it. I know our guys, are really, really excited to be able to go out in that type of atmosphere, And one guy, Dan, I want to make sure I did mention, too, just as we were talking and thinking about Thursday night, 7 o'clock, like one of the guys I know that will be just insanely excited, and somebody I'm gonna have to rein in on game day. Nario Walks is another name, and I want to make sure we mention so he's a guy to look out for. And really has been tremendous improvement, and he's the type of guy that'll be a vocal leader. And you talk about that night game atmosphere. You'll hear him on September 2nd at night. I can promise you that.
I thought you were going to say Andrew Graziani because I think he might be even more excited than Nario for the Griffins opener. That's for sure. We could just go on and on, but we're going to do that for the Dan and Dan Show. The first one, Griffins game day, kicks off an hour. This is confusing now that I said kicks off. It begins an hour before kickoff. So the Griffins, again, will open the season against Wheeling at 7 o'clock on September 2nd. We'll have Griffins game day starting at 6 o'clock. We'll talk with Coach Day, and we will also have our Griffin player spotlight as well. We'll figure out who we're going to talk to first.
Got it.
But that should be a lot of fun. And, Coach, like I said, we can continue going on and on, but we'll save some for the season, all right?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much for having me, and shout out to Westmoreland Sports.
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate that.
This production and what you guys do, and I know I say it, but absolute top-notch, first-class operation.
Thanks, Coach.
Love it.
I love working with you, and, hey, let's get some dubs this year.
Yes, sir.
Should be a lot of fun. Thank you so much. All right, that is Coach Dan Day, and that's going to do it for our show, actually. He gets to wrap up the show. How about that? We want to thank so many different people for being behind the scenes working with us. Jonathan, Charles, Dave coming back up from West Virginia. How about it? The former Griffin. Kelly, Nicolette, Hannah, Steph, Roger, Shawn. And a huge thank you going out to Ken Reeby from Western PA Sports, who not only had to try to make us look good with our headshots that we're going to be putting on the website, but also does a fantastic job of covering Westmoreland County and Western Pennsylvania sports all year. Check them out on social media and on their website, westernpasports.com. Just the best in the business, does a fantastic job with the pictures. And if you can make this guy look good, I think that
you can do
he does a great job.
No
Me
question.
Too, by the way, we'll throw me in that for sure, too. All right, that's going to do it for us. Coming up this Friday, we will have high school football for you. So exciting. Week 0 matchups. Take a look at our website. We'll have the matchups on the website tomorrow. We also, as I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, we have a special announcement this week coming up in a few days. So stay tuned for that, a special announcement for the Westmoreland Sports Network. And then, of course, the Griffins will open up the season on September 2nd, once again against Wheeling. You can catch all the Griffins action here on WSN. And, of course, a big thank you to Vince Augustine and Manor Valley for hosting this fantastic event. And don't forget, you can check out this broadcast if you missed any of it. It's on our archive on westmorelandsports.com. That's going to do it for us here from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Thank you so much for watching the 2021 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Have a good night, everybody.